Immortal family, I, who merit in my old age, am like a withered tree reviving in spring. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, Joining Forces? Burning the Orb, one more, please subscribe and vote. Who? The fox face suddenly turned and rushed towards Su Yuming again. Mengbateo's accumulated water force rolled forward suddenly, knocking dozens of second-level monsters away. The moment they landed, their vital points were pierced by precise water arrows, and they died on the spot. He had lived in Jingzhou since he was a child. In that state where water monsters were a disaster, the beast tide on the river was as abundant as meals. He was confident and experienced in dealing with the siege of monsters. Are you still not going to attack? Su Yuming looked back at the direction where Mengbateo was. Even if he killed like this, it would not be as many as when he fought with a fox monster. There were at least 100,000 second-level fish monsters outside. How long would it take to kill them? I'm feeling the transformed golden killing hiding in the brand on his left arm. Su Yuming frowned. You hit the Jingjing divine light twice and hid. Then how can I fight the fox demon? The clouds and fog here will not dissipate. I am not good at fighting, and the master is practicing the Yandang cloud Qiju, and there are 3 top-grade spells in the Qi refining period. Is there no spell in the foundation establishment period? Fighting in the clouds and fog should be like a fish in water. Su Yuming got the feedback from his spiritual consciousness, and his face was delighted. Not long ago, he was good at fighting with magic, and talismans were a way to make money after the immortal path was cut off. Now that he has encountered many opportunities in succession, he never thought that he would forget the essence of the practice. Yandang Cloud Qiju is a 4th-level practice that leads directly to the Golden Elixir Avenue. What kind of power can it exert with a killing cloud sea divine power? 3,000 clouds and mists incarnated, and the moment Su Yuming was attacked by the fox claws, his figure flashed, and his figure was everywhere within 100 miles, shuttling between the monsters. No matter how the fox eyes shook, he could not find his real body. This mist is a big problem. Hu Mei's face was so gloomy that water could drip out. Killing Su Yuming had almost become her inner demon, but this kid was as cunning as a loach. She glanced outside the formation space. Once the formation space was completely broken, the big fool would definitely retaliate against her by all means, and skinning and pulling out bones was inevitable. If she didn't want to die, she had to get the 10,000 snakes tower in front of her, and killing Su Yuming and Mengbateo became the 2 straws she had to hold tightly. Su Yuming, if you are willing to stop, you and I can join forces to hunt down this fish demon. That deep-sea giant snake is 3,000 feet long. I think you have also passed the 6th level and seen the sky-swallowing mysterious python diagram. Su Yuming frowned. This sky-swallowing mysterious python diagram, is it that every cultivator who has passed the level can see it? Then did this fox demon also get some benefit from it? This deep-sea giant snake was cultivated by the 10,000 Snake Valley from a drop of the sky-swallowing mysterious python's blood that had been diluted for billions of years. It existed before the destruction of the 10,000 Snake Valley. Its physical body is at the peak of the 3rd order, and it also has a heavenly snake seal, which is a treasure that commands a group of snakes and a treasure for physical cultivation, a 4th order treasure. If you join forces with me to kill it, I can find a way to send you out. This 10,000 snake tower belongs to me, and this heavenly snake seal belongs to you. How about that? Su Yuming turned over to avoid the attack of the monster next to him, feeling that the entire 10,000 snake tower formation space had become a world of seawater. Fox demon, you want to join forces with me to kill it? You think too highly of yourself. A 3rd order peak physical body, except for the flower hidden under the monster wasteland, even the snake had 8 phases is not its opponent. If it weren't for the formation space of the 10,000 snake tower protecting you and me, I'm afraid we would have lost our lives long ago. If I use the engraving orb to record the heaven-swallowing mysterious python diagram, can it help you comprehend it again? If I'm right, you should have benefited from the increase of spiritual awareness. If you go to the next level, you may be able to hurt that big fool, who may thought she knew Su Yuming well. And fellow human over there, I heard that you are the first on the Mountain and Sea Domain Foundation establishment list and can enter the Purple Mansion realm at any time. Now that we can't kill each other in this 10,000 snakes tower, why don't we join forces to kill the big fool first? and then divide the benefits of the 10,000 Snakes Tower. Meng Bateo pulled away to avoid the attack of the monster in front of him, and looked back. If you are willing to join forces, Meng can lend you a hand. The overlord of the water wasteland, a creature with a body length of 3,000 feet, this is beyond his cognition. Even the ancestor of the Jingzhou water mansion may not be able to kill the other party. If they want to get out of the 10,000 Snakes Tower, they can only join forces. Well, give me the engraved orb so I can work with you. Su Yuming emerged from the blood-colored mist and stretched out his hand towards the fox demon. The fox pupils shrank slightly. Then my broken foxtail also needs to be repaired. I heard that there is a Hebo water seal in the Jingzhou water palace. Can you repair a foxtail for me and restore the power of the magical power? When her eyes looked at Meng Bateo, the latter looked calm. I lack recovery pills. You too can absorb the blood of monsters to restore combat power. My magic power is not endless. Foxy turned her head to look, and Su Yuming instantly spread out his hands. I have been fighting night watch beasts and traveling through the lore wasteland, the instrument wasteland, and the monster wasteland, but I have consumed a lot and have no stock left. Moreover, I have 3 spiritual roots of gold, fire, and earth. How can I have treasures that nourish water spiritual power? But you are different. The deep-sea giant snake held you, the old fox, in its palm. I believe you should have a lot of good things in your hands. We joined forces to save you from disaster. If the formation is broken, it will kill you instead of chasing after me and fellow Taoist Meng, who may grit her teeth. Then you need to take out 2 bottles of 10,000-year-old snake saliva, otherwise you will not do anything, not join forces, and wait for death together. Su Yuming blinked. He was very curious whether this Hume had a dog's nose, and could actually smell the smell of the 10,000-year-old snake saliva on his body. Sure, when he casually threw out 2 bottles of 1,000-year-old snake saliva, Hume's conspiracy succeeded, and she smiled charmingly at him. Friend Su, you have the smell of the snake monsters in the 10,000 miles snake sea on you, and the deep-sea giant snakes can smell it clearly. In addition, I have a piece of news for you. The 10,000 years dragon saliva pool has dried up, and the restrictions of the 10,000 miles snake sea have disappeared. The army of snake monsters that are sweeping in is coming here. If they cross the territory of the old vine dragon, where can you escape? Are you trying to scare me? Or did you just cut off a foxtail and deliberately want to get back at me? Su Yuming sneered in his heart. Isn't it just a snake? Even if it comes, what's there to be afraid of? Fellow Taoist fox, do you know the whereabouts of the snake-headed 8 phase? I remember that some cultivators from the formless sword sect are eyeing it. Of course, they all became fertilizer for the flowers. The giant deep-sea snake once said that the old ghost vine dragon often disguised himself as a man-eating plant to trick nearby monsters into getting closer. There were at least hundreds of thousands of monsters in the monster wasteland 10,000 years ago. After 10,000 years of reproduction, there must be at least hundreds of millions of monsters. However, they were all eaten clean, leaving only the stronger ones like the night watch beasts. Do you think the snake-headed 8 phase can escape its big mouth? As for the human cultivators you mentioned, they can't get through. There is the water wasteland swamp blocking the way, the old ghost vine dragon in the monster wasteland ahead, and the monsters from the 10,000 miles snake sea in the back. That is a forbidden area for you humans. Instead, I'm curious about how fellow Taoist Su managed to kill his way back and forth in the 10,000 miles snake sea. There are quite a few third-level snake monsters in it. When Meng Bateo heard this, he had already taken a piece of Guanyin water jade thrown by Hume. After refining it, his spiritual power had recovered 70% to 80%, but he couldn't help being curious. The biggest opportunity in the secret realm of Watch Valley is the 10,000 years snake saliva and the 8 wastelands of Snake Valley. Su Yuming took the largest treasure among them. What is the origin of this person and what mysterious means does he have? Bang! As the 3 figures gathered 10 feet away, the 3 formation spaces in front of them suddenly closed and turned into a 10-foot-sized opening. In just a moment, countless roots rushed towards it frantically, and the majestic suction force accompanied by a large number of bubbles came from the outside. It is the octopus monster, one of the 8 deep-sea monsters. It is a 3rd-level mid-stage monster, and its strength is above mine. If it is swept away by its innate magical power and the 10,000-foot big sucker, it will be dead. Hume looked ugly. She didn't expect that the deep-sea giant snake she was close to would have such strength, even if she sent out a subordinate at will. Clang! With a burst of sword intent, Su Yuming directly used Songfang Invisible, and cut out a sword aura along the huge force of suction, piercing through the water cave of dozens of feet and directly cutting out a large amount of blood. Gurgle gurgle. The next moment, the ink color surged, and a thick ink quickly poured into the formation space. Su Yuming pulled himself away a little, and his figure appeared 300 feet away. On the other hand, Meng Bateo used the spiritual weapon on his waist to support a precious light to protect himself, and the fox charm opened her mouth and spit out more breath of turbid air to resist. This is its second magical power, the ink field. This ink is non-toxic, but it can isolate spiritual energy and spiritual consciousness. It is coming in. Be careful, there should be other big monsters behind it, let's kill it together. This octopus is too big, and its body is soft, with many tentacles. If it is entangled, the other third-level big monsters will all rush in. We are 3 against 8, and we will definitely die, Meng Bateo spoke calmly, and then he sacrificed the inherited spiritual weapon Hebo Water Seal, which turned into 100 feet in size and smashed down. The surgeon ink was all shaken away, revealing an octopus that was 1,000 feet in size. The huge suction cups were like the size of houses, creating amazing whirlpools in the waves. It actually relied on the suction force to instantly rebound and block the attack of Hebo Water Seal. Don't hold back, use the Purple Mansion treasure technique, May gritted her teeth and raised an intact foxtail high. The first magical power, Fox Heart Treasure Seal. The move that captured Su Yuming that day directly attacked the giant octopus face protected by thousands of giant feet. This octopus monster was too big, its intelligence was too low, and its soul power was weak. If it was hit by a single blow, its soul would be turned into paste. Chapter 127, Third Level Demon Bone Talisman, Su Yuming also extravagant, 2 more subscriptions. Pop, the octopus's eyes widened and turned into peach heart shape. It was obvious that it was successfully enchanted by the fox heart and turned into an idiot. 8 claws, what are you doing? Why don't you rush out quickly? The shrimp demon behind him, waving a pair of large claws, roared and pushed the huge demon body blocking the entrance of the formation. The 8-clawed demon did not move at all. There was no way. Compared with the shrimp demon of 100 feet, it was like a mountain lying on the formation. Splash! The rolling seawater rolled back from the formation space like a tide and was sucked into it by the Hebo watermark suspended in the air. With a loud bang, it had all hit the body of the 8-clawed demon. The thousands of suction cups were almost instantly squeezed out of blood by the terrifying pressure of the seawater. The 8-clawed demon, as huge as a mountain, was instantly blown away at the speed of a cannonball. From the formation space to the outside world, it directly hit the seabed 100 feet away, shaking up countless smoke and dust, and then it was motionless. Is this the Purple Mansion treasure technique on the Hebo Water Seal? The great river rolls eastward. Su Yuming could not help but be shocked, but he was standing behind the man and the fox, and he was continuously making talismans using the cinnabar simply refined from the monster blood. The bone talisman method can sharpen the sword before the battle. The second-level monster bones scattered all over the ground have been used by him to refine 22nd-level medium-quality gravity swamp talismans in a short time. If you stand behind, you must provide talismans for the 2 of us later. Fox may use the magical power and was a little out of breath at this time. No problem, but all those monster bones belong to me. Su Yuming nodded and threw out 20 gravity swamp talismans. The 100-foot shrimp monster that had just crossed the formation space and broke into it was instantly confined inside and was directly fanned away by 3 foxtails. Moreover, the gravity swamp at the original place had not dissipated, and any fish monster that stepped into this place would be slaughtered. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Su is such a skilled talisman maker. I should have locked you up in Teokyu and let you make talismans for my fox clan, May whispered in Su Yuming's ear. After seeing that Su Yuming had picked up a piece of the crab shell of the boxing king crab monster to make a talisman, she couldn't help but shrink her pupils slightly. This boxing king crab monster was only 1 step away from the 3rd level. Could it be that this guy was a peak 2nd level talisman maker? Fellow Taoist Su, your gravity swamp talisman is good, but it can't trap a 3rd level monster that can transform into half demon and half human. Do you have a 2nd level top grade rock giant talisman? Or a 2nd level middle grade Iron Gate prison talisman? Su Yuming shook his head. I have never learned these 2 foundation building spells. Shua Meng Bateo on the opposite side threw a jade slip directly. Fellow Taoist, since you have a talent for magic, why not take it and learn it? If you can master it, it will also help us to fight together. Shui Yulong took the jade slip and saw that it was these two spells. He couldn't help but be surprised. These were almost the strongest spells of a foundation-building family. Meng Bateo used two spells at once. Was he too generous, or was he actively showing his goodwill to me? Saying that I have a good talent for magic means that I have recognized myself, who is also on the foundation-building list. Well, this is to secretly unite. Shui Yulong also accepted it with a smile. The rock giant spell has good combat power, especially in this situation when facing the beast tide. It can be said to be a meat shield that can resist and fight. As for the Iron Gate prison technique, it seemed like an upgraded version of his Earth prison technique, which could instantly trap a strong enemy and crush him to death with a prison iron bars. Even if the opponent broke out of the prison, he was ready to kill him with one blow. Sure, in less than half an hour, the man and the fox in front had fought with the dragon lobster soldiers, the fist crab monster, and the dragon scale fish monster among the 8 deep sea monsters. The 30-foot-tall shrimp had stood beside the fox monster. Just now, she used the ghost head knife to directly cut the dragon lobster soldiers into 2 pieces, and was also hit by the fist crab monster. She was directly hit and now has some concussion. Meng Bateo took over in time and used the Hebo watermark to block the gap. He withstood the fierce attacks of at least 3 or 4 third-level monsters and could also use water magic to counterattack. This guy is definitely invincible under the Purple Mansion. Fellow Taoist Su, if you don't make a move, when will you? Meng Bateo couldn't stand it anymore. He still had 10% of his spiritual power left to guard against the 2 people around him. He saw the body of the fist crab monster boat being pierced by the water arrows he cast, and fell into the swamp. The dragon scale fish monster had already killed him. If he couldn't resist, he would be swallowed into his stomach. Shui Yulong used his spiritual power to pull the body of the dragon crayon soldier closer, and the 8 directions divine slash flew out. 8 top-grade spells fell, and were blocked by the fist crab monster waving his fists, but the sudden burst of Jin Yao sword gang directly cut off its 2 crab fists, and another sword pierced through its eyebrows. The talisman has been successfully refined, but I want to try other talismans, please continue to resist. After saying that, Shui Yulong had already thrown 100 pieces of animal bones to 1 man and 1 fox, and actually held 2 crab fists, took out the 3rd-level snake blood cinnabar, and used the curse water made from the 3rd-level Zuanayang spring to continue making talismans. Golden Light Divine Slash. The moment he took over the bone talisman, Meng Bateo activated it directly, and a golden light fell, wrapped in a dazzling golden light of the Jin Yao sword, instantly slashing away more than a dozen millstone-sized fish scales, frightening the dragon scale fish monster to directly manifest a half-human, half-demon appearance, and pull away from the swamp mire. 5 Gods Peacock Talisman. Meng Bateo activated 2 more talismans, and the explosive flames instantly swept across, wrapping the dragon scale fish monster in it. The surging 5-color flames directly collided with the seawater around it, and it was suppressed at a glance, and then there was a crackling, burning and roasting scene. Hula, it retreated and jumped into the sea, and it actually manifested a 300-foot prototype. And its whole body was roasted black like charcoal. Escape? Fellow Taoist Su's talisman is really powerful. This 5 Gods Peacock Talisman can scare away the 3rd-level big monster, and it is fighting in the deep sea. If it is in the plains and fields, with the help of wind, it will not be afraid even if it faces the siege of the beast tide. Meng Bateo couldn't help but praise. Shui Yulong casually threw out 5 bone talismans. After they landed, the ground trembled. In a pile of mud, accompanied by roars, 5 rock giants 80 feet tall suddenly stood up. Fellow Taoist Meng gave me these 2 spells. I will repay you. If anyone in Jingzhou Water Palace wants to learn the way of talismans in the future, I can teach him. Meng Bateo's eyes lit up immediately. Shui Yulong in front of him was definitely a talisman master. He was not far from the 3rd level. Such a cultivator would be treated as a guest of honor, even in the 5 Beast sect. I didn't expect that my intention to make friends just now would lead to such a good relationship. The fox charm next to him shook his head and climbed up, standing tremblingly, shaking and stretching his fox fur roar. It pounced forward and threw the half-broken fist crab monster into the mud, then tore it with big mouthfuls. The 3rd fox tail, which had recovered half of its tail, was only now growing rapidly under the nourishment of crab meat. You 2 have the leisure to make friends here. You might as well take a look at the barrier of the formation around you. It's about to open. There are at least several third-level monsters outside. If we don't deal with them first, we won't be able to fight back against this deep-sea giant snake. Meng Bateo had already taken the elixir, and his spiritual power had recovered by half. Not far away, Su Yuming had already refined 2 Iron Gate prison talismans. Roar! Then they saw the fox demon roaring and rushing out of the formation space. The moment the fox head appeared, a huge snake that covered the sky and the sun directly hit it head-on, and its head hit the formation hard, and the flat snake head was broken and bleeding. Hao-Hu-Mei laughed tenderly and turned into human form, like a beautiful middle-aged woman, with her half-unbuttoned shirt pointing at the sea. Silly big guy, if you want to come in and swallow me in one bite, you should also look at the size of this hole. How can you succeed with such recklessness? The angry deep-sea giant snake let out a deafening roar. Kill her for me, I want to chew all her bones one bite at a time. Swoosh! The colorful sea snake passed through the formation hole in just a moment and appeared in front. There were 7 fluorescent white rings on the dark black snakeskin. As soon as it appeared, it created a large area of poisonous fog. 7-ring sea snake. Hu-Mei was frightened. This thing is extremely poisonous. If a third-level monster is bitten, it will die immediately. Roar! A huge fish head smashed directly on the hole of dozens of feet, and squeezed in from the outside. The body of 100 feet long and the bloody mouth, as well as the crisscrossing, 10-foot-long sharp teeth, were enough to prove its ferocity. It's a bloody shark. The moment Hu-Mei's face turned ugly, she saw 5 rock giants surrounding and beating up the bloody shark stuck at the entrance of the formation. The 7-ring sea snake that came in front of her was shaken away by the Hebo watermark during the fight with her, and then was besieged by Su Yuming's 8 flying swords. 8 face slash. Su Yuming pointed his finger, and the 8 sword lights merged into one. 100-foot sword aura fell, and the 7-ring sea snake was directly cut into the body of the bloody shark. 2 5-gauge peacock talismans were released by violent burning. In an instant, the 5 rock giants that were charging turned into lava giants, punching one after another, continuously hitting the bodies of the 2 big monsters. Shua, one of them was entangled by the 7-ring sea snake, and it was shattered on the spot, turning into pieces of boulders and rolling down, but the 7-ring sea snake was also nailed to the ground by the 8 directions divine slash. Su Yuming could feel that its snake soul was being quickly sucked and refined by the fox soul inside. This Hulaner's fox soul was probably already at the 3rd level. The 8 directions divine slash was about to usher in a time of great brilliance. As for the blood basin shark, its 10-foot fangs had been completely broken, and its huge head was also smashed into a bloody mess. Break. The moment Meng Bateo controlled the Hebo watermark to smash it, the blood basin shark's scarlet eyes suddenly became cunning. Boom. With a loud noise, the 100-foot-long body actually exploded directly. The gap in the formation that was originally several dozen feet in size was instantly blown up by the self-explosion of the 3rd-level monster, turning into a 100-foot-long fragmented seabed abyss. What came into view was the huge snake head that looked like a flat mountain. Not good. Meng Bateo was completely dumbfounded. The 3rd-level monster was actually willing to self-destruct for the deep-sea giant snake? Now that the formation was open, how could they resist? Chapter 128, Snake Body Fusion Formation, Nascent Soul Remnant Soul, 3 more, please subscribe. Boom. The 10,000 feet formation space created by the 10,000 snakes tower shattered with a bang, and the 3,000 feet huge deep-sea giant snake let out a roar, and immediately endless sea monsters rushed towards Su Yuming and others frantically. It's just a 3rd level, how can it shatter the precious light protection of the 10,000 snakes tower? Hu-Mei's face was full of horror. Seeing that the deep-sea giant snake was so close, she might be killed by the other party at any time. My Hebo watermark told me that this deep sea is collapsing, and the sea water is irrigating several other low-lying areas in the Snake Valley. I'm afraid that this quasi-5th-level formation guard in the water wasteland no longer exists. Meng Bateo's face was solemn. Obviously, this deep-sea giant snake also made him feel desperate and fearful. Why do I feel that this deep-sea giant snake is not coming for us, but seems to be? Su Yuming stood in place, knocking on the Earth Dragon shuttle with his palm. If he saw that the situation was not right, he would retreat immediately. With 9 teleportations, he could escape thousands of miles, so he was not very panicked at this time. It's like declaring war on the 10,000 snakes building. Meng Bateo looked back at Su Yuming in shock. Fellow Taoist Su, you mean, it wants to get the 10,000 snakes building? It's crazy. This is a nascent soul magic weapon, It will definitely have a 5th level combat power in a short time. Just one strike, we will be wiped out from this world. Old Wanch, I thought that after 100,000 years, the great formation of the Lore Wasteland had wiped out the restrictions you left behind, but I never thought that you would hide in the next door water wasteland waiting for me. Did you calculate that I would escape from here? The 10,000 Snakes building was wrapped in a layer of gray soul fire, and it seemed that a majestic will burst out from it, which must be the spirit of the 5th level magic weapon. Demon Cave, it's impossible for you to leave the 10,000 Snakes Valley. The people of this world can't let war break out because of you. A terrifying breath also burst out from the 3,000 feet deep sea giant snake, and a series of array patterns all lit up from its body. Finally, a short and thin old man sitting cross-legged suddenly appeared on the flat snake head. He was just a thin soul shadow, but just sitting there. Su Yuming, Meng Bateo, and Hu Mei were already stiff and unable to move. This was the pressure from Yuanying's engine. Even if there was only a remnant soul left, a glance at them was enough to scare them away. Su Yuming, who had seen the fake ancestor Yandang's Hunren, couldn't help but be shocked at this time. The dangers in the 10,000 Snake Valley were really outrageous. Even the remnant soul of the Yuanying was there? Damn that fox demon, how dare you be so presumptuous? The 10,000 Snakes engine pointed his finger, and Hu Mei, who was standing beside him, was full of fear and terror. At the moment when her demon pupils turned into despair, her whole body began to disintegrate, like a white bone blown by the wind, turning into dust inch by inch, and disappeared after being washed by the sea. Su Yuming wanted to capture her demon soul, but he was worried about provoking the 10,000 Snakes engine, so he held back. Whoosh! The next breath, Master Wunsch seemed to notice his gaze. And with a wave of his sleeves, the world spun in front of his eyes, and the whole person flew up from the depths of the water wasteland swamp. In a blink of an eye, he was tens of thousands of miles away and landed steadily on the edge of the medicine wasteland, because the land here was blood red, the soil of demon blood, and only the medicine wasteland in the secret realm had it. With a wave of his sleeves, I flew tens of thousands of miles? This Master Wunsch is still a senior master from 100,000 years ago. Could it be that his cultivation realm has reached the level of transformation? Sure, the surroundings were filled with strong winds, and the moment Su Yuming turned around, he saw that Wang Yuiao had landed nearby. As long as Su Yuming appeared in the medicine wasteland, she would be able to find him with the breath of the 10,000-year-old snake saliva. After understanding what happened, Wang Yuiao's eyes were complicated. Perhaps you have the scent of 10,000-year-old snake saliva on you, so he thought you were the heir of the 10,000 Snake Valley, so he spared your life? The two 5th level beings are about to duel. I'm afraid that the areas of Water Wasteland and Lore Wasteland will be barren. The 10,000 Snake Valley, which has been passed down for 100,000 years, has produced many nascent soul true lords. The first ancestor 10,000 Snake True Lord, Black Snake True Lord, Soul Snake True Lord, Half Snake True Lord. Basically a nascent soul true lord can be produced every 20,000 years. They must have a complete nascent soul inheritance, and even more than one nascent soul magic weapon and one nascent soul technique, Su Yuming said, looking into the distance, and the 10,000-mile sea of snakes is about to arrive, and it is fighting with Divine Dragon in the monster wasteland. In a 5th level duel, the area within 100,000 miles will be affected. If I can take advantage of the opportunity to pick up the leaks and rush to clean up the battlefield before everyone else, maybe I will gain something. Wang Yuiao was silent. She didn't want Su Yuming to take such a risk. But as a casual cultivator and scavenger, she understood what Su Yuming was thinking. Just like her, who was born as a casual cultivator and had no special skills, Su Yuming had to carry the Su family on Yandang Mountain and save every spiritual stone. How could he give up easily in the face of such an opportunity? Su Lang, didn't Meng Bateo come out with you? Su Yuming frowned. He has the Hebo watermark on his body. It shouldn't be difficult for him to survive in the seabed. I don't know why the 10,000 Snakes Master didn't send him out. Meng Bateo also has a big secret. He might be a variable. Boom, 10,000 thunders hit the top. Purple lightning danced wildly. The purple lightning rainbow light gathered by the electric snakes of 100,000 miles, each of which could spread thousands of miles and smash down. The earth collapsed, the water burst, and countless monsters hiding in the water were all killed by the residual power of the electric current. The bodies of the fish monsters floated on the sea in a snow-white sheet, drifting with the waves. Is this the action of the Yuanying Master? Sui Yulong suddenly felt that his attack, which could reach 100 feet, was like an ant in front of the Yuaning's engine. The power of heaven, the mountains and seas, the thunder and lightning, the world. Who doesn't want to become a Yuaning and live for 5,000 years? Old Ghost Wanch, you want to kill me? Then I will break the formation with the formation, and destroy your remnant soul first. Also, do you see the sea of snakes in the distance? I will destroy them today. The only sea of snakes cultivated by your Wanch Valley is the foundation you left for the descendants of Wanch Valley. Now you don't want to stay. The gray flames instantly swept towards the monster wasteland, and the Wanli Sea of Snakes was instantly ignited for 3,000 miles. All the snake monsters along the way, whether they were second-level giant pythons or third-level mutant poisonous dragons, were all baked into black charcoal slag. His viper was carried back by the Wanches, and his huge body was condensed into a mosquito coil. He looked up at the two powerful men fighting in the 9 heavens, with fear and yearning in his eyes. Old Wanch, don't you feel bad? After the Wanch building in the air was wrapped in gray flames, while 7 floors were burning violently, as if the pavilions and towers had been burned down, leaving only the 7-story lowest caves that were brooding with evil spirits and demonic energy. Then I will kill this vine dragon as well. If I remember correctly, its ancestor was your companion spirit beast back then. It has only been so many years since the second vine dragon was born. I will kill it to see if you feel bad or not. After saying that, the 7-story flames were poured down directly, and the entire Yaohuang River Valley was directly ignited. The endless sea water that flowed into the Yaohuang Loess was instantly evaporated, and even the earth was ignited. The vine roots hidden in the mountains and forests and deep in the underground rock layers were quickly burned and turned into ashes. The vine dragon hiding underground retracted its disguised stamens and trembled as it looked up at the 2 figures in the sky. How could it resist the demonic fire in the demon cave? This was a real 5th-order flame. In its inherited memory, its ancestor, the 4th-order vine dragon, had followed the 10,000 snakes true lord in his battles. The demonic fire in the demon cave was already a magic weapon that he had conquered in his later years. Although it had suppressed its demonic nature with its powerful magic power, now that the 10,000 snakes true lord had fallen, who could stop it from coming out? Roar, however, in the next breath, the giant snake that was circling for 3,000 feet suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the 7-layer demon cave into its stomach. In a blink of an eye, the fiercely burning demonic fire in the demon cave could only be ignited on the snake's body. The internal organs and the 3,000 feet long snake body were all wrapped in flames. The 10,000 snakes true lord, who was sitting on the snake's head, reached out and stroked the deep-sea giant snake that was screaming in pain. Don't cry, sacrifice for my Wanch Valley, and it will also be the fate of your snake clan. Although my Wanch Valley no longer exists, it is at least a human clan sect. We can't let this monster go out. Once someone can control it, it will burn the sky and boil the sea, destroying hundreds of millions of lives in an area. When it goes further, it will be a real disaster. As he spoke, 2,000-mile light wheels appeared above the 9 heavens. They were the collision of 2 quasi-5th-level formations. But Wanch's engine was a conscious formation soul after all. However, with Inzumi, he twisted the formation patterns of the 2 quasi-5th-level formations and gathered them all on the 3,000-foot-long snake, densely interweaving into long snake formation. One word: long snake sealing magic formation? Wanch old ghost, you dare. At this time, the 7-story demon cave that was burning the deep-sea giant snake let out an angry and terrified roar, as if it would be in a disaster in the next breath. Demon cave, although I can only seal you for 100 years, I can split you apart with this barely condensed 5th-order formation. The inheritance of the 10,000 Snake Valley that has been imprinted in your body for many years will be blown away by the wind and given to the younger generations of the human race in the secret realm. As for your 7-story demon cave, buried here for 10,000 years. 10,000 years later, a genius of our human race will be born, prove the truth and become a god, and you will never be able to turn over. Shua shua shua. The spirit snake danced 7 times, and with 7 flicks of its sleeves, the 7-story demon cave had been neatly cut into 7 sections, wrapped in the 3,000 feet snake body, and fell towards the wasteland, like a meteor, smashing the earth and igniting the entire water wasteland swamp. Sui Yulong stepped on the ground and had already used the Earth Dragon shuttle, with a speed of 10 miles per breath, chasing in the direction of the scattered demon cave with all his strength. The fragments of magic weapons, the remains of a third-order deep-sea giant snake, and the hundreds of thousands of spells inherited from the 10,000 Snake Valley, the nascent soul techniques and magical powers, which one of them is not attractive? The biggest opportunity in the secret realm has arrived. Tens of thousands of cultivators who have survived in the ruins of the 10,000 Snake Valley have already controlled the stream of light and chased after the scattered treasures. The nascent soul opportunity is mine, haha. The fragments of magic weapons, if I take them out, I can at least exchange them for a purple void pill in the Five Beast sect, allowing me to enter the Purple Mansion realm. I'm rich, with so many techniques. I want to take away a golden core magical power, which will make me invincible at the same level. 3 more chapters with 9,000 words. Do you still have monthly tickets? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Yuaning Gongfa, Bodhi Snake Sutra, 1 more subscription required. There are many small snakes underground. After Su Yuming ran for thousands of miles, the large number of cultivators behind him were still far behind. After his spiritual consciousness was released for 300 miles, he found many small snakes wandering in the soil and on the ground. However, when he used the 3rd level spiritual consciousness to scan, he found that these small snakes were all snake-shaped Qi left by the 10,000 snakes, True Lord, just to protect the jade slips and the 10,000 Snake Valley's martial arts secrets collected in them. This is new. Su Yuming pushed open the Earth Dragon boat and ran for 100 miles to fill the boat. The Qi refining stage has low-grade spells snake controlling technique, medium-grade spells snake dance steps, high-grade spells water snake boding body technique, top-grade spells spirit snake strangling, top-grade spells all-seeing snake hands, a total of more than 380 spells. In the foundation building stage, there are more than 30 spells, 5 elements snake seal, snake soul possession, mayfly snake shadow, and 3 skills. 1 gold-based golden law snake words, 2 water-based water lung sutra and turtle breathing skill. In the Purple Mansion realm, there is only 1 skill that increases spiritual consciousness snake dragon python skill. When establishing an immortal cultivation family, one should have all the 5 elements of cultivation techniques, preferably those that can be cultivated to the golden core realm. My Su family's Yandang Cloud Qiju is a 4th level technique without attributes, but it actually focuses on the art of clouds and mist. Many clan members only cultivate the basics and cannot comprehend the cloud and mist spells, which is equivalent to cultivating a shell without the essence. After practicing this water lung sutra, one can survive underwater without breathing, similar to the fetal breathing technique. This turtle breathing technique is even simpler, and is an extremely powerful breath-retaining technique. Anyone can practice it. As for this golden law snake words, it is actually a sound wave technique. If it is taken to the Absolute Sound sect, it can at least be exchanged for 2 foundation building pills. As he spoke, Su Yuming had already arrived in front of the first section of the snake body. This was a section of the snake's tail. Most of the snake meat had been burned to a crisp, leaving only dense tadpole-like words imprinted on it. With a casual move, a magic weapon fragment in the shape of a mud pot appeared in his palm. After he instantly put it into his fox bag, he scanned it with his spiritual consciousness and obtained a technique. Bodhi Snake Sutra. Su Yuming's breathing was a little rapid. This was a real nascent soul technique. He didn't expect that this 10,000 snakes tower, no, it should be called the 7-layer demon cave now, and any fragment could get the technique he wanted. Plant a Bodhi tree in your heart, the 1st level of jade bones and jade white, the 2nd level of Bodhi mirror stand, the 3rd level is seen in the Merit pool, the 4th level of golden elixir Bodhi seeds, and the 5th level of 1,000-handed Arhat. Good guy, this is actually a Buddhist technique, which is billions of miles west of the Blackstone Ancient Domain. How did this technique spread to the Blackstone Ancient Domain? Could it be that the world of immortal cultivation 100,000 years ago is connected? Or maybe some of the strong men in the 10,000 Snake Valley had been to the Western Buddha realm. There is no word for snake in this technique, no snake-shaped spells, no snake-controlling spells. It might as well be called the Bodhi Sutra. Su Yuming frowned. He didn't want his children to become bald men who deceive the public with their lies in the future. But if he sent this technique to the Five Beast sect, what treasure could he get in exchange? If it was the Purple Mansion technique, it would be fine, but if he took out the Golden Core and Infant technique, it would be a crime to possess a treasure. Without a Purple Mansion cultivator, the Su family in Yandang Mountain would be robbed of everything before they could get home, just like a 3-year-old child carrying a gold brick on the street. Nothing would be left of his pants. There is another section. I remember it was at the bottom of the sea before. Su Yulong quickly found the second section, which had a foxy smell. Obviously, there was also a romantic story between the 1,000-year-old fox and the deep-sea giant snake. Gurgle, the water in the Shuhuang lake was more than half shallower. At this time, the fish monster corpses on the sea surface had been refined by the demon cave ghost fire. When Su Yulong came to the sea, he saw several figures fighting here. Where are you running, fellow Taoists? You have something you shouldn't have in your hands, so hand it over. Zhang Jiang, holding a Fangbian Huoji, was already in the half-step Purple Mansion realm. His magic power was probably already a sea of spiritual power. Moreover, the Fangbian Huoji in his hand was made of jade iron heart. Wasn't it the golden elixir spiritual treasure of Kehuang? Good guy, this Zhang Jiang actually broke the quasi-5th level formation that protected Kehuang. Su Yulong saw the embarrassment of his Taoist robe and immediately understood that it was because the 5th level battle broke the nearby formation that allowed him to get this spiritual treasure by chance. Your spiritual treasure is very good, and now I like it. Su Yulong grinned and looked at the opposite side of him, where there were 3 figures. Zhang Jiang, your Jingzhao King Jinggao is nothing but a place where filth and dirt are hidden, no different from a brothel. Even if you can kill us today, our Sizhao sect will never give up. Standing opposite were the 3 foundation building elders of Sizhao sect, Zhu Liang, who is in the great perfection of foundation building, and Chen Buxi Unyan Ziki, who were in the late stage of foundation building. They had been hiding at the entrance of Kehuang before, just to take advantage of the gap in the formation opened by Zhang Jiang, but they never expected to see him killing Qiu Yurio directly by taking essence. They knew they were not his opponents, but as soon as they slipped out of Kehuang, they picked up a piece of the body of a deep-sea giant snake and found the precious Yuanying treasure inside. This was a godsend opportunity. If they could take it back, their Dao sect would definitely be able to take a step further from the Purple Mansion sect. Zhu Liang, holding a top-grade spiritual sword, blocked the way and said, Elder Chen, Elder Yan, you go first. I will cover you. You must bring the skills back. Whether my Dao sect can make further progress depends on you. If I am unable to return, you must avenge me. On the day when my Dao sect rises, you must first destroy King Jingdao. Okay, the 2 figures were about to ride the flowing light and leave. In the distance, a beautiful figure suddenly emerged from the sea. She just opened her hands, and the silk threads in the sky tied up the 2 elders who wanted to escape, entangled them into 2 big dumplings. Qiu Yurio, you are not dead. Yan Ziki's face changed drastically. The next moment, his eyes met Qiu Yurio's long-dead fish eyes. Oh no, it's a zombie. Zhang Jiang, you are actually good at refining corpses, you know too much. Zhang Jiang snorted coldly, and Qiu Yurio's pupils suddenly widened, and then a pair of eyeballs fell off directly, and 2 dead air flew out and hit Yan Ziki and Chen Buxiu. The 2 figures withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then were pulled by the silk thread and cut into pieces of meat all over the sky, waving in the sky, like a bloody rain. Elder Chen, Elder Yan, Zhu Liang, whose face turned pale instantly, raised his sleeve suddenly and threw a talisman forward. He was already running in another direction with his feet on the flying sword. Hoolah! The tide of the sea suddenly surged to the point where a 100-foot waterfall cut off it. A few miles away from where Zhu Liang flew, there were multiple waterfalls blocking Zhang Jiang's way, and the entire sea seemed to be overturned by the terrifying power released by the talisman and smashed down towards him. The 3rd-level middle-grade boundless tsunami talisman is really a good trump card. Zhang Jiang snorted coldly and pointed forward with the Fangbian Huoji in his hand. Giant in magical power, Sky Strike. A long rainbow of energy instantly pierced through dozens of 100-foot tsunamis, and also cut through the sky, piercing through the clouds, drawing a rocket-like trajectory, and instantly cut down. Bang! Zhu Liang's body, which had already escaped dozens of miles away, exploded directly, and then his soul wrapped in the flying sword continued to escape. Zhang Jiang had already controlled Qiu Yurio to catch up quickly, sucking and pulling, and the moment he swallowed the soul, the top-grade spiritual weapon flying sword also fell into her palm. I didn't expect to pick up 3 spiritual tools for free. This Dao sect monk is really wealthy, worthy of being an alchemy sect. Zhongjiang smiled and pointed his finger to take back the corpse puppet. Shua 2 streams of light, one on the left and one on the right. At the moment when the magnetic force intersected, one crab claw chopped off Jiu Yureo's head, and the other crab claw cut off her legs. The moment the crab claws split and retreated, Jiu Yureo's body was already torn into pieces. The top-grade spiritual tool flying sword and the 3 storage bags all fell into their hands. There is actually a yellow bird. Zhongjiang was startled. He immediately raised the Fangdian Huoji and looked around vigilantly. With his other hand, he had already pasted a second-level low-grade Tide Vortex body protection amulet on his body, and a second-level low-grade Kunsu amulet on his legs, so that he could escape at any time. Clang! From the depths of the sea, 8 flying swords flew out almost at the same time, and the sword light slashed at him. Get out of here! He soared 100 feet into the air, and the Fangdian Huoji in his hand had already slashed down. Buzz! The sword light intertwined into 100 feet, took the blow of the golden elixir spirit treasure. At the moment when Zhongjiang was shocked, one of the 8 flying swords had already appeared in front of him. Looking at the sword body intertwined with 8-color treasure light, his face changed drastically. 8 directions divine slash, foundation building top-grade spell, water barrier cloud curtain spell. The moment the surrounding seawater and space were suddenly cut off, he had already held the Fangdian Huoji and fiercely slashed through the sword formation, shaking the 8 directions divine slash that was close at hand and jumped into the water. He had hidden a water escape method, and he could escape by sea. But as soon as he jumped into the sea, in front of him was not a coral reef or a school of fish, but a seabed forest that rose from the ground 1,000 feet high. The rapidly growing vines entangled him as soon as they met. Foundation building top-grade spell, Great Forest spell. Clang! The nearby 8 directions divine slash burst out with a sound of the 9-hole sword, but in an instant, Zhongjiang's soul trembled, and blood flowed from his 7 orifices. This kind of top-grade sound wave spell for foundation building was released next to his ears. He was not instantly shocked into a fool, because his soul power had already stepped into the great perfection of foundation building. Crack! Top-grade foundation building spell, Zuochen Ganglei spell. What he didn't see was that above the 9 heavens, a sudden blue ganglei directly penetrated 100-foot sea surface and instantly pierced his back. With just one blow, his upper body was blown to pieces on the spot, leaving only the remains of his body weakly squeezed by the forest vines, and then quickly torn apart, leaving the Fangdian Huoji to be caught in the palm of Su Yuming, who emerged from the seabed. Chapter 130 Fairy, I want to practice a quiet Zen with you. 2 more monthly tickets required. He used the foundation building spells from the 4 8-direction divine slashes in one breath, basically draining all the spiritual power in Su Yuming's body, and then he successfully killed Zhongjiang. He took a deep breath, swept away all the treasures, and immediately returned to the foot of a lowest slope in the monster wasteland. After escaping 1,000 feet underground, he opened the second-level top-grade sword or evil slaying formation, and then began to count the spoils of this battle. Pure Zen. Is it from the Buddha realm again? The distorted figures above are all double copies, and Su Yuming threw them aside casually. I read the spring and autumn annals, and you give me this kind of book? Even if it is the Purple Mansion treasure technique, I won't practice it. The top-grade spiritual weapon Dengfang sword, the middle-grade spiritual weapon Wu Gu, the middle-grade spiritual weapon Wan sword. Wow, except for the Wu Gu, I can take these 2 swords myself. Counting the top-grade spiritual weapon Songfeng sword, the inherited spiritual weapon Bafeng Shenzhen, and 2 quasi-top-grade spiritual weapons without demon souls, he only needs 2 flying swords too. Su Yuming said, and took out 2 low-grade spiritual weapon flying swords from Zhongjiang's storage bag. This set of 8 phase sword formation is considered complete. With 8 spiritual weapon flying swords, the power can be multiplied several times. He can use the sword formation to compete with the Purple Mansion cultivators. The second-level alchemy manual of the Tao sect. Foundation pill recipe, spiritual power great return pill recipe, returning spirit pill recipe, nourishing spirit pill recipe. He can actually collect more than 20 second-level pill recipes from the 3 elders of the Tao sect, and more than 100 first-level pill recipes. Good guy. The most critical foundation pill recipe is also there, Does that mean that several of his own first-level top-grade alchemists can start to impact a higher realm? There are materials for foundation-building pills, but asking someone to refine them is different from having someone at home to refine them. The 3 storage bags together contain mostly pills. There are more than 300 second-level soul-recovering pills and blood key pills alone. Shui Yulong even found a bottle of purple gold replenishing pills, which are made from 3,000 years of purple gold roots as the main material. It can increase the probability of purple virtual transformation into a mansion by 10%, which is a purple mansion opportunity. He took a deep breath and picked up the Fangdian Huaji weighing 100,000 jin. Fortunately, Zhang Jiang was born with supernatural power, otherwise he would not be able to lift it. He looked at a second-level control talisman on the halberd. It turned out that this thing allowed Zhang Jiang to use some of the power of the golden elixir. Therefore, he could not use this thing himself. Perhaps after the Qi patriarch entered the purple mansion realm, he could barely borrow the power of the golden elixir. We can't expose it. The younger Yandang cultivators of the 5 Beast sect may not have Yandang treasures in their hands. What if a Yandang real person comes to ask for it? If we don't give it to him, will he be exterminated? Shui Yulong found about 1.8 million spirit stones in the 4 storage bags. Considering the wealth of 3 second-level alchemists, it was very little. After all, an alchemist of this level who could find the second-level top-grade elixir, purple gold yuan replenishing pill, must have an estate of more than 3 million spirit stones. Maybe it would be left in the family. Swish. Shui Yulong found the second section of the snake's tail. It was a 3,000-foot-long deep-sea giant snake. God knows how long each section is. What was in Zhu Liang's storage bag was an extraordinary nascent soul secret technique. 7 dances of the spirit snake, the secret technique that finally cut off the 3,000 feet deep sea giant snake and cut the 7-layer magic cave, the nascent soul magic weapon, into pieces must be this secret technique. Shui Yulong took a look at it in his hand. Just to practice the first dance, one needs the life essence and blood of a first-class best snake demon, and one needs to find a 5-step snake, which is as powerful as a best-grade spell. The second dance requires the life essence of a gold, silver, and copper 3-ring snake, which is as powerful as a best-grade foundation-building spell. The third dance requires the snake fangs of 18 different pythons, which is as powerful as a purple mansion treasure technique. My goodness, this difficulty is too high. There are not 1 but 5 kinds of 5-step snakes alone. From 1 step to 5 steps, it represents the toxicity of these 5 kinds of snake demons. Even if a foundation-building strongman like him is poisoned, he must take an antidote pill immediately, otherwise there may be hidden dangers to his body. As for the 3 golden, silver and copper ring snakes, these are almost 3 kinds of second-level dominant venomous snakes. The golden ring snake demon can almost burst out the combat power of the foundation-building great perfection, and the snake venom is insoluble below the purple mansion, almost killing with 1 blow. As for the 18 different pythons, Shui Yulong has been practicing for decades, and he has never seen 18 kinds of demon pythons. It's not that big snakes are rare, but except for this Watch Valley, the snake demons in the outside world are too widely distributed. Even if you turn the mountains and seas upside down, you may not be able to find them all. It seems that I have to work hard in the secret realm and try to find as many snake demon materials as possible for cultivation. Thinking of this, Shui Yulong missed the guy who a little. It is now the master of Onely Snake Sea. If he can take some snake demon corpses from it, he can at least practice to the 3rd dance. The 7 dances of the spirit snake is known as the Yuanying realm god slaying technique. If the Yuanying realm can really rely on this great magical power to rival the great cultivators of the god transforming realm, it is definitely an amazing secret technique. This 7-layer magic cave was cut into 7 sections, that is, 6 strikes. It seems that even the 10,000 snakes true lord has only practiced to the 6th dance. Thinking of this, Shui Yulong found the 3rd section of the snake body. Shui Yulong was not surprised that Zhang Jiang, who took the Fangdian Huaji, could find one of the layers of the magic cave. Soul snake transformation technique. This is a good Yuanying technique, but it actually cultivates soul power? The cultivator who emphasized transformation after transformation, cultivated to the end, and created the technique, actually claimed that the soul power could be placed in the snake, and he could live forever. Is this the technique created by the 3rd generation of Yuanying's engine of Watch Valley, the soul snake's engine? Shui Yulong frowned. It seems that every time he transformed, he needed to find a kind of heaven and earth spirit snake to transfer his soul power. Maybe he could survive as a snake demon. So the road of Watch Valley went astray. Is the half-snake's engine really half human and half snake? When Su Yuming frowned, footsteps suddenly came from the side. Shui suddenly gathered the treasures around him, held the earth dragon shuttle tightly in his left hand, and waved his right hand. 8 spirit weapon flying swords were erected upside down, all pointing in the direction of the person who came. Don't panic, fellow Taoist Su, it's me. The person who came out of the darkness was Meng Bateo from the Jingzhou Water Palace. Fellow Taoist Meng, you are amazing for surviving the previous 5th level battle. Seeing him coming, Su Yuming took a few steps back, as if he was about to leave immediately. You must be kidding. He was a chess piece left by Master Wanch to watch the battle. If the residual soul of Master Wanch or the residual soul of the magic cave spirit was in him, he would be in danger. After all, Su Yuming was more cautious after being calculated by Hu Mei last time. Fellow Taoist Su must have picked up a lot of Taoist magic. I have some here too. You and I are both from the power of immortal cultivation families. How about exchanging? Meng Bateo's eyes were calm, still the same as before, but his figure was a little embarrassed. His top-grade magic robe had been burned to tatters, but he refused to take a casual dress to wear. Seeing that Su Yuming didn't say anything, Meng Bateo threw out a scroll. This is the giant and magical power, the Great Snake Tide Technique. It can control the snake tide to launch an attack, and it can also refine the snake's soul, using thousands of spiritual powers to become snakes, and the attack covers the sky and the sun. It is difficult to resist under the Jindan level. As long as you get started, you will be the power of the Purple Mansion. How about exchanging all the water-based skills and secrets in your hands? Su Yuming hesitated for a moment and threw out more than 20 engraved jade slips. Seeing that the grade was very low, Meng Bateo was not annoyed, but took out the second scroll. This is the Yuanying Body Cultivation Method 10,000 Snakes Flow, which was created by the second generation of the 10,000 Snakes Valley True Lord Zuanch True Lord. Dao I must have also obtained a section of the snake body. I came here in the direction of the collapsed demon cave and found that there are at least 2 sections in this direction. Please exchange it with the Yuanying skills. Where do I have any Yuanying skills? Dao Iao is joking. I'm kidding. I'm trading with you at this time. When I go out, you will complain to the 5 Beast sect, then I, Su Yuming, will not become a sinner who conceals the skills and refuses to hand them over. After the deal, we will swear an oath to the Heavenly Dao. If anyone dares to expose the identity of the other person or the details of today's deal, the Heavenly Dao will punish him. How about that? Meng Bateo's words also let Su Yuming put down another grudge in his heart. Su Yuming raised his hand and threw out the Bodhi Snake Sutra, and the volume of 10,000 snakes flow opposite also fell into his hands. In addition, I also need some 10,000-year dragon saliva. Brother Su, please don't use 1,000-year dragon saliva to fool me. After saying that, this guy actually threw out a broken sword. Looking at the sword body shining with golden light, Su Yuming couldn't help but be surprised. Golden Iron Mother, is this a top-grade spiritual weapon flying sword? It's just a broken sword, but it contains a golden snake sword intent, which was left by the 3rd step sword cultivator. If Brother Su can refine it, it's no problem to advance to a higher level in the sword realm. Su Yuming hesitated for a moment, raised his hand and threw out a bottle, which naturally contained the unused 10,000-year dragon saliva. Thank you, Brother Su. We will meet again in the future. After making the vow, Meng Bateo smiled even more. He drove a stream of light away, heading towards the Blackstone Ancient Domain. Could it be that this guy wanted to learn the 10,000 snakes fluid and disguise himself as a snake demon to get out? Yes, he was carrying a treasure, and it was very likely that the inheritance of the 10,000 Snakes Valley fell on him, but he also made a lot of money. Sure, when Su Yuming was flying back, he happened to see Wang Yuiao, who came to find him. He landed in the woods, retracted his flying sword, smiled and opened his arms to her. Fairy, why are you in such a hurry? Where are you going? Sure, Wang Yuiao landed close to him and rolled her eyes at him unhappily. You enemy, why are you pretending here again? Su Yuming stepped forward and hugged her in his arms, lifted her above his head, and flew towards the lowest slope in the distance in a circle, muttering to himself, I want to practice a quiet zen with you, please teach me, fairy. Wang Yuiao's eyes were surprised. He really has become capable. He dares to challenge me even though his physical body is not as good as mine. This enemy is really green and likes to play. Where is the monthly ticket? There is no movement. How about another update at 6 o'clock later? Chapter 131, Snake Demon. I want you to help me practice. 3 more monthly tickets required. Something is wrong. It's really wrong. Soon, Wang Yuiao discovered how powerful Su Yuming was. This guy had a strong body and amazing physique, but his body was still in the late second stage, and there was still a long way to go before he could reach the second level top grade. But why was he so powerful? His spiritual power turned into a sword, like a long hair swinging in the sea. His lungs were pounding like thunder, and he didn't even need to breathe. His body turned into a snake, and all the muscles in his body could actually be mobilized to work together. My goodness, if he punched out, the whole body's strength would be more than hundreds of thousands of pounds under the blessing of the Earth Dragon. Moving mountain technique. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. 2997, 5000. A Flash of Inspiration. 2497/2000. Zhuanyang Dharma Body. 7/10. Many children and more blessings. Not activated. After 15 days, Wang Yuiao felt that her body, which had reached the great perfection of the foundation building, was about to collapse. Then she slapped Su Yuming away with a palm, and stared at him with her hands on her hips. Su Lang, when did you become so powerful? And this time I feel that my spiritual energy has also improved, and I have touched the threshold of foundation building. Su Yuming turned over and sat up, and the sweat on his head was instantly evaporated by his spiritual power. I got a lot of bargains this time. After saying that, he pointed his finger and transmitted a technique into Wang Yuiao's new palace. 10,000 snakes fluid? Is this a 5th level physical training technique? Wang Yuiao was shocked. She reached out and patted Su Yuming's body, which could move any inch of it. Have you already gotten started? I'm proficient in magic. It can be said that my talent focuses on understanding one thing. I've only dabbled in part of this 10,000 snakes fluid. I've temporarily mastered the muscle activation stage. Once you get started with cultivation, you can see that wounds can scab over. When you achieve minor success, you can regenerate broken arms. If you achieve major success, even if your head and heart are destroyed by a blow, they can be revived. The essence of this technique is that it flows all over the body. There is no weak point. The original vital parts have become traps to lure the enemy to attack. Wang Yuiao rolled her eyes at him. Who would use their own heart as a trap? If you want to meet the enemy, just say something from the bottom of your heart. As she spoke, she sat cross-legged on the ground and threw out a scroll. This is a volume of methods for refining natal spiritual treasures that I picked up when I was chasing you. I remember that you had a top-grade magic weapon called the 5 Animals Flying Fire Fan, but its power is no longer worthy of a fight with us. After reaching the Purple Mansion realm, its power is even less than enough. This method can be used to refine the 9 Dragon Fire Qi Umbrella, which is a golden elixir spiritual treasure, but the main materials need to be more than 10,000 years old. Su Yuming took it casually, glanced at it, and put it in his arms. What's the situation over there in the medicine wasteland? The outer formation has been broken, but you know that spiritual medicines are also divided into spring, autumn, winter and summer. The medicine wasteland formation in the 10,000 Snake Valley can be described as a large formation within a small formation. There are at least tens of thousands of small formations, all of which are second-grade, top-grade or even third-grade formations. I snatched 3,000-year-old old mountain ginsengs and retreated. Those cultivators were like crazy. In the previous battle in the wasteland, the demon cultivators suffered heavy losses, but the Blackstone Ancient Domain is most lacking in second-grade demon cultivators. Now there are at least 100,000 demon cultivators pouring in, surpassing our human cultivators in one fell swoop. However, there are rumors that the Yuanqi Sword Palace, a nascent soul sect, will also send true disciples here. Their true disciples are at least at the half-step Purple Mansion realm. Su Yuming took the broken sword in his hand, feeling the majestic golden snake sword intent in it, and stabbed it directly into his palm. One arm instantly became numb, as if it had been pierced directly by the broken sword. The pain made him sweat coldly, but the 2 sword intents in his body had already burst out and started to fight against the golden snake sword intent. The light of inspiration accumulated in his mind suddenly appeared, and he began to comprehend the sword intent. After all, the 5 Beast sect has been a nascent soul sect for too short a time. and its foundation is not as good as that of the Yuanqi Sword Palace. None of their true disciples are really worth mentioning. Su Lang has fought with those on the foundation establishment list, but is there anyone you like? There is only Men Bateo, who is number 1 on the foundation establishment list. I made a deal with him. This Jingzhou Water Palace has great ambitions. I estimate that he has obtained a lot of inheritance from the 10,000 Snake Valley. Now he has escaped. Within 50 years, there will be a big move in the Jingzhou Water Palace. Clang. As soon as the words fell, Su Yuming pointed his finger, and a sword rainbow burst out, flying 50 miles in a breath and piercing through a white birch tree in the forest. Congratulations, Su Lang. You have completed the second step of sword cultivation. The sword energy is like a rainbow. Su Yuming was still comprehending the Baiyun sword intent. My Jin Yao sword energy has stagnated, but the Baiyun sword intent is becoming more and more sophisticated. The yellow crane tower is 3,000 feet high. Su Yuming swung the Songfeng sword in his hand and slashed forward. A sword energy turned into rainbow light and flew out 1,000 feet away, spreading out with a loud bang. The tops of the trees within a radius of 3,000 feet were almost flattened by his sword. This sword is almost comparable to the best foundation building spells. Su Lang, when your sword cultivation realm also steps into the second step of the sword intent celestial phenomenon, when the sword rainbow can gallop 3,000 feet without spreading, even the purple mansion cultivators will retreat in front of your Baiyun sword intent. It's just that this Baiyun sword intent is the signature swordsmanship of Yang Beimei of Yandang Ranch. If you use it in front of outsiders, you will have a hard time explaining yourself when the lawsuit is brought to the Five Beast sect. It's nothing more than some accusations. That Yubing Jiao took the initiative to extend an olive branch to recruit my Yandang Mountains Sioux family, so I might as well go with the flow and join her sect. After speaking, Su Yuming took out the soul snake transformation method. This is also a secret method of Yuanying soul cultivation. You practice the way of physical cultivation, and are good at spiritual attack and killing. If you can practice this method, your soul power can be further improved, and you can even control thousands of snakes at that time. Wang Yuiao was surprised. Su Lang, you have picked up a lot of good things in this line. As she spoke, she looked back at the distant monster wasteland. When we were practicing before, you said that the 10,000-mile sea of snakes had already reached the edge of the monster wasteland under the leadership of the viper. Why don't you and I go back and capture that viper so that I can take it in as a spirit beast? This way, we can control the 10,000-mile sea of snakes, and at least help you refine the 7 dances of the spirit snakes. And I don't think that the 7 dances of the spirit snakes is some kind of secret attack and killing technique. Instead, it's more like a poison attack disguised as a normal technique. The most powerful way that the 10,000 Snakes Valley controls the 10,000 snakes is nothing more than the siege of the 10,000-mile sea of snakes and the silent, invisible snake venom. As for the means of reincarnation such as snake shedding, I guess it's one of the reasons why they brought disaster upon themselves. Transforming themselves and becoming half human, half demon will touch the bottom line of many senior masters of the righteous path. At this point, Wang Yuiao looked gloomy. This 7 dances of the spirit snake requires a high talent for magic. I'm afraid I can't practice it. Originally, with my physical cultivation level and snake venom, I can hurt people in the wild without being seen. Every loss has its own gain. When she sighed, she never thought that her practice of 10 flowing snake body would be so smooth. She actually broke through the 2 levels of muscle activation and wound scab formation. Her body softened and she could temporarily gather all the tendons, bones, blood and flesh in her body, stretching it out and turning into paper man dancing in the air. Bang bang in the close combat in the cave, Su Yuming hit out with all his strength, but was dodged by her swollen body in an instant, just like a fist hitting the air, with no effect. Cut, the second step of sword intent burst out, and a sword pierced through the chest. Bang Wang Yuiao, who had become a paper man, swaying left and right in the air, actually dodged the sword again by fluttering strangely. Swish. After gathering all his magic power, Su Yuming looked at Wang Yuiao in surprise, whose blood and ki had returned and whose body was filled with air. Yao, your 10,000 snakes fluid is really powerful. It can be regarded as an extra secret method to save your life. Let's go. You and I will go and find trouble with that viper. No hurry, no hurry. Su Yuming hugged her waist and rolled on the ground. You little snake demon, I need you to help me practice now. Su Lang, stop it. It's been more than 4 months since this secret realm was opened. if you and I continue to delay and let the elixir in the wasteland be taken away by outsiders? How can you and I covet the golden elixir road? It doesn't matter. I will use the red jade demon puppet to control the earth dragon boat to travel through the ground, and you and I will be free. Wang Yuiao gave him a coquettish look, but did not struggle any more. Diligence can make up for one's shortcomings. 3008, 5000, A Flash of Inspiration, 2508, 2000, Zhuanyang Dharma Body, 8/10, Many Children, Many Blessings, not activated. The Zhuanyang spring in Su Yuming's hand has run out. It seems that if the Zhuanyang Dharma Body wants to recharge, it needs to return to Teoqiu for replenishment. As for the many children and many blessings that have never been unlocked, he guessed that it is mostly related to his own child. Once Shui Yulong is about to give birth, this child may bring him some surprises. Then set a goal before the child is born, and kill a Purple Mansion Wanderer to help. His target is obviously the Gai Honghu Wanderer. Because of the matter of Yandang Ranch, he is his mortal enemy. This guy knows the secrets of Yandang Ranch just like Yang Beimei, so if he doesn't kill him as soon as possible and make him feel that he can't get this opportunity back in this life, he only needs to report it to the Five Beast sect, which is enough to bring disaster to the Su family. There is another thing. He must remember all the skills and secrets he has obtained before leaving the secret realm. Otherwise, if he is searched by the Five Beast sect monks when he leaves the secret realm, he will not be able to keep these opportunities. Shui in the Yaohuang, in the valley where the snake head and 8 phases are located, when Su Yuming appeared here, the only snake Xi was besieging the vine dragon covering 1,000 miles. At this time, the vine dragon was extremely miserable. Thousands of vines were burned out. Dozens of stone tribe creatures in front of him also died in resisting the snake tide. At this time, the body was intertwined with colorful venomous snakes, leaving only its face with tree wrinkles, and the dragon head with long beard was trembling. The snake had grown wings again, standing in the snake tide, commanding hundreds of millions of snake monsters, and madly attacked the vine dragon. It greedily looked at the Woodhua origin of the vine dragon. As long as it got it, its cultivation would be able to go further. By then, sweeping the entire secret realm would be a piece of cake. There are many creatures in the south. As long as they are swallowed, the golden elixir in the Yuanying can't stop it. Chapter 132, the third level stone heart is in hand, and the corpse of Hume must be taken while it is hot. One more monthly ticket request. SHHH 10,000 snakes bit in Tower. Although the stone clan was born in the rocks and could not feel the pain, this mountain-like third-level stone clan was already covered with poisonous snakes all over its body. Even a third-level crimson giant demon used its snake body of more than 180 feet to bind it tightly. No matter how it struggled, it could not get rid of it. It could only rely on the earthquake wave of stomping its feet to shake the snake demon on its body away. The crimson giant demon bit its neck and was about to tear it apart. The third-level stone clan roared, pinched its neck with both hands, and clenched the snake head and slammed it against the mountain beside it. Bang! With a loud noise, the rock fell off, revealing the environment where the old rattan dragon demon grew up. On the blood-colored crystal stone, the snake head was blown to pieces, and fell dozens of times in a row. Even if the crimson giant demon was a third-level snake, it could not die at this moment. Bang! As the limp snake body fell to the ground, the viper on the opposite side could no longer sit still. This was its last third-level subordinate. The others were either eaten by it in resistance or burnt to ashes by the fire in the 7th-level magic cave. There were still 3 who died under the cooperation of the third-level stone tribe and the old demon vine dragon. They were too strong. If it weren't for the only snake Xi, Viper really didn't want to bother them. Su Lang, it seems that the third-level stone tribe on the opposite side can't hold out for much longer. When this guy who faces Tang Long directly, we can both lose. At that time, the wood flower origin and the third-level stone heart of Tang Long will belong to you, and who will belong to me. What do you think? Su Yuming pointed to a vine that appeared in front of him at some point. The other party has already discovered you. How can we sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight? You two have inherited my 10,000 Snake Valley. Why don't you lend a helping hand? The miniature version of Tang Long's tree face appeared from the vine and nodded slightly to the two of them. You know what we want. What's the benefit of cooperating with you? Su Yuming's face was calm as usual. If this third-level Tang Long was in his prime, he would definitely turn around and leave. The old monster that has lived for 10,000 years is nourished by the monster blood. Even if it has not reached the 4th level, it is not far away. My origin, Yimu Dragon Crystal, can help physical cultivators enter the 3rd stage, and Muha's origin can make up for her missing lifespan. Physical cultivators of Purple Mansion have a lifespan of 250 years, and I can increase her lifespan by at least 100 years. Su Yuming's pupils shrank slightly. This old tree was very experienced. He actually said what he was thinking in one sentence. If Wang Yuiao could be allowed to enter the 3rd stage of physical cultivation and become external aid for his Su family in Yandang Mountain, then the Su family could completely walk out of the Yandang Mountains and become a major sect that dominates several counties like the 5 sects in Tao County. Kill you, and this Yimu Dragon Crystal will also be mine. Su Yuming pointed to the 3rd level stone tribe in the distance. The 3rd level stone heart on it is also mine. I have a 3rd level stone heart here. As long as you are willing to let Shishin go and let me reincarnate smoothly and live in the next life, I will help you destroy the Sea of Snakes. How about it? Give me the 3rd level stone heart first, and I also want all the treasures you have treasured for many years. Where do I get treasures? If you say that this place has grown for 10,000 years, it is nothing more than a quasi 5th level demon wasteland spirit gathering array, blood essence ore nourished by demon blood, and the netherworld snake spring under me. Su Yuming couldn't help but brighten up. Blood essence ore is a 3rd level ore. It is very likely to dig out a 10,000-year iron heart. In this way, the main material for refining his life treasure 9 Dragon Fire Qi umbrella will be available. As for this netherworld snake spring, it is another 3rd level spiritual spring with 2 heavy yin energy, so it is easier to refine curse water. Next, he can find a place to try to make talismans. You and I will make a Dao heart oath at the same time, and the agreement will be made. How about it? Teng Long was already in danger at this time. He didn't want to see his old friend die tragically, and he also wanted Shishin, a 3rd level stone clan, to protect him after his reincarnation. Well, since fellow Taoist Teng Long asked so, I will agree. Su Yuming smiled and took advantage of the other party. When he left this secret realm, even if Teng Long occupied this secret realm, what would it have to do with him? The next thing a Su family would manage was still the Yandang Mountains and Taoqiu secret realm in Tao County. That was the place where the core children of their clan would practice in the future. It was still far away from the 10,000 Snake Valley. When Teng Long came out of the mountain to practice in the next life, Su Yuming would have practiced to the golden core Yuanying. Boom! When the heavenly Dao oath was made, there must be thunder in response. Standing on the Sea of Snakes, the snake looked back at the purple thunder above the 9 heavens, with a somewhat nervous expression, perhaps because of the thunder of the 10,000 snakes' true lord, which made it feel fearful. Roar! It stood on the top of the mountain and roared. Endless snake demons rushed towards Teng Long frantically. This time, even if it had to leave the snake corpse for another 3,000 miles, it would kill the old ghost Teng Long. In order to advance, it had already spared no effort. The pure dragon energy emanating from Teng Long made it very uncomfortable, but it was also drooling. Why don't you take action? On the slope dozens of miles away, the tree face on the vine was a little angry. It had clearly handed a 3rd level stone heart to Su Yuming. Why didn't Su Yuming take action to deal with the snake together? What are you panicking about? Su Yuming was fiddling with the 3rd level fox corpse and making a puppet. He waved his hand to take out a bronze lamp, injected the split half of the devouring snake's soul into it, and began to extract its consciousness to refine it. The 3rd level stone heart will be used as the origin, and this 3rd level fox bone will also be put in. With a 3rd level puppet, the fox heart seal of the 3rd level fox bone will come in handy. Moreover, with a foxy body with 4 foxtails, it should be able to retain at least 1 or 2 innate magical powers. Bang! Shi Shan fell down. Although the 3rd level stone tribe was powerful, his body was almost comparable to Wang Yuiao, but he could not withstand the siege of the group of snakes. In front of him, there were piles of snake corpses and snake soup that was trampled into meat paste. The number of dead and injured snake monsters was at least 1 million, which was enough to prove the strength of the natural stone tribe. But all his tribesmen fell down. The 23 stone tribe creatures were all dismembered by the snake monsters, and even the stone hearts were swallowed by them. At this time, many petrified snake monsters had been born, and many of them were in the 2nd level Great Perfection realm. As long as he was eaten again, it would be a natural thing for these snake monsters to step into the 3rd level. Su Lang, I have seen clearly that on the 5-step snake side, there are 1-step snakes and sharp-nosed vipers. There is a second-level peak sharp-nosed viper, which is desperately besieging the third-level stone clan, trying to swallow it up. The two-step snake should be a silver ring snake clan. I found a second-level great perfection silver ring snake. As for the three-step snake, it is called the red-spotted elephant, also known as the three-lined snake. There is a group of them at the foot of our mountain. The strongest should be a second-level late three-lined snake. The four-step snake is a four-soul snake that attacks the soul. It has a tumor on its brain and its body is purple. Can you find it? Wang Yuiao pointed to the distance. The five-step snake is the most common. There are more than a dozen second-level Great Perfection Viper Kings. I estimate that they are the main race of the Snake Sea. This thing is highly poisonous, a second-level Great Perfection Snake Venom. Even if you and I are hit by it, our lives will be in danger. At least it is not difficult to just take their blood. I will let two puppets attack with you. As Su Yuming spoke, he began to look at the pythons in the sea of snakes. Squeak! The two puppets had already dragged the two small snakes into the ground with the help of magnetism to hunt them directly. They were just the second-level sharp-nosed pit viper and red-spotted elephant, and they were chopped into several pieces without any resistance. Then each of them took out a drop of their own snake blood and put it into the pill bottle. At the moment when Wang Yuiao was manipulating the earth dragon boat to load the four-soul snake, this guy actually escaped with his snake soul, and then let out a roar towards the sky. Not good. Exposed. The moment Su Yuming's eyes widened, Wang Yuiao had already stretched out her yellow heavenly snake jade hand, and at the same time grabbed a second-level early-stage pit viper king and a first-level great perfection silver ring snake, and flew back. It's you? The snake had already discovered Wang Yuiao, staring at her with his eyes, and along the line of defense where she was, thousands of snakes hissed, and at least 100,000 venomous snakes crawled towards this direction in one breath. Wang Yuiao was not good at large-scale attacking magic, so she could only throw 3 talismans forward. The terrifying Five Gods peacock fire exploded quickly, surging forward like a rolling fire dragon. The vanguard of 100,000 snake demons was engulfed in it at once. The snake demons in the back were filled with fear and instinctively began to retreat on the spot. Roar! In a rage, the snake flapped its wings violently, and a violent gale instantly tore through the sea of fire. It spread its wings and soared up suddenly, and saw two puppets, one black and one white, had already killed their way into the sea of snakes, beheading countless snakeheads along the way, and scarlet venom was flying everywhere. They traveled back and forth for dozens of miles, and no snake demon could stop them. Stoneheart puppet, you deserve to die. The snake sent out a wave of demon consciousness, urging the snake demons under his hands to split into two. Hundreds of millions of venomous snakes instantly split into 50 million snake demons and rushed towards Su Yuming. Swoosh! The earth dragon shuttle instantly hit the flying beast in the air, smashing it hundreds of feet away. The viper, who fell into the sea of snakes and crushed a large number of snake monsters to death, turned over and stood up, even more furious. Roar! Darkness! The dark curtain of doom once again enveloped the entire monster wasteland, causing the cultivators who were searching for magic jade slips in the water wasteland to look sideways. In that direction, could it be that the Wanli Snake Sea came out? There is actually a great terror in this Wunsch Valley. Isn't the residual soul of the nascent soul and the magic weapons enough? Roar! Another earth-shaking beast roar! The vine dragon that rose from the ground thousands of feet high showed its full body for the first time. Su Yuming made a move, which meant that the opportunity to kill Viper had come. He wanted to leave the Wanli Snake Sea. As long as these snake monsters were destroyed, the secret realm of Wunsch Valley would be his from now on. He wanted to create a perfect growth environment for his next life. Chapter 133, Boundless Sea of Vines and Snakes. Su Yuming is going to break his oath. 2 more monthly tickets requested. Gurgle gurgle. Almost instantly, the netherworld snake spring flowing 1,000 feet below the ground was about to be drained. The old ghost of the vine dragon, who had regrown 1,000,000 vines in one breath, directly burned his own essence and grew wildly to cover the sea of snakes in front of him. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. One after another, the snake monsters were pierced by the thorns on the vines, and were quickly covered by the vines while being twisted into candied haws. They were squeezed into a pile of snake soup by the vine net, and then their flesh and blood were quickly swept away. The vines that were hundreds of miles long were still growing rapidly. The vine dragon that dominated the monster wasteland showed its true ability this time. Roar! In the distance, the flying snake in the air was terrified. Are you going to die? Old Tenglong, you are burning your essence to destroy my sea of snakes. Boom boom, the vines that rose up continuously had already covered a radius of 10,000 miles. God knows how big a vine net the vine dragon that has lived for 10,000 years has constructed underground. At this time, the sea of snakes, which originally only had more than 6,000 miles left, was really trapped. The old vine dragon was ruthless and vowed to exterminate the entire sea of snakes. Roar, you are wishful thinking. The snake roared, and the darkness ended. The rolling black air all rushed to the ground, constantly creating withered vines from one direction, urging the group of snakes to break out. Bang, with a flash, Wang Yuiao had appeared in front of it. After knocking it away with a punch, he used the yellow sky snake jade hand to punch and kick it. The snake was smashed up in the sky for a while and couldn't get down. Its body was covered with scales that were shaken off and its head was broken and bleeding. Roar, it turned its head suddenly, and roared at Wang Yuiao with its sonic magic. At the moment when Wang Yuiao's face changed drastically, the Zhengjin divine light cast by Su Yuming had arrived. It hit the big mouth of the snake in just a moment, and passed through its forehead, leaving a blood flower. Bang, the snake slammed heavily on the sea of snakes. Su Yuming raised his hand to the sky, and the phantom of the Qianli Yandang Mountain had arrived. Now that the golden light Qi Rin horse cast the Zhengjin divine light, the earth dragon boat cast the Qianli Yandang Mountain, and the consumption of his spiritual power was undoubtedly very low. Roar, the snake raised its head and spit out a torrent. The black deathly air was wrapped in terrifying venom, and it actually broke through the phantom of Yandang Mountain directly. However, the phantom of Yandang Mountain that fell down with a bang still killed hundreds of thousands of snake monsters. Isn't his target me? The snake was startled. Looking back, there were only more than 4,000 miles of snake monsters around. What would happen if it continued like this? Whoosh, it spread its wings and flew towards the direction of the 10,000 years dragon saliva pond, driving the sea of snakes to attack in one direction. Swoosh, 8 flying swords chased the direction it was going, carrying the 8-phase sword formation. The yellow crane tower is 3,000 feet high. Cut, clang, the 3,000 feet of sword light fell, sweeping away the endless snake monsters in an instant. And cut off one of the wings of the snake again, causing it to fall heavily to the ground. Puff, it almost vomited blood with the old ghost Tenglong, but the huge body of Tenglong in the distance was laughing, shaking and laughing uncontrollably. Who, you youngster, dare to covet my demon wasteland? Since you dare to come here today, you must die here. The old ghost Tenglong snorted coldly. It's a pity that my time is coming, otherwise this only snake sea would be such a good tonic. If I kill you, after 10,000 years, this place can breed blood concentrate again. The largest piece must be yours. Roar, who also felt the life and death crisis like a thorn in the back. It roared and ordered all the snake monsters above the second level to leave the battlefield and kill towards the main body of Tenglong. Swish, 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 but halfway, the 20 or 35-step snakes that rushed to the front were pierced by the vines almost at the first sight, and became bacon hanging on the branches, which was completely vulnerable. If there were no third-level snake monsters, they would not be able to withstand Tenglong's attack. Roar, V was furious, pointing at Tenglong and roaring, Tenglong, you are still a member of my snake demon clan, but you actually colluded with human cultivators to deal with this Wanli Snake Sea. Are you worthy of the successive true lords of Wanch Valley? Before Wanch True Lord died, he wanted to protect you, and you are so ungrateful, you crossed the line, V, Tenglong sneered. He wanted to reincarnate and live again. If you let V lead Wanli Snake Sea to sweep the entire secret realm, wouldn't its reincarnated buds be eaten by it as snacks? There must not be any third-level snake demons in this secret realm to allow it to survive the weak period of rebirth. Friend Su, use all your strength. As Tenglong roared, the 8 directions divine/controlled by Su Yuming also arrived. 8 foundation-building top-grade spells, almost all of them hit V. The Golden Needle technique bathed the 100-foot-long body of the Viper in golden light, piercing it with thousands of holes and making it unable to dodge. The Great Forest technique instantly created vines covering 100 miles, entwining it tightly in place and making it unable to move. The Water Barrier Cloud Curtain technique rolled up, sweeping all the nearby snake demons that rushed up to rescue it 100 miles away. The Fire Dance 7 Dragon technique brought roaring fire dragons, which hit the Viper's body one after another. The parts that were pierced and blood were burned and began to ooze out deadly black blood. The Earth Walking Dragon technique, at the moment when the Viper was struggling, A rock dragon emerged from the ground and bit its neck fiercely, tearing its skin and flesh. A large piece of flesh was bitten off the viper's neck in an instant, and it was in so much pain that it almost cried. Hurricane cutting technique. The crisscrossing winds turned into green lines, but in an instant, dozens of scars crisscrossing 10 feet long appeared on the body of the snake, and the other wing was cut into several large pieces the moment it came into contact with the spell. Zuanshan Gangla E technique. That was the most terrifying blow for the snake. The thunder fell, and the head that was originally pierced was hit again, and the huge body of the snake fell directly to the ground. 9-hole sword ringing technique. A crisp sword sound accompanied by 8 flying swords all pierced into its 4 claws and body, nailing it to the ground. In the distance, Su Yuming, who had finished performing 8 foundation-building top-grade spells, fell to the ground as if he had been drained of energy. Only his lips were moving, and he was feeding chewable pills to his teeth and large mouthfuls to restore his spiritual power. Is he dead? Su Yuming saw Wang Yuiao flashing back and falling close to him, and barely recovered some physical strength and turned over and sat up. Boom boom. However, the ground began to shake in the next breath, and a stream of light quickly drilled from the ground. In a blink of an eye, it broke through the countless vines of Tenglong. It was within 100 feet, and it suddenly jumped up. It looked like a snake without 4 claws. It was golden. It raised its head and bit Tenglong's face tightly. The sharp fangs and venom flowing from the corners of its mouth made Su Yuming tremble with fear. How much hatred was this? If this move came towards him, what would he do to resist? Golden snake sheds its skin. Fight to the death. This snake can't survive. The vines that rolled out of this oil revealed Tenglong's increasingly old face. It originally had some vitality and green, but now it was pale and gray. Fellow Taoist Tenglong, have a good journey. Su Yuming smiled at him, and then witnessed the endless vines in the distance began to shrink rapidly. After killing a large number of snake monsters, the remaining hundreds of thousands of small shrimps were no longer taken seriously by it. It began to turn itself into a large tree ball, and while it was spinning rapidly, the snake biting its tree face was also squeezed and twisted into a vine. Bang! With a loud bang, the vine exploded, and the snake's body was like a broken vine, shattered into thousands of pieces, and the snake blood flew everywhere, filling the sky. Su Yuming, who had recovered 20% of his spiritual power, and Wang Yuiao landed lightly in the area where the vine dragon was. Wang Yuiao drove her hands, stretched them into a snake shape, and began to desperately dig the blood essence stone underground, trying to dig out the 10,000-year-old blood essence iron heart, which was the main material for Su Yuming to forge the golden elixir spirit treasure in the future. I don't know how long it took to dig, but finally found a basin-sized netherworld snake spring under 1,000 feet. Without saying anything, I took it away directly in a jade bottle. It was about 10,000 caddies. A drop of this spring water weighed 10 caddies. Under the nether snake spring, there is a young sprout only as long as a palm. From the half-palm long dragon whiskers, one can even see the appearance of the old vine dragon, destroying the overlord of the sea of snakes. Roar beside, the ground shook. Shishin stepped forward and was about to reach out to take away the young sprout of the reincarnation of the vine dragon, but was stopped by Wang Yuiao. Human race? Are you going to violate the oath of heaven? Shishin said in a muffled voice with a vigilant look. You are at the end of your strength, and fellow Taoist Tenglong only has this tender bud left. If I want to take action, no one can save you. However, this secret realm is too dangerous. Since fellow Taoist Tenglong wants to reincarnate, I will find a safe place for him. How about you come with me? Su Yuming pointed at Shishin. These stones on your body are all absorbed. Why don't you shrink them a little and come with fellow Taoist Tenglong? Several quasi-5th level formations outside have been destroyed. After the medicine wasteland is fully released, it is estimated that the Purple Mansion cultivators will be able to come in. By then, if you are abducted by the strong men of the Jinden sect or even the Yuanying sect, they will not be as easy to talk to as me. Roar Shishin roared. Although he was a little unwilling, he could only admit defeat. The stones on his body quickly fell off, leaving only a stone heart the size of a wash basin, wrapped in the tender buds on the ground, and flew towards Su Yuming's 3rd level fox bag. Su Yuming witnessed Shishan's cowardice, and looked down at the ground. Under the scarlet ground, a blood essence iron heart appeared. This was the treasure he was looking for. Shu Wang Yuiao picked it up and put it directly into Su Yuming's fox bag. She showed a tired smile. Su Lang, this time I succeeded. I brought back all the snake goblin blood and goblin souls. Your spirit snake 7 dances can at least practice to the 3rd dance. Shui Yulong was slightly startled. Good guy, you didn't forget to collect these during the fight just now. Moved, he dragged Wang Yuiao into the earth dragon boat and began to leave this place from the ground, escaping at full speed. Yao Hong, counting the days, it is indeed about to be born. The movement of the earth dragon boat is like a pile driver, drilling through the stone cave one by one. After the initial difficulty and reciprocating collision, 1,000 miles in an instant, from the demon wilderness in the morning to the great swamp in the evening. Chapter 134, The shortage of medicine is about to begin, the 7 treasures of the tyrant snake, 3 more monthly tickets requested. Diligence can make up for one's shortcomings, 3018, 5000, A Flash of Inspiration, 2518, 2000, Zhuanyang Dharma Body, 9/10, Many Children, More Blessings, not activated. It seems that as long as you practice with a 3rd level spiritual spring, it will be useful for charging the Zhuanyang Dharma Body. Moreover, after obtaining the pure Zen, Shui Yulong's prowess has been greatly displayed. Looking at Wang Yuiao, who has already started to sit cross-legged at the head of the boat to build the foundation, he is in a good mood. Just as Shui Yulong was approaching the medicine wasteland quickly, more than 100,000 cultivators had gathered around the medicine wasteland, and fighting was going on everywhere. The demons in the Blackstone ancient domain saw that the human race had divided up a lot of the secret manuals of the 10,000 Snake Valley, which made them extremely jealous. With the support of the Blackstone Holy Mountain, more than 100,000 second-level demons launched a counterattack. But at this time, the forces that have established a foothold in the medicine wasteland are all big forces. The 5 Beast sect, which dominated the south and west, had the help of many Purple Mansion forces and foundation-building families in the 13 states of the mountain and sea region, and gathered at least 30,000 human foundation-building people, firmly occupying a place. The Hanhei Sword sect was based in the northwest, and the Wuxiang Sword sect was based in the east. As for the north, it was now completely occupied by the mighty Demon Clan, and the 2 sects that came late were still under fierce attack by the Demon Clan. Fortunately, the Blackstone ancient domain was not without human cultivators. The thousands of human foundation-building casual cultivators who suddenly came out also divided up a place. When the 3 major sects and the Demon Clan divided up the benefits, the small forces that followed suit also got a piece of meat. For example, the Shuzhou Snakeman Valley, which was standing in the casual cultivator queue at this time, was a Purple Mansion force of equal fame with the Hunter Valley. The Snakeman Valley's Ying Xianlian was a Purple Mansion Great Perfection cultivator, and was only 1 step away from stepping into the Golden Elixir Avenue. At this time, the 3 heroes of the Ying family standing in front, Ying Gandang, Ying Yiling, and Ying Hu, were all well-known strong men on the ground of the mountain and sea region. The reason why they didn't make it to the foundation building list is because they made too few moves. Moreover, they are figures of the previous generation. They all had a place in the top 10 of the foundation building list of the previous session. Did you see it? The 7 third-level killing formations in the middle are all protecting a rare snake treasure. Ying Gandan pointed at the opposite side, 2 emerald green leaves, a dancing 10 snake with wings spread, and rhizomes of 9 grades. This 9-grade Tang snake grass that is about to mature is at least 18,000 years old, because the rhizomes of this Tang snake grass take 2,000 years to grow to the 1st grade. If we can take it down, it is very likely that the Snake King of our Snake Valley will awaken the bloodline of the ancient demon Saint Tang Snake, and this is only the youngest one. Ying Yiling's breathing was a little rapid. She was already a woman in her 70s. But her face still looked like she was in her 30s, and her figure was also plump. In the formation next to it, there is a field of 7-leafed and 1-branched flowers, but it is the real king of flowers, and it is 20,000 years old. If Father swallows this thing, his soul power will skyrocket, and his spiritual consciousness will definitely be able to step into the 4th level. It can at least increase his chances of becoming a golden elixir by 20%. This is a real golden elixir opportunity. The 7-leafed and 1-branched flower is a Chonglao, a rare treasure that can be reincarnated. It's a pity that if it hadn't grown in the 10,000 Snake Valley, if it had grown somewhere else and was not contaminated by snake venom, it could at least increase the chances of becoming a golden elixir by 40%. What is that? Ying Hu pointed to the branches and leaves in the distance, where there were densely packed purple and green patterns intertwined, and even on 3 leaves, there were snake pupils with green patterns. Green snake 3-flower grass. This is the key to unlocking the 3-flower snake pupil of half-snake true lord of the 10,000 Snake Valley. This is a natural and acquired magical power that can see through the world's restrictions, formation flaws, spell flaws, and even the trajectory of spiritual power flowing in the enemy's body. It is at least 19,000 years old. It should be a companion to the green snake 3-flower grass that half-snake true lord devoured that year. It's a pity that until the destruction of the 10,000 Snake Valley, he was unable to train a second successor to devour this medicinal king and become a Yuanying true lord like him. Snake Peacock, that should be the oldest medicine king in this secret realm, 39,800 years old. It is said that in the past, True Lord Zhuan Snake drove a 5th Order Guardian Giant Python to fight with a 5th Order Golden-Edged Peacock. Both died and perished together. The snake-shaped grass was watered with the blood of his own life force. Just like amber, it is an accidentally born spiritual root of heaven and earth. After swallowing it, there is a high probability that one will awaken the innate magical powers of these 2 5th-order demon kings. The picture of the 1,000-foot snake and the peacock intertwined. All the cultivators had only 2 words in their eyes. Shocking. They had seen so many 10,000-year-old spiritual medicines in the secret realm, but the largest one was still the snake peacock. Hydrangea diffusa, also known as Erythema confusa, can detoxify 4th-grade snake venom in 100 years, cultivate a body immune to all poisons in 1,000 years, and forge an all-poison spirit body in 10,000 years. This one is almost 22,000 years old. If I take it back and cultivate a disciple with an all-poison body, the disciple can devour all poisons in the world for cultivation alone, which will make everyone fight for it. Looking at the 10-foot-long grass cluster that was harmless to humans and animals and blooming with white flowers, greed emerged in Ying Hu's eyes. He was the youngest of the 3 heroes of the Ying family and had just had an only son a few years ago. The son's talent was too low, and he was just a low-grade 4 spiritual roots. If he could get this hydrangea diffusa, his son would become the leader of the new generation of Snake Valley and even have hope of becoming a golden elixir. That 18,000-year-old snackaberry should be the target of many people. There are too many snackaberries planted in the Onely Snackaberry garden. 100-year-old snackaberry is equivalent to 10 years of Qi refining, 1,000-year-old snackaberry is equivalent to 10 years of foundation building, and a 10,000-year-old snackaberry is enough to increase the spiritual power of a purple mansion cultivator by 10 years. There are as many as 28 10,000-year-old snackaberries here alone. I dare say that after the medicine wasteland is opened, there will be many more 3rd-level creatures in this secret realm. Yandang looked directly at the red fruit with a burning look in his eyes. He cut off his cultivation to enter the valley. At this moment, his cultivation level can be restored by swallowing 1 fruit. If he can grab 10 fruits, he is confident that he will break through to the middle stage of the Purple Mansion. By then, who can be his opponent in the secret realm of the 10,000 Snake Valley? The last one. That was also an important target for the Snake Man Valley, because it was a lifelike coxcomb snake, 1,000 feet long. It was the coxcomb snake king that exploded and fell when the 3rd-generation ancestor of the 10,000 Snake Valley, the Snake Control Master, encountered a strong enemy in the early years. It was a coxcomb snake at the peak of the 4th level. In the end, the Snake Control Master could not bear it, and after 3 years of hard fighting, he sat in meditation. Before his death, he dispersed his magic power to save its body, and used a 10,000-year-old 7-leaf and 1-branch flower to save its snake soul, and even reshaped its body with rare treasures from heaven and earth. Just to let it absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth in this medicine wasteland, bathe in the essence of the sun and the moon, and see the light of day again after tens of thousands of years. If we get it, my Snake Man Valley can become a golden elixir sect. Ying Hu tightly grasped a snake-shaped talisman in his palm. This was a treasure he got from a section of the magic cave, and it was a magic weapon to control this coxcomb snake. The soil in this medicinal wasteland has red soil on the outermost layer, which is a top-grade spiritual field. Near the inner circle, the direction of those 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines is all black soil. Even the location of the 7 treasures of the tyrant snake is already purple soil. Oh my god, this medicinal wasteland, even if all the spiritual soil underneath is stored back to a few dozen acres, the trip will be worthwhile, but there are as many as 1 million acres of medicinal fields here. Swish Wang Yuiao and Suyuming, each with a snakeskin drum on their waists, arrived at the Snake Man Valley team. This time, The Snake Man Valley sent out more than 30 foundation-building cultivators in one breath, all following closely behind the 3 heroes of the Ying family in front, obviously making full plans. Husband, after listening to the 7 treasures of the Tyrant Snake, what do you think we should grab first? Your cultivation has just established a foundation, and mine is in the late stage of foundation establishment, only one step away from the peak of foundation establishment. If we can get the 10,000-year-old snackaberry, it will be of great benefit to both of us. However, there are too many cultivators competing for it. Those cultivators who are unable to compete for the treasure will set their sights on those 1,000-year-old elixirs and 1,000-year-old snackaberries. There are many old monsters in the 5 Beast sect. Those who want to live again and prolong their lives will inevitably set their sights on the 7-leaf flower. The main target of the Snake Valley and the Demon Clan should be this coxcomb grass. The white flower snake tongue grass can cultivate the golden elixir seedlings of the 10,000 poison body. The vast Sea Sword sect and the Wuxiang Sword sect will never let it go easily. The green snake 3-flower grass can cultivate the innate magical powers of the nascent soul. After all, the half-snake true lord has proved how powerful it is. I estimate that it will be fought over. The 9th grade Tang snake grass is beneficial to your practice of 10,000 snake fluid. If you can awaken the ancient Tang snake bloodline, your body will be able to exert hundreds of thousands of pounds of force with your bare hands. When you enter the 3rd level, who can defeat you? The 2 innate magical powers of the snake peacock also make me jealous. Although I have several methods to deal with purple mansion cultivators, who would complain about having too many innate magical powers? After saying that, Su Yuming flipped his hand and gave half of the 80 broken seal talismans to Wang Yuiao. These were refined on the way, and there were more than 300 other bone talismans. This was their trump card for survival in the chaos. And the 3rd level body of the fox charm has also been successfully refined. The devouring snake soul and the viper's residual soul have been well integrated, and it can also flexibly control the 3rd level stone heart. Su Yuming's spiritual consciousness inadvertently swept over a group of acquaintances thousands of miles away. Chu Hongxiu, Gu Ho, Liu Heng, and even other cultivators from the 5 sects of Tao County. When the war started, there were only dozens of people in Tao County who had built their foundation. Now there are still 60 or 70 people. Did the 5 major purple mansion sects send out all their talents? He even saw 3 cultivators from the previous generation among them. Looking at their old and frail appearance, their blood and ki began to decline. I am afraid that the deadline for building their foundation is not far away. Do they still want to fight before they die? Here it comes, with a loud shout from the front. From deep underground, a majestic spiritual energy, almost as dense as the spiritual mist when the foundation-building cultivators broke through, surged towards the cultivators. Su Yuming couldn't help but be surprised. Is this the spiritual energy feeding back? Is the underground gathering spirit formation ripening these spiritual medicines? Or, do they want the creatures present to break through several purple mansion cultivators so that the next fight will be more tragic? Why does he feel like there is some conspiracy? Chongqing is so hot. My mother was 41 degrees last night. I am so worried that I will fall down too. Chapter 135, The Zone is Divided, the era of Secret Realm Purple Mansion is coming, 1 more subscription required. Boom, just as Su Yuming and Wang Yuiao were sitting cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb this spiritual energy tide, a purple light shot up into the sky, accompanied by a spiritual energy vortex spreading from the crowd of the 5 Beast sect. And countless cultivators were suddenly in an uproar. Congratulations to Uncle Gukin for turning the purple energy into a palace and becoming immortal. Gukin, a half-step purple palace cultivator who had already reached the age limit, actually took advantage of the spiritual energy tide to step into the purple palace realm. Someone has become a purple palace? The panicked and helpless cultivators began to get restless. This was too much? They were not strong enough to face the cultivators of the big sects. Now the 5 Beast sect was the first to have a purple palace cultivator. Would they have to clear the field next? Ho ha ho ha. Brother Gu is from the beast bone lineage of the 5 Beast sect, right? I am Luo Xianxin, long time no see. On the side of the vast Sea Sword sect, like a group of stars holding the moon, an old Taoist with a broadsword on his back also stepped out, exuding a breath, and it was also a purple palace. Old Ghost from the Hanhei sect, what's the big deal about you sneaking in with this sword talisman? On the side of the Wuxiang sword sect, Ningjiang, who has a sharp sword, slowly stood up, and his aura had already entered the purple mansion realm. Golden Elixir Initiation? You Wuxiang Sword Sect are shameless. Why are you making fun of me? Logically speaking, young people like Ning Jiang can't touch the threshold of the Purple Mansion. At this time, he can break through because of the foundation of the sect. Luo Shi Ansenren revealed the mystery. If you force things to happen like this, you will destroy the foundation. I'm afraid your Wuxiang Sword Sect will decline. Why? Fellow Taoist Luo Tian wants to compete with me first. Luo Shi Ansenren didn't say anything else. With a valuable treasure in front of him, if he started fighting before grabbing the treasure, it would only make others laugh at him and take advantage of him. HMPH, human cultivators, you are a bunch of people who hide their heads and show their tails. There are some of you who have caught your own sword and come here to recover, right? Why don't you all stand out and take a look? A 10-foot-tall golden monkey appeared in the field, holding a mixed iron stick. The aura it exuded was surprisingly third level. There are only 7 copies of the 7 treasures of the tyrant snake in front of us. It is not good to let these casual cultivators come here to cause trouble. How about letting those forces without third-level cultivators leave? The wolf monster was still so experienced. There were only 2 of the third-level monsters in the Rotten Peach Mountain, except for the old willow tree who didn't come. At this time, they stood in front of the monsters, with murderous and murderous eyes flashing. The Snake Man Valley, represent the casual cultivators of the mountain and sea region. Why don't you all follow me to divide one of them? Yandang stood up. The spiritual energy tide just now made up for his self-cut sword. At this time, he has recovered to the initial stage of the Purple Mansion. He is also qualified to stand in front of this group of big sects and feel proud. At one time, the Purple Mansion forces and the cultivators of the foundation building families who had originally followed the Five Beast sect all joined the Snake Man Valley. We are willing to follow the snake-driving Sanren. Thank you Sanren for speaking for the Sanren. May Sanren live as long as the heavens. Yingandang's previous title was the snake-driving ancestor, and now he is naturally the snake-driving Sanren. Fellow Daoists, in my opinion, we might as well join forces to drive out the monsters. These monster cultivators are just like cows chewing on peony flowers and seizing the spiritual medicine here, which is a waste of natural resources. Moreover, they are only 2 third-level great monsters. What qualifications do they have to share these 10,000-year-old medicine kings with our human race? Yingandang's second sentence also caused a round of applause. Splash! A snakehead suddenly popped out from the 100-mile pond that was used to irrigate the medicinal wasteland, and then another one popped out. The 2 snakeheads as big as millstones stared at Yingandang. Shi Wenjin of Wubu, I want to ask Brother Ying, do you want to die? You look down on the monsters in my Blackstone ancient domain so much? Does the Ying family of the Snake Valley want to be wiped out? That's absolutely right. Under the splash of water, a 100-foot fathead fish turned into a fat man with a round body and walked towards the group of monsters step by step. I am Pang Donglei from Kaianhu Island. You have 4 purple palaces in the human race, and I have 4 third-level monsters in the demon race. Is this enough to divide up this medicine garden? Guken Sanren of the Five Beast sect stepped forward with a smile. If that's the case, then we will use our own means. These 7 treasures of the tyrant snake are all protected by a third-level formation. We can't take them down without means to break the formation. After saying that, he directly flipped his hand and took out a bone, which was slender and had a big and round head, like a Buddhist pestle-shaped magic weapon. This is the Bone King Breaking Formation Pestle? The Five Beast sect's famous golden elixir spiritual treasure, such a 4th-level thing, is actually used to break the formation and take medicine. Fellow Taoist Guken, your Five Beast sect is really well prepared. Ning Jiang of the Wuxiang Sword sect and Luo Shi Ansenren of the Hanhei Sword sect not far away looked at each other. The meaning of their eyes was very clear. They had to join forces again. Otherwise, Guken, holding the Bone King Breaking Formation Pestle, could take away all the 7 treasures of the tyrant snake. That's fine. Then my Ying family will open this snackaberry garden for the scattered cultivators in the world. Not far away, Yingandang also wanted to get a share of the pie. He used the name of righteousness to assign thousands of scattered cultivators in the Blackstone ancient domain, and more than 40,000 scattered cultivators following the mountain and sea domain, and the sword domain to his own side. Now he is also preparing to attack the snackaberry garden. In this way, everyone can share the benefits and let these scattered cultivators contribute. It can be said that people's hearts are used to the extreme. Fellow Taoist Ying wants to open the snackaberry garden. Do you have a way to break the formation? holding the Bone King breaking formation pestle in his hand. Gukun Sanran was full of confidence. He couldn't help but look at the opposite side with some expectations. As long as these scattered cultivators dared to ask for help, his 5-beast sect could at least get 60% of the snackerberries. The snackerberry garden is covered by the 10,000 snakes vitality array, which is a 3rd-level top-grade array. My Snake Man Valley also has a 5 poison miasma array, which can break this array. After saying this, Yandang directly ordered the 35 foundation building monks behind him to quickly pour out the 5 poisons in the magic tool backpack. Seeing the 30-foot-long centipede, the 100-foot-long snake spitting out its snake tongue, the house-sized scorpion with its tail raised, the 2nd-level Great Perfection Gecko monster lying at Yandang's feet, and the last 3rd-level toad monster with pus all over its body, the foundation of this Snake Man Valley is really not bad. The dense group of monsters instantly surrounded the 10,000 miles snackerberry garden. After counting carefully, there were no less than 100,000 of them. God knows how these backpacks in the Snake Man Valley can hold so many. No one noticed that 2 small snakes, one black and one white, were swimming towards the edge of the array. The formation is up. 35 foundation building monks waved a demon summoning banner and drove the 5 poison army to launch a miasma attack. The power of the 3rd-level formation was like a surging tsunami, impacting the formation halo of the snackerberry garden. In a blink of an eye, the formation was already a little shaky, and even the 5 poison miasma had begun to spread into the formation area. After the poisonous fog poured in, large areas of snackerberry grass were corroded. The formation is going to break. For a moment, tens of thousands of casual cultivators all approached this place. The several major forces watching from afar understood each other tacitly and also approached the snackerberry garden. Just kidding, a 10,000-year-old snackerberry can increase the cultivation of a purple mansion cultivator by 10 years, why don't they fight? The most important thing is that after they found that other forces had purple mansion cultivators, they also wanted to increase their own strength. A 10,000-year-old snackerberry can create a purple mansion cultivator. Whoever can get more will have the right to speak in the next battle for the 7 treasures of the tyrant snake. Second sister, third brother, use the snake swallowing technique later to take at least 4 of them. You and the 2 elders, enter the purple mansion realm as soon as possible, and don't forget Dad's layout. Yes, Yandang's eyes never looked in the direction of the desired spiritual medicine from beginning to end, but the Ying family came to the secret realm not only for the purple mansion opportunity, but also for the golden core opportunity. The 5-beast sect has controlled the mountain and sea areas for a long time. Now the world has changed suddenly. In the future, it will not only be the purple mansion that can control the situation of the cultivation world in a state. Golden core true immortals will emerge one after another like bamboo shoots after rain. Whoever can seize the opportunity first can share the biggest cake. 7 leaves and 1 branch of flowers is the key to let his father enter the golden core. Little did he know that at the moment when the formation was about to collapse, 2 broken void talismans had opened 2 formation barriers that were 10 feet long, and 2 small snakes, one black and one white, had already drilled in. Swoosh, 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 a strong wind was lifted, and the earth dragon boat moved under the formation. In just a few breaths, it loaded a whole boat with snackerberries. Oh no, there are thieves hiding among the 5 poisons and stealing fruits. How could this scene be hidden from the purple mansion cultivators? After shouting, Yandang took the lead and flew into the formation. Not far away, the Bone King's formation breaking pestle rose 100 feet high in the wind and suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! At the same time as the formation was shattered in an instant, Gukun had already flown towards the 18,000-year-old snackerberry mother tree with a big hand. Brother Ying, don't worry, I'll help you capture the evil thief. That's right. You dare to show off your skills in front of purple mansion cultivators like us? It's too much. Ning Jiang in the distance also flew over, stepping on a sword rainbow and holding a top-grade spiritual weapon flying sword in his hand, obviously wanting to take advantage. I have a method called Lu Ocean Sword Net, which can capture evil thieves. Brother Ying, I will help you. Lu Ocean casual cultivators also came with sword rainbows under their feet. In the distance, a large number of demon cultivators flew over on black clouds, obviously wanting to get involved. Deep underground, the earth dragon boat that was flying towards the 18,000-year-old land took the 28 snackerberries in just a moment and then moved at once, flying directly 100 miles away, making the sword lights around it miss. Sure, another move, and it appeared again 100 miles away. Thieves, don't run away. Yandang's face was gloomy. Seeing that his monks had each snatched more than a dozen thousand-year-old snackaberries, it could not extinguish the anger in his heart. These Purple Mansion monks came to share a piece of the pie, but where did the little thief come from to steal the results of his array-breaking array? Second sister, stop him. Seeing that the underground spiritual weapon was about to slip away again, he shouted at Ying Yiling, who was at the half-step Purple Mansion realm. A third-level spiritual consciousness instantly exploded above the Earth Dragon boat, and a 100-foot-long snake wanted to swallow the entire Earth Dragon boat in one gulp. Shui Yulong didn't even raise his head, and an eagle cry sounded beside him. Golden Eagle Breaking Illusion Technique. Wang Yuiao, whose spiritual consciousness had long entered the realm of foundation building, did not dodge or evade, and directly used the third-level spiritual consciousness secret technique. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Playing with Zifu and Withdrawing. Yuiao's physical body enters the third level, 2 more subscriptions required. Cry. After the eagle's cry, the golden eagle knocked the 100-foot-long snake away, and its sharp claws stepped on the snake's body tightly. After pecking at its pupil, it quickly stabbed its beak into the python 7 inches. The 100-foot-long snake, which manifested its spiritual consciousness, quickly began to dissipate like a deflated balloon. How is this possible? Ying Yiling's face on the ground turned pale instantly. How could the opponent block the attack of the third-level spiritual consciousness secret technique? The opponent is definitely not a Purple Mansion cultivator. Yes, she felt that the opponent's spiritual consciousness realm was at most around the second-level great perfection, and there was still a gap from her. Why could he defeat her with this Golden Eagle secret technique? Little did she know that Wang Yuiao had the celestial visualization slate of the Golden Eagle breaking delusion technique in her pocket, and she didn't even give it to Shui Yulong, her bedmate. This is a good thing that can increase her spiritual consciousness by 30%. The spiritual consciousness of the foundation building great perfection is not much different from the third level. With a blessing of the celestial slate, it can naturally barely resist. But Wang Yuiao was not feeling well at the moment. Fortunately, Shui Yulong handed over a bottle of pills to restore spiritual consciousness, and took out a 7-leaf flower and handed it over. Yuiao, this time you should find a place to retreat and break through the third level of your physical body first. There are too many third-level cultivators here. If your physical body cannot break through, even if you and I rob the treasure later, we can't take it away, okay? Wang Yuiao did not refuse. This 700-year-old 7-leaf flower was enough to make her soul power take another step forward and enter the third level. Counting the tempering of her physical body by the Yimu Dragon Crystal, there was almost no obstacle for her to enter the third level of her physical body. Shua in an instant, thousands of miles away, even the spiritual consciousness of the Purple Mansion cultivators could capture it. Feeling the collision of the previous attack, several Purple Mansion cultivators also stopped, but ordered their second-level Great Perfection cultivators to chase and kill, and they had to stay where they were. The 1,000-year-old snake berry that can allow one's monks to break through to the Purple Mansion realm after swallowing it is indeed a good thing, but in front of them are the other 6 treasures of the 7 treasures of the tyrant snake. Who can be willing to throw away these opportunities? Brother, the opponent's escape speed is too fast. The speed of Earth escape is 10 miles per breath, and he has escaped 1,000 miles away after multiple consecutive moves. Unless we use our magic power, we may be able to catch up. Looking at Ying Hu's ugly face, Yandang's face turned pale and blue. Never mind, my Ying family has caught a lot of 1,000-year-old snackaberries this time. Those independent cultivators should also owe us a favor. Let's wait and see what happens. Yes, everyone. In the distance, Gu Kun of the 5 Beast sect stood up again. This time there is a thief who secretly stole these 28 10,000-year-old snackerberries. Suddenly, there are fewer tens of thousands of fellow practitioners to hunt down them. Although this secret realm is large, it is also limited. I have already sent a message to the sect to intercept and search at the entrance of the secret realm. As long as the thief carrying a large number of 10,000-year-old snackaberries is found, he will be captured in one fell swoop. Brother Gu has a good idea. The same is true for my Wuxiang sword sect. The same is true for my Hanhei Sword sect. The third-level golden monkey snorted coldly. He is trying to take advantage of the chaos. If he falls into the hands of my demon clan, I will definitely tear out his tendons and bones and eat him among the demons. If you fellow Daoists have no other means, then I will hold a Bone King breaking array pestle and start to break the array. Please spare me and don't be an enemy of my five-beast sect. Seeing that no one else was going to break the array, Gu-kun chose the third-level clay gold ceiling array where the green snake 3-flower grass was located. Well, all the forces present can choose a formation to break the formation, and our Hanhei Sword sect will choose this white flower snake tongue grass, in front of the 10,000 snakes devouring heart array. Where the white flower snake tongue grass was located, there was also the figure of Luotian Sanrun. HMPH, Ningjiang, holding a 3-foot-long sword, landed in front of the 5 elements formation where the 7-leaf 1-branch flower was located. Then this 7-leaf 1-branch flower belongs to our Wuxiang sword sect. How about my demon clan taking all the remaining 9 rank 10 snake grass, snake peacock, and coxcomb grass? The 4 third-level great demons of the demon clan took a step forward without waiting for Yandang to speak. They didn't have enough to share these 3 spiritual medicines, but in the current situation, they should first divide the general benefits and then grab other benefits of the human race. Big brother, seeing that Yinghu was about to go forward and get angry, Yandang stretched out his hand to stop him. It was okay for the 5-beast sect to have the Bone King breaking formation pestle, but he didn't believe that the other major forces could break the third-level formation in front of them. Boom! With a loud noise, the golden elixir spiritual treasure Bone King breaking formation pestle easily broke the formation center of the clay gold ceiling formation and took the 19,000-year-old green snake 3-flower grass in his hand. And Gu-kun Sanrin turned around and handed it to a female cultivator behind him. Guyu, take this green snake 3-flower grass immediately. I will refine it for you as a guardian, Uncle Master. This is against the rules. Yes, Uncle Master, this item is too valuable. It should be handed over to the sect before being dealt with. For a moment, the eyes of the cultivators from various sects following him widened. This is the king of medicine that has been around for 19,000 years. It is not appropriate to give it to your granddaughter like this. Gu-kun looked around coldly. Why? This golden elixir spiritual treasure was taken out by my beastbone lineage, and this item was snatched back by me. What's wrong with giving it to my granddaughter? My granddaughter has a mutated bone spiritual root, born with ice-like skin and jade-like bones. Her cultivation speed is not inferior to that of the earth spiritual root. This is the talent for the golden elixir. Can you find anyone better than her among you? This, Crack-seeing Guyu, who has a second-level great perfection, chewing the green snake 3-flower grass in big mouthfuls, the appearance of swallowing it whole made a group of disciples of the 5-beast sect feel uncomfortable. Before entering the secret realm, Guyu couldn't even enter the top 100 of the 5-beast sect's true disciples. At that time, he was still at the peak of the second level. It was only after he got a few 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs in the medicine wasteland that he was able to advance smoothly. Now he has obtained the green snake 3-flower grass. Even if he doesn't break through the purple mansion realm at this time, after the birth of the 3-flower snake pupil, a pupil technique, he will definitely become the 5-beast sect's golden elixir seed, and his status will skyrocket. Boom! Not far away, the 3,600 disciples of the Wuxiang sword sect, relying on 3,600 top-grade spiritual weapons, the Wuxiang flying swords, cooperated with 36 true disciples holding low-grade spiritual weapons, and launched the third-level top-grade Wuxiang sword formation. They used formations to break formations and continuously attack for 100 times, but they couldn't shake the 5 elements formation that protected the 7-leaf 1-flower. And the dozen true disciples of the Hanhei sword sect have taken the initiative to walk into the 10,000 snakes devouring heart formation. This formation has no protective barriers, so they can only walk in and rely on powerful spiritual consciousness and soul power to break the formation, but the two sides are still in a stalemate. My fellow Taoists, if you need help from my 5-beast sect, you can take the treasures in this formation as agreed, but the rest of the spiritual medicine in the formation must belong to my 5-beast sect. How about that? Gu-kun looked at Luotian Sanren and Ningjiang with a smile, waiting for them to ask for help. Not far away, the 4 third-level strong men of the demon clan were attacking 3 formations. The third-level middle-grade 9 Dragon's Divine Fire formation that guarded the 9th-grade Tang Snakegrass was sieged by the 2 great water monsters, the fathead fish and the 2-headed snake, and it did not move at all. The outside of the medicine garden where the snake peacock grew was intertwined with yin and yang. The wolf monster had been lying on this third-level upper-grade yin and yang inversion formation for a long time, but it did not absorb all the yin and yang. Instead, it was exhausted and panting. The quasi-4th-level soul-locking heavenly secret formation around the coxcomb grass had already made the golden monkey demon somewhat desperate. His mixed iron stick was at least an unrefined top-grade spiritual weapon, and the ore on it was more than 5,000 years old. He had hit it hundreds of times in a row, and even his innate magical powers were used, but he couldn't shake it at all. Yandang in the distance was somewhat tempted, but he still needed to wait for Gukun Sanren from the 5-beast sect to make a move. He held the Bone King Breaking Array pestle in his hand. Since he could bring this golden elixir spiritual treasure out, it was to break the great formation of the medicine wasteland many times. At this time, for the sake of his granddaughter, he secretly withheld the newly obtained green snake 3-flower grass. If he couldn't take other 10,000-year-old medicine kings back, he was afraid that he would be blamed by the sect. It would be great if there was another casual cultivator to help. He looked around. How could the foundation of the Snake Man Valley dare to compete with the 5-beast sect, not to mention that they had golden elixir spiritual treasures in their hands? 8,000 miles away, the earth dragon boat that passed through the ground was forced to be unearthed. Buzz, a yellow bead was hid into the ground by Chen's Hideo, and an earthquake shock wave hit him. Su Yuming, who was on the earth dragon boat, used his spiritual power to resist, but he didn't expect that the ground around him had been sealed by this earth bead, and he couldn't continue to dig holes. Sure, in desperation, he could only soar into the sky, but in this way, he was blocked. Tens of thousands of cultivators from the 13 states of the mountain and sea region, the sword region, and the Blackstone ancient region all chased him close, and at least hundreds of them immediately attacked him. Buzz, a terrifying evil spirit suddenly erupted from the earth dragon boat, and all the spells within 10 miles of the earth dragon boat were blown away by this majestic evil spirit. Wang Yuiao stepped on the peachwood flying boat and soared into the air. Her phoenix eyes looked around. You are afraid of those purple mansion masters in front of you, but you are not afraid of me. Third-level physical cultivator, Chen's Hideo, who had attacked earlier, turned pale, but he quickly regained his composure. Don't be afraid of her. We have tens of thousands of independent cultivators here. Even if each of them casts a top-grade spell, she can be exhausted to death. Shu. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Yuiao appeared in front of him and punched him. A layer of precious light immediately appeared on Chen's Hideo's body. It was the top-grade spiritual weapon, the colorful smoke vine cover. Buzz, but in the next breath, his spiritual consciousness was severely damaged. The Golden Eagle delusion breaking technique was used. While the spiritual weapon was unstable, Wang Yuiao's second attack had already landed. Yellow Sky Snake Jade Hand. Before Chen's Hideo could attack, the white cloud sword worn on his waist had been smashed by a palm. The earth bead that he dropped on the ground also lost the control of his spiritual consciousness and was taken in Su Yuming's hand by escaping into the ground. This is the Heaven and Earth 5 Elements bead, which is also on the inherited spiritual weapon list. Although there is only one of them, with this thing, the speed of the Earth Dragon boat can be doubled. From now on, who among the Purple Mansion cultivators in the world can surpass him in terms of escape speed? Also, the little fox in the colorful smoke cover seems a little familiar. Chapter 137. From today on, I will be the eternal thief. 3 more, please subscribe. The ancestor of the Chen family in Bayun Mountain died in just 2 attacks, the inherited spiritual weapon Bayun Sword, the top-grade spiritual weapon 5-colored smoke and vine cover, and the earth element bead, one of the 5 elements beads, can't withstand the attack of a third-level cultivator, with a third-level physical body and a body movement that is almost like teleportation. Appearing within 100 feet of her is almost like committing suicide. Chen's Hideo was killed in an instant, without any ability to fight back, which immediately frightened many nearby cultivators. Her spiritual power has not yet broken through the 3rd level, and her spiritual awareness is not enough for the 3rd level. Don't be afraid of her, attack together, use your trump card, and kill her. The most clamorous ancestor of the Earth Fire weapon sect threw out 7 high-speed rotating golden wheel blades, all of which were mid-grade spiritual weapons. Seeing the wheel blades flying closer and closer, Wang Yuiao actually stood there without dodging, allowing the wheel blades to approach her. When the 7 wheel blades were about to cut her into pieces of meat, she suddenly turned her eyes back. Screech, Level 3 Spiritual Consciousness, Golden Eagle Breaking Illusion Technique. The ancestor of the Earth Fire Weapon sect, who was 20 miles away, instantly bled from all 7 orifices, and even his soul was directly shattered. The moment he fell from the sky, the 7 wheel blades successfully cut through Wang Yuiao's protective robe, but only left a light white mark on the top of the head, arms, and thighs, and even the skin was not scratched, so she grabbed it easily. I have just entered the Purple Mansion realm, and there are cultivators rushing to give me treasures. It is really a cause for celebration. I am alone, and I am a casual cultivator like you. If you still think that I can be bullied, just go ahead and die. The nearby foundation building cultivators who took action hesitated. What the hell is this? The power of 7 mid-grade spiritual weapons is almost comparable to that of high-grade spiritual weapons, but they couldn't even scratch her body. This made them realize that this guy is a level 3 physical body. Unless he has a heritage spiritual weapon or a golden elixir spiritual treasure, what can they use to break Wang Yuiao's physical defense? Stop talking nonsense, kill her. They have 28,000-year-old snackaberries on them. If we get one, we can open up the Purple Palace and become the ancestors of a region. Go. But Wang Yuiao still underestimated the determination of these cultivators to fight for wealth and cultivation. The magic spells in the sky directly engulfed Shui Yulong and the others. Shui, under the blessing of the Earth Bead, the Earth Dragon Boat escaped 20 miles in one breath, and avoided the magic spells in a few breaths. Wang Yuiao turned around and used the yellow sky snake jade hand to kill more than 30 late-stage foundation building cultivators in succession. After she entered the 3rd level of her physical body, killing foundation building cultivators was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Another pressure from the 3rd level spiritual consciousness descended. Among those chasing casual cultivators, there were also cultivators who were half-step into the Purple Palace. The moment Wang Yuiao withdrew, he was also attacked by the sword formation. The attack power was not weaker than that of the best spiritual weapon. Such an attack was enough to hurt him. Su Lang, I will hold them back, and you can use the Earth Dragon Boat to go far away. Don't worry, I will blend in with the demon cultivators and take the opportunity to escape. We have gained a lot in this battle. After refining the 8,000-year-old snackaberries here, my cultivation can break through to the late stage of foundation building within a few years. It doesn't matter if I stay in the secret realm for a while, Su Lang. From now on, I will be a thief who will never change. I am afraid that I will be ambushed if I show up in these 3 major domains. When Wang Yuiao withdrew away, a storage bag appeared on her waist. She scanned it with her spiritual sense and found the Fangyan Huoji in it. Take care, Yuiao. If you don't want to escape, just kill them and turn the world upside down, and let these big sect cultivators and independent cultivators suffer. Okay. Wang Yuiao was moved. She was willing to bear the name of a thief for Su Yuming, and she didn't hesitate to hide in the secret realm for many years. Su Yuming was also willing to leave the only golden elixir on his body to her for self-defense. Love is mutual. In her heart, she was reluctant to waste the 10,000-year-old snackaberry. After all, her talent was too low. 8 10,000-year-old snackaberries were equivalent to the spiritual power of a Purple Mansion monk who had practiced hard for 80 years. Even a pig could accumulate spiritual power from the initial stage of foundation building to the great perfection of foundation building. It was good enough for her to absorb 30%. She fled far away on the peachwood flying boat, and saw that there were tens of thousands of monks chasing her, and even tens of thousands of demon cultivators were outflanking her from the flank. Suddenly, she had an idea. If she could kill a few thousand monks, could she make a fortune with the spoils? This made her, who liked outdoor adventures, very happy. Thousands of miles away, relying on the Earth Dragon Boat, Su Yuming got away very easily. In fact, he wanted to take Wang Yuiao with him, but this guy had to help him bear a bad reputation. Now the 10,000-year-old snackaberry in hand must be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it falls into his hands, as Gukun Sanrin said, if the 5 Beast sect sets up checkpoints at the exit to check the monk storage bags, then his 20,000-year-old snackaberries will not escape inspection. Crack. He took out one and swallowed it. It melted in his mouth. The taste was very sour, but it turned into rolling pure Purple Palace energy that poured into his body. The Denshin that had originally opened up a small river was now surging like a mountain torrent. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a big river. Moreover, the purple energy left in his body by the snackaberries was still there. With a purple energy, the purple palace would be twice the result with half the effort in the future. Shui, a golden unicorn head poked out from his shoulder. Master, I have refined the blood and flesh essence before, and it is stuck at the peak of the second stage. Give me 10,000-year-old snackaberries to help me enter the third stage, okay? Su Yuming did not refuse. The golden light Qi horse was not strong in combat before, because it did not have the attack and killing means of Zhengjin divine light. After it breaks through the third stage, it will be a great help to him. Just its three major magical powers now, blood and flesh devouring, Qi cloud sea, and Zhengjin divine light, have made it extremely extraordinary. The cloud beast Qi horse lives for 1,000 years when it is born, 2,000 years for the second stage, and 3,000 years for the third stage. You must know that only the nascent soul true person can live so long. He and it are fellow beasts, so why not support it? After this trip, I will stay in seclusion. These cultivation resources and lifespan are enough for me to break through to the peak of the Purple Mansion. The Purple Mansion realm requires accumulation. The more you accumulate, the stronger you will be when you reach the Golden Core realm. Although Su Yuming still has 10,000-year snackaberries, 115,000-year snackaberries, and more than 1,700-year snackaberries in his hand, they are really not enough when he reaches the Purple Mansion realm. At this time, Su Yuming's cultivation should be at the peak of the foundation building. The spiritual power river in his body is only one opportunity away from the sea of transformation. However, he does not want to use the 10,000-year snackaberries to break through. If he relies on the meridians and acupoints that he has widened inch by inch in the fight, it will be of great benefit to the development of the Purple Mansion later. Besides, wouldn't it be better to keep such good things for the impact of the Purple Mansion when the spiritual power is insufficient? Su Yuming changed his outfit, wearing a cloak, with a burly figure, carrying a sword box made of wood on his back, storing 8 spiritual flying swords. This kind of outfit can be seen everywhere among the disciples of Wuxiang Sword Sect and Hanhei Sword Sect. At this time, the whole Yao Huang has been fighting. The Bone King breaking array pestle suddenly descended at the moment when the 2 water-cultivating monsters of the demon clan joined forces to open the 9 dragons divine fire array, and instantly shattered the remaining array light shield. The recoil force severely injured the fathead fish, and the 2-headed snake also vomited blood and watched fiercely as Gukin Sanrin of the 5-beast sect snatched away the 9th-grade Tengsh grass. But in this way, the cultivators of the 5-beast sect and the demon cultivators broke out into a big battle. My fellow cultivators, have you seen the herb garden in the distance where the snake peacock is? There are 2 5th-level beast kings bathing in their blood essence, and the beast blood spirit herbs born there are mostly over 3,000 to 5,000 years old. There are so many of them that you can definitely have a share. As long as you are willing to help, I, Gukin, am willing to swear an oath and help you for free to open this formation for you. The 5-beast sect suffered heavy losses under the siege of the monsters, so Gukin also had his eyes on the group of cultivators on the opposite side. Fellow Taoist Ying, if you are willing to help, I am willing to do my best to help you seize that snake peacock, okay? Ying Ganding looked at his brother and sister-in-law, took the initiative to stand up, and manipulated the 3rd-level toad under his seat to jump into the group of monster cultivators. The green poison gas released instantly knocked all the monster cultivators within a radius of dozens of miles to the ground, and they turned into a pool of pus and blood in a few breaths. My fellow casual cultivators, follow me to kill the enemy. After we defeat the demon cultivators and open the yin-yang reversal formation, the snake peacock will belong to our Snake Man Valley. We will not take any of the other spiritual medicines. They will all belong to you. You are so kind, casual cultivator. We are willing to help you. At that moment, tens of thousands of casual cultivators who were still watching joined the battle. Although there were only 20,000 of them left, the demon cultivators were killed in an instant. With the enemy on both sides, hundreds of foundation-building cultivators died every breath. With such a consumption, even if we gathered a large domain of 2nd-level demon beasts in the Blackstone Ancient Domain, we would not be able to withstand it. Su Yuming mingled in the crowd, thinking about how to involve the cultivators of the Wuxiang Sword Sect and the Hanhei Sword Sect, so that he could fish in troubled waters. Human cultivators, since you are so unkind, don't blame us for killing you. All demon cultivators, retreat immediately. The third-level wolf demon appeared outside the coxcomb grass formation at some point, holding a stone bottle in his hand. He actually opened it and threw a drop of blood essence, as big as a basin, directly into the formation. The quasi-fourth-level soul-locking heavenly secret formation was pierced by the blood essence almost instantly, and then the blood essence fell on the coxcomb snake that had been dead for many years. The ground under everyone's feet shook violently. Oh no, it's the life essence of the fifth-level demon king. This wolf demon is crazy. It wants to awaken the fourth-level coxcomb snake king. Retreat quickly, roar. Amidst the roars, all the cultivators present were in a panic, because after the formation was broken, the huge coxcomb snake king had twisted its body hundreds of feet long to break free from the formation runes that bound it underground. Its pair of snake pupils opened, and its coxcomb suddenly stood up. Its murderous aura had already subdued the whole audience. Fourth-level demon king. Su Yuming couldn't help but smack his lips. He didn't expect that the demon clan also brought a trump card that could overturn the table. Isn't this the opportunity? He stepped on the Earth Dragon shuttle and instantly moved to the feet of the snake peacock that was hundreds of feet in size. The 5 broken seal talismans in his hand were already attached to the edge of the formation. In just a moment, he opened a gap and appeared in the third-level upper-grade yin-yang reversal formation. Chapter 138 Mine, everything is mine, one more monthly ticket request. The moment he reached out to touch it, the 100-foot snake peacock suddenly disappeared. Look, the snake peacock disappeared. Someone opened the formation and slipped in again. He actually dared to fish in troubled waters in front of a 4th-level snake demon. This person is so brave. Su Yuming didn't care what the outside world thought of him. When he saw an 8,500-year-old purple blood ginseng, he grabbed it directly, regardless of whether the roots were broken. This thing can increase the chance of becoming a purple mansion by 10%, which is a real purple mansion opportunity. Is this Jiang grass? He found another piece of Jiang grass. After counting carefully, there were probably more than 300 plants, and they were all over 2,000 years old. As long as this thing is 3,000 years old, it can be used to refine Jiang pills. Jiang pills are the elixir of Zixu Mansion, and their efficacy is equivalent to Foundation Establishment pills. This is used to break through a great realm. A low-grade Jiang pill can also increase the chance of breaking through by 30%. What a waste. He actually threw all the 300-plus purple sun grasses into the storage bag. Why didn't he put them in the soul sealing box? This would cause the spiritual power and medicinal properties to be lost. A group of alchemists in Taoist robes gathered outside the formation, their faces full of grief and anger. Shui under their gaze, Su Yuming also started doing business. 2,000 years old purple sungrass can be exchanged for a top-grade Foundation Establishment pill. Top-grade Foundation Establishment pill. Who can refine this? Your asking price is too high. Top-grade Foundation Establishment pill can almost make it impossible to build a foundation. Who would be willing to sell it at such a low price? Although your purple sungrass is good, if it wants to be useful to purple mansion cultivators, it has to be fed for 1,000 years. Which family can support it for 1,000 years? Su Yuming pointed to the purple soil under his feet. You are talking about ordinary spiritual soil planting. This is purple soil that can increase the growth rate of spiritual medicine by 5 times. Planting in it for 1 year is equivalent to 5 years of normal growth. Combined with the secret techniques of your sect's spiritual plant masters, it should not be difficult to increase it by 2 times. That means your force will have the confidence to open a furnace to refine purple sun pill in 100 years. The price is really not high. I've exchanged it for 1 top-grade Foundation Establishment pill and 1 Dragon Power pill. Not far away, a cultivator from the 5 Beast sect broke away from the fight with a demon cultivator and threw out 2 pill bottles. The Dragon Power pill is good. Su Yuming smiled and threw the 2,000-year-old purple sungrass back. I also have a top-grade Foundation Building pill and a top-grade Spiritual Power pill, 2 mid-grade Foundation Building pills. 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs are enough. For a while, the cultivators who exchanged were endless. Su Yuming traded more than 150 spiritual herbs in one breath, which made Gukun Sanren in the distance tremble with fear. This casual cultivator is selling purple sungrass wantonly. If it spreads out, these casual cultivator forces will probably be able to cultivate purple mansion cultivators within 100 years. By then, my mountain and sea area will be full of purple mansion cultivators. Would that shake our foundation? He had an idea and swung the Bone King's array-breaking pestle directly, hitting the coxcomb snake hard, and then took advantage of its anger to fly over Su Yuming's head in an instant. Oh no, this old man is trying to divert the trouble. Su Yuming's figure flashed, and he suddenly disappeared from the spot. The moment the coxcomb snake king opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of turbid venom, the formation of the yin-yang reversal formation was corroded and pierced almost instantly, and a large area of purple soil was all stained black by the venom, and countless remaining spiritual medicines were corroded by the venom. Uncle Gukin, what are you doing? So many thousand-year-old spiritual medicines, you just destroyed them like this, it's just a waste. An alchemist from the Five Beast sect was so angry that he trembled all over and asked Gukin Sanran, who is not far away. Don't worry, everyone, it's really too powerful. Don't worry, it won't have another chance to attack, but I can't resist it for long. You alchemists, please retreat immediately. Gukin Sanran watched the group of chattering and complaining alchemists leave. Just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw Su Yuming's figure appear again in the Five Elements formation 100 miles away. The thief is so bold that he even dares to steal the treasures of my Wuxiang sword sect. Ning Jiang was so anxious that he went crazy. He saw Su Yuming picking those 100-year-old seven-leaf flowers as easily as pulling carrots from the ground, which made him jealous and crazy. Bang! Gu Kun grinned and suddenly swung the Bone King breaking array pestle towards the direction of the Five Elements array. Fellow Taoist Ning, I will help you break the array and kill this thief. Remember to give me 5 of the 5,000-year-old seven-leaf flowers. No problem, thank you for your help, brother. Ning Jiang didn't care about his face at this time. He first broke the array and killed Su Yuming, so as not to let him pull out all the herbs. What benefits would their Wuxiang sword sect get? Boom! With the falling of the treasure light of Bailey Yichu, the formation was broken. Ning Jiang rushed into the formation at the first moment. With a flick of his sleeve, countless smoke and dust dispersed. His fellow disciples immediately rushed forward to collect the seven-leaf one-branch flowers, and even fought with the monks who rushed over to pick up treasures nearby. Where are the people? Ning Jiang chopped down a saber-toothed tusk pig with one sword, and with another sword, even the fathead fish monster that had just recovered a little blood was chopped away by his sword. He looked around angrily, and the 10,000-year-old seven-leaf one-branch flower disappeared without a trace, right under his nose. This is a real opportunity in the Purple Mansion. The 20,000-year-old seven-leaf, one-branch flower can make up for you even if you only have a trace of soul power left, so that you can take over another body to cultivate again or go to reincarnation. Even a Yuanying's engine would be jealous of this treasure. At their level, there are not many things that can help them improve their cultivation. This 20,000-year-old seven-leaf flower is just one of them. The Hanhei sword sect has set up a formation. We can't let our white flower snake tongue grass be taken away. The Luotian Sanran on the opposite side was also ruthless. Brother Gukin, please help me break the formation immediately. In addition to this white flower snake tongue grass, I am willing to give all the other spiritual medicines to my fellow Taoists from the Five Beast sect. Haha. Fellow Taoist Lu Ocean is so generous. Okay, I will help you break the formation. Gukin, who was overjoyed, restrained a trace of greed in his eyes. The white flower snake tongue grass is also a good thing. Why should your Hanhei sword sect be given a bargain? When I was in the secret realm before, your Hanhei sword sect's disciples also killed my Five Beast sect's disciples. Boom! Just as he was about to attack, the coxcomb snake king was already familiar with his fighting style. It suddenly coiled up its huge snake body and hit the Bone King's breaking array pestle at the moment of attack. Then, a snake shadow flashed and it had already shaken Gukin 10 miles away, and he fell heavily into a medicinal field. Gukin's face suddenly changed. The Bone King's breaking array pestle escaped. How could he, who was only in the early stage of Purple Mansion, deal with a 4th-level monster? Shui 100 miles away, Su Yuming had already started to rush towards a secret passage controlled by the monsters in the Blackstone Ancient Domain. There was no need to stay here any longer. He had a 3rd-level fox bag, 10 storage rings, and more than 100 storage bags that were already full. Moreover, the white flower snake tongue grass was not within his plan. Instead, the 9th grade Tang snake grass was taken by Gukin Sanran, which made him feel distressed for a while. It was originally prepared for Wang Yuiao. Yuiao, I am going to leave through the monster cultivation passage. Have you escaped? He took out a sound transmission node and asked. Not long after, He received a reply from Wang Yuiao. I killed more than 2,000 demon cultivators and scattered cultivators along the way. I have swallowed a snackaberry to restore my spiritual power. I am very close to the demon cultivation channel. However, now all the major forces in the outside world are looking for me. I will stay in the secret realm to cultivate and leave after I stabilize my cultivation realm. This means that he will wait until the storm is over. He couldn't help but feel reluctant to leave Wang Yuiao's long legs. Shu performing the pseudo-demon transformation technique, he once again transformed into a 10-foot black snake, releasing the evil spirit of the second-level flesh body. With the disguise of 10,000 years of ambergris, Shui Yulong easily swam across a space crack in the northeast direction. As soon as he came out, he saw more than a dozen third-level monsters, surrounding a monkey as tall as a mountain. However, when he left the exit of the secret realm and followed a river at the foot of the mountain to reach the territory of Rotten Peach Mountain, the other party did not take him seriously. With such a giant and demon cultivator sitting in the Rotten Peach Mountain, it is still very dangerous for my Su family to survive in Teokyu, Shui Yulong thought, and patted a quasi-5th level spirit gathering formation seized in the storage bag. This was handed over by the old ghost Tenglong before the destruction of the demon wasteland. Of course. It was also to ensure that he could have abundant spiritual energy in his next life. This was probably a backup plan left by him for his reincarnation. Fortunately, I brought it out, otherwise such a good thing would not be cheap for me. My Su family has the Yandang Soul Falling Bell, a spiritual artifact that has been passed down, and it can completely integrate a mountain protection formation into it. In this way, a quasi-5th level formation, even if the Great King Kong comes in person, cannot capture Teokyu. As long as I give my Su family another 100 years, I don't believe that we can't gain a foothold in this ancient black stone domain. Swoosh, he was wrapped in black demonic energy and rushed all the way. Now in the depths of Rotten Peach Mountain, even demon cultivators above the second level mid-stage are rare. Who dares to stop him, a peak demon beast, and he arrived at Teokyu smoothly. Glancing at the outside world, Shui Yulong properly placed the flags of the quasi-5th level spirit gathering formation within a radius of 100 miles, and then stepped into the fox cave. What came into view was still the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It seemed that after a few months, the body odor here had dissipated a lot, and the peach blossoms were in full bloom, with lush branches and leaves, and fragrance everywhere. Shui Yulong used the third-level spiritual consciousness to look at the Qi ancestor who was in seclusion in the cave, sensing his steady breath. His spiritual consciousness and spiritual power had almost steadily entered the third level, and he was relieved immediately. He took out a middle-grade spiritual weapon, the wind-rolling flag, and took out a low-grade spiritual weapon, the fishbone flying boat, and placed them at the entrance of the cave. He also left a copy of the skills he had obtained on this trip, and then stepped away. Ancestor, I have returned from the secret realm and returned to the family to take charge. I will take care of everything in Yandang Mountain. After I come out of seclusion, I will wait for contact. Since the Qi ancestor has broken through, the next few calculations can be done. Chapter 139, Speeding Like a Whirlwind, Chen Family of Bayun Mountain, 2 more, please subscribe. Of course, we should go to the Chen family in Bayun Mountain first. The key to the formation of the Chen family is the inherited spiritual weapon Bayun Sword. Chen Zhidao led them out to hunt down Wang Yuiao, but was easily killed by her, and he did not consider the future of the family. After crossing Taoguan, Shui Yulong soon arrived between the mountains of Tao County. Crossing the mountain range where the Earthfire Weapon sect is located, the Yandang Mountains are to the south, and the Bayun Mountains are to the east. If we can sweep across these two mountain forces, the strength of my Yandang Mountain Su family should be able to catch up with any of the 5 sects in Tao County, Shui Yulong thought, but these forces are really hard to deal with. First of all, the Su family's in-laws and allies, the Xianshu Pavilion Shu family, you can't say that you want them to bow down. The ancestor Chu Xingbo is willing to come to help even if he faces 2 second-level Great Perfection Fox demons, not to mention Shu Hongxiu. If she hadn't revealed the identity of the Red Gourd Sanren, it is estimated that their Su family would have had a hard fight in Yandang Mountain that day. Uncle 19, everything is fine in the family. With the elixirs and cultivation resources you sent back earlier, the 4 people, Su Yufeng, the chief steward of the Foreign Affairs Hall, Su Yusong, the chief steward of the Law Enforcement Hall, Su Yazan, the chief steward of the God of War Hall, and Su Yumeng, the chief steward of the library pavilion, have all advanced to the 9th level of Qi Refining. There are also many people in the family who have entered the 8th level of Qi Refining, including my aunt and Yandang. When arriving between the Yandang Mountains, Su Yumeng received a message from Su Yudang. Now that the cultivation level of the family has stabilized, the second aunt has entered the middle stage of foundation building. After we retreated, we used the cultivation resources we found to exchange 2 grass and wood foundation building pills from the 5 Beast sect, all of which were medium-grade foundation building pills. The Chu family ancestor Chu Xingbo also exchanged the Fox Demon Corpse he handed over for 4 medium-grade foundation building pills, and divided 2 equally between my Su family. I dare to withhold these 4 foundation building pills and make arrangements after the Kaiyonghe ancestor and Uncle 19 returned. Su Yumeng smiled when he heard this. Su Yudang was too honest to pass on my order to send 4 foundation building pills to Su Yufeng, Su Yusong, Su Yazin, and Su Yumeng respectively. Let the 4 foundation building cultivators in the clan protect them respectively. Use the 1,000-year-old fox wine to increase their chances of success in foundation building. If there is a foundation building opportunity in the Yandang Mountain market, regardless of the price, directly mobilize the family's heritage to buy all of them and give them to the 4 people first. If they don't have enough spirit stones, they can pay them back after the foundation building. In addition, immediately dispatch the cultivators in the clan to keep an eye on the Wang family of Hongxilan and the other forces in Yandang Mountain. Finally, invite the ancestor Chu Xingbo of Xianshu Pavilion to arrive in my Yandang Mountain in a few days. Su wants to meet him and discuss important matters. After sending the message, Su Yumeng had already landed on Yandang Mountain. 1,000 miles of Yandang Mountain, 1,600 miles of Yandang Mountain. In terms of family heritage, the Chen family of Yandang Mountain has been handed down for 800 years, which is better than the Su family of Yandang Mountain. The Su family has 3 famous masters, the Fake Dan Yandang Zhenren, the Purple Mansion Chengfang Sanren, and the Earth Dragon Sanren. His Yandang Mountain Chen family also has 4 masters, the Fake Dan Yandang Sanren, the Purple Mansion Zion Sanren, the Black Cloud Sanren, the Red Cloud Sanren, and the Sword Turtle Sanren. Although none of them are enough to be the king of the same level, the Bayun sword left by the Fake Dan Master Bayun Zhenren has been blessed by the ancestors of all generations and has become a spiritual weapon. Su Yumeng relied on the Bayun sword to easily pass through the 3rd level upper grade white fog sea of clouds that protected the mountain and stepped into Yandang Mountain in 1 step. Today, the Chen family of Yandang Mountain has at least more than 800 Qi refining cultivators, and there are as many as 8 foundation building cultivators alone. In addition to the ancestor Chen Zhidao, there is 1 person named Chen Zuanling in the late stage of foundation building, 2 people named Chen Zuanhe and Chen Zuansheng in the middle stage of foundation building, and 7 people named Chen Makan, Chen Moyan, Chen Mashu and Chen Mashin in the early stage of foundation building. They are all talented young people who have been born for 2 generations. At this time, they have gathered in the family meeting hall, and their expressions are very heavy. Everyone. The soul lamp of the ancestor has been extinguished half a day ago. He has probably fallen in the secret realm of Watch Valley. What do you think will happen to my Bai Unshin Chen family in the future? Chen Zuanling is now the patriarch of the Bai Unshin Chen family. As soon as he opened his mouth, the 6 foundation building cultivators in the hall looked at each other and fell silent one after another. Dad, suddenly, Chen Mokong stood up. The whereabouts of our ancestor are unknown, and the white cloud sword is also missing. I'm afraid our mountain protection formation can't protect our Chen family in Yandang Mountain. Why don't we follow the last words of the sword turtle ancestor and take out the dragon turtle sword, and use this top-grade spiritual weapon to condense the 3rd order lower-grade sword turtle mountain guarding formation? Otherwise, if a purple mansion cultivator covets our Chen family's property in Yandang Mountain, we will regret it. My white cloud sword is too famous. Once it falls into the hands of thieves, they only need to inquire about it, and they will surely know that this is the formation eye pestle and the inherited spiritual weapon of our Chen family. Mokong is right. I just sent a message to Zhu Kunzhong, the ancestor of the Zhu family in Lion Mountain, and got his confirmation. The ancestor's Hideo was probably chasing a 3rd level physical cultivator who was trying to steal the 10,000-year-old Snackaberry, and was targeted by the other party. After 2 attacks, the ancestor died, Chen Zuanhe sighed. In addition, the Zhu family is willing to join forces with our Chen family, But they need our Chen family to hand over the gains we have gained in the secret realm this time to them. How is this possible? I think they are asking for too much. Although our Chen family didn't gain much in the secret realm, we have 2 foundation building pills. If I give them all to them, wouldn't my arm be broken in vain? Chen Zuansheng was one of the foundation building cultivators who followed the expedition this time. His left arm was drooping, and it was obvious that it was crippled by a blow from some powerful monster. But if there is no external support from the Zhu family, my Chen family in Bayun Mountain will no longer have a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage to take charge. I'm afraid we won't be able to protect our family business. I heard that the other families in the 5 Bayun Mountains have also suffered heavy losses. Is it possible that someone will dare to attack us this time? We still have more than a dozen cultivators at the peak of the Qi refining stage in our clan. We will choose 2 of them and ensure that they enter the foundation establishment stage. By then, my Chen family will still have 9 foundation establishment cultivators. With such strength, we will be at the top of the 5 Bayun Mountains. Whoever comes will die. Chen Zuansheng has a rather stubborn temper. Chen Zuanling glanced at him. What if the crisis comes from the 5 sects of Tao County, or from the Yandang Mountains? Brother, Chen Zuansheng's tone changed drastically. It would be fine if the 5 sects of Tao County restrained themselves and did not allow any sect to take the opportunity to swallow us up and become stronger. In the face of foreign invasion, we, the 5 Bayun Mountains, are also of the same blood. How can a Purple Mansion sect destroy us? As for the Yandang Mountains, they are similar to us. Not to mention anything else, the Red Crab Lin Wang family, even the Black Crab ancestor has fallen. What can they use to destroy us? The Su family of Yandang Mountain, Su Yuming, is already in the late stage of foundation building, with unparalleled combat power, enough to rank in the top 10 of the foundation building list in the mountain and sea area, and the Su family's Dinghe Shenzhen, Su Kaiyonghe, is probably already at the peak of foundation building. Holding the inherited spiritual weapon Yandang Luhun Bell, I'm afraid his strength is already at half a step into the Purple Mansion, and the rest of the 4 sons of Yandang, they also shined in this trip to the secret realm. The harvest of the 4 major forces from this secret realm trip is far greater than ours. Within 10 years, the foundation building cultivators in their clans will spring up like mushrooms after rain. Chen Zuanling shook his head and sighed. What I care about is the future. If you think you can refuse the Zhu family's request, then immediately select elite children in the clan and start to learn from the major forces. If one day my Chen family is in great trouble, with them, my Chen family will not fall. Shui. As he spoke, there was suddenly one more person in the meeting hall, wearing a Bayun sword on his waist, a colorful smoke cover on his body, and a reluctant 3-tailed fox demon who had recovered to the second-order great perfection realm behind him. Who are you? As soon as he appeared, the faces of the Chen family members in Bayun Mountain changed drastically, and various colors of light flashed. They already had spiritual weapons in their hands for vigilance. I heard that the Chen family lost these 2 magic weapons, so I specially sent them back. Su Yuming looked around in a hoarse voice. If your family is willing to surrender, they will be returned to their original state. Wishful thinking. Kill him, Chen Zuanling shouted, and a sword light spit out from his mouth, which expanded in the wind and turned into dozens of feet and fell towards Su Yuming. On the left and right, Chen Mashu and Chen Mashin had already sacrificed their top-grade magic weapons and flying swords to attack the fox demon at the same time. They wanted to intercept the fox demon and give other cultivators in the clan a chance to kill it with one blow. Unfortunately, the moment they made their move, 2 black and white puppets emerged from the ground, sucking them with magnetic force. They had almost no chance to react, and were pierced through their bodies by a pair of crab claws on the spot, dying. Mo Shui, Mo Shan. At this time, Chen Zuansheng and Chen Zuanhe, who had already taken off the roof of the meeting hall, changed their faces. It was another puppet, and judging from the aura, they were all puppets in the late stage of foundation building. Who is this person? Was he determined to destroy their Chen family in Bayun Mountain? Roar, a roaring roar resounded through the world. Chen Zuansheng and Chen Zuanhe's eyes went dark. 100-foot fox demon appeared above their heads at some point. The moment the 2 of them dodged, they were already bewitched by the bewitching power of the fox's eyes. By the time they reacted, Chen Zuansheng had been pierced through the chest by the sharp blade of the fox's claws. On the other hand, Chen Zuanhe sacrificed a dragon-shaped tortoise-shell flying sword, which barely blocked it, but was also thrown dozens of feet away and hit heavily on the hillside. A third-level fox demon puppet. Who are you? Chen Zuanling's face turned pale. He knew that their Chen family's formation could not stop this man today. 3 foundation building masters were lost in one encounter. This was already a sign of the family's demise. He still wanted to die with a clear mind. I heard that your Chen family has a fake pill inheritance and a top-grade spirit stone mine. I was very greedy and came to take it. Su Yuming used the Baiyun sword to pick up the body of Chen Makan, an old acquaintance. The second step sword cultivator slashed with all his strength, and the other party could not stop it at all. With his current peak foundation building realm, bullying these guys who have just entered the foundation building realm is simply bullying the weak. In the past, Yang Beimei and Hong Hu slaughtered the Shui family of Yandang Ranch together. I'm afraid it was also so easy. Thank you for the 100-point reward support from fellow Taoist Panchi GG. Thank you. Are there any monthly tickets left? I'm still maintaining 10,000 updates. Chapter 140, The Night of the Extermination of the Clan, the Fox Demon Slaughters the White Cloud Mountain. 3 more, please subscribe. Zhuan Hai, Moyan, hurry up. Chen Zuanling knew that the Chen family was on the verge of life and death. His hands intertwined into 2 clouds of gas, and a third-level talisman was crushed by him. The terrifying sword light that burst out in an instant directly raised the area within a radius of 10 miles to the ground. Almost all the buildings above the Chen family collapsed. In the middle of the night, countless Chen family cultivators were awakened, stepped on streams of light and soared into the sky, and began to gather towards the meeting hall. Brother, you should go. I will hold him back, Chen Zuanhei snorted coldly, and the dragon turtle sword in his hand was already raised high. Chen family disciples, form a sword turtle to guard the mountain formation, all over the mountains and plains. 108 Chen family Qi refining cultivators took off their spiritual pet bags on their waists and released a first-level spiritual turtle on the ground. The black turtle's aura was agitated, and the top-grade spiritual stone veins hundreds of miles away burst out with majestic spiritual power, rolling into the formation. As the dragon turtle sword in Chen Zuanhei's hand absorbed the vast spiritual power, his aura began to rise continuously. Black turtle purple Qi, help me break through the realm. He actually wanted to borrow the power of the formation to allow himself to temporarily enter the purple mansion realm, but such a reverse flow of Qi forcibly crossing a major realm. Su Yuming shook his head. This is the family member. You are all willing to die for the Chen family, but it's a pity that it's in vain. Su Yuming held the white cloud sword in his hand and slashed at the ground fiercely. Buzz! The third-level upper-grade white mist cloud sea formation appeared out of thin air. The majestic power of the formation instantly shattered the phantom of the dragon turtle. The moment the Bailey dragon turtle was shattered, 108 Chen family Qi refining cultivators were shaken away one after another, and their spirit beast black turtle was even shocked to death on the spot. Chen Zuanhei, who temporarily entered the purple mansion realm in the air, barely stabilized his cultivation realm, and was directly caught in the mouth of a huge fox demon, and bit it fiercely with its sharp teeth. Crack! The pseudo-third-level cultivator became a jelly bean in the mouth of the fox demon, bitten in half. Zuanhei, in the distance, Chen Zuanling, who had already moved the library and the treasure house, changed his face and waved his hand behind him. Go, Bei'ai Unshin Chen family cultivators, flee immediately. If only one person escapes tonight, the Chen family will not perish. Remember today's grudge. No matter how many thousands of years it takes, the sons of my Chen family will avenge this genocide. After saying this, Chen Zuanling had already smashed a 100-foot stone tablet with his bare hands. It was one of the formations of the Chen family's white mist and sea formation. After he destroyed it, a large gap immediately appeared in the formation. Su Yuming didn't care when he saw the Chen family's Qi refining cultivators fleeing quickly. The 2 puppets he hid in the ground again had blocked all the gaps. As long as the Chen family cultivators with a cultivation level above the 3rd level of Qi refining, they would not be able to escape death today. As for those low-level ones, and the 240,000 mortals of the Chen family, Su Yuming didn't care whether they could escape or not. Boom! Chen Zuanling, who had broken the 4th mysterious steel, was stepped on by the 3rd-level fox demon puppet and smashed into the ground. Cough! Chen Zuanling spat out blood and spit out all the fragments of his internal organs. His chest bone had been completely shattered and all pierced into his flesh and blood. His pupils were a little sluggish as he watched Su Yuming approach. His storage bag was taken off, and the top-grade spiritual tools red cloud guard and black cloud sleeve sword on his body were taken off. Who are you? Why don't you let my Bayun Mountain Chen family go? He looked at Su Yuming resentfully, and tried to reach out to grab Su Yuming's sleeve. Those who kill people will be killed. Su Yuming casually waved his sleeve, and the violent spiritual power surged out and directly shattered his head. In a bloody light, Su Yuming and the Fox Demon Nine Lady fled directly 3,000 miles away and stopped at a barren mountain. Plop after landing, Huizinger couldn't stop kneeling on the ground and trembling. Please be merciful and spare my life. I am willing to follow you and serve you. Standing next to her was a third-level fox demon puppet. She knew exactly who this original was. Even the ancestors of the Lin Hu clan were refined by the other party. How could she, Huizinger, resist? The fox demon Jiayun Niang from Xingzilin would kowtow to apologize to others. It's really rare. Su Yuming returned to his original voice and looked at her with a smile. You are, Huizinger was shocked, and suddenly raised her fox head. You are one of the human man and woman who trespassed into my apricot forest before. Yes, my confidant. Now you are a third-level physical cultivator, and we are the ones who captured and killed this old fox. Are you convinced? Huizinger's heart almost stopped. If she showed any dissatisfaction now, she would be crushed to ashes. When these two were weak, she almost killed them and buried their bones as fertilizer. From now on, I will be a little fox under the senior's seat, and you can do whatever you want. Huizinger lowered her attitude very low, even putting her face to the ground. With her arrogant character, she was willing to let her cheeks be stained with dust. Obviously, she had given up everything for her life. Even when Su Yuming looked at her, she turned over and showed her belly. For creatures like foxes and wolves, the belly is their vital part. If they are willing to show their belly to you, it is definitely trust, and they have handed their lives to you. Su Yuming played with a colorful smoke hood in his hand, and suddenly released one of the true spirits. After landing, Huizinger's eyes showed some doubts. Why was her soul released? Did they want to let her go? Then she saw the throat bone of the third-level fox demon puppet light up, and the fox heart seal had already landed steadily in the depths of her sea of consciousness. She was shocked. This move was the inherited magical power of her Lin Hu clan. She didn't expect that she would be able to benefit from her own magical power after living for many years. Fox Demon, I want you to return to the Lin Hu clan to coordinate the overall situation, live in Teokyu, and guard it. Can you do it? Huizinger is not stupid. She can cross Taoguan alone. From the Blackstone Ancient Domain to the White Cloud Mountains in the Shanhai Domain to settle in the Xingzilin, and she has made a great reputation. She is not a good person either. Senior, do you want me to continue to stay in the demon clan and protect Teokyu to cover up for you? She had already guessed that Teokyu had fallen into Su Yuming's hands, and the treasure of the Lin Hu clan now belonged to the man in front of her. But as he said, the female cultivator had already entered the third level of the physical body, and he controlled the bones of the ancestors as a third-level puppet. Such strength was something that she, Huizinger, could not resist. But Rotten Peach Mountain was the territory of the Blackstone Ancient Domain. The great King Kong of Rotten Peach Mountain was a fourth-level demon king, an existence that even the human giantess Henrin did not dare to provoke easily. What do you think? Su Yuming asked with a cold light in his eyes. Junior is willing. Huizinger looked around, but if the senior has a power, the property of the Chen family in Bayun Mountain cannot be exposed. Why not let me transform into human form and find a market to sell it? Don't worry about that. You will go to Rotten Peach Mountain this time. The ancestral land of the Lin Hu clan will be handed over to you to guard. As long as you can protect Teokyu for me for 10 years, I will grant you a third-level opportunity. Hearing this, Huizinger was overjoyed and kowtowed quickly. Thank you, Master. Shui. Seeing Huizinger leap away, Su Yuming even handed her the top-grade spiritual weapon 5-colored smoke vase cover. The sin of destroying the Chen family in Bayun Mountain had to be borne by the Fox Demon. As a third-level Fox Demon, it should be natural for the elder of the Fox clan to welcome her little fox. Su Yuming stepped on the earth dragon boat and began to return to the earth. He turned his palm and took out the spoils this time. The inherited spiritual weapon Bayun sword, the top spiritual weapon Longa sword, the top spiritual weapon except the 5-colored smoke vase cover given to Huizinger, the top spiritual weapons Hongai gourd, black cloud sleeve sword, and the middle grade spiritual weapons Yunchending, Yunmu bell, Bayun bell, Zhao iron flag, and 11 low-grade spiritual weapons, which are basically defensive spiritual weapons such as body protection and jade pendants. If I sell them all, I really can't bear to part with them. Su Yuming felt that if he sold them all, Only the five-beast sect could take them. But he flipped his hand and took out the sound transmission talisman. Brother Meng, I have a batch of spiritual weapons in my hand. I wonder if you are interested. He and Meng Bateo have traded Yuanying's skills and made a heavenly oath. They are grasshoppers on the same boat. They both want to support their own forces to become stronger. If there are good things, they might as well exchange them with him. Uncle 19, the ancestor Chu Xingbo has arrived at Zujia town. He said that he only saw you, and I was accompanying you. At present, 4 foundation building pills have been distributed. Second Aunt and the second elder and the third elder are helping to guard the gate. Su Yuming did not receive a reply from Meng Bateo, but received a message from Su Yudang. Let Chu Xingbo go to Xianshu Pavilion in Yandang Fang, and I will meet him. Yes, Uncle 19. Su Yuming was ready to hand over these dirty things to Xianshu Pavilion. Xianshu Pavilion trades in 13 states, and its interpersonal relationships are well connected. It is familiar with many alchemy, refining, and talisman-making sects. A dozen spiritual tools should not be a problem. As for other gains, that top-grade spiritual stone vein has been mined by the Chen family for more than 800 years. Now there are more than 5 million spiritual stones in the storage bag, and more than 1,500 volumes of secret manuals, among which there are inheritances left by the ancestors of the Chen family, including the White Cloud Sutra, a 4th-level martial arts practiced by the White Cloud Master. If it could be auctioned, it would definitely cause an earthquake in the mountain and sea areas. Well, this is, when Su Yuming was looking through his storage bag, he also found a purple palace opportunity. It was a 2,000-year-old meridian fruit that Chen Zhidao had collected for him. This thing is used to widen the meridians and expand the danshan. The Zixuhuifu needs this kind of spiritual medicine, and it is also an important auxiliary material for refining the Jiang pill. Now he has 7 purple yang grasses that are more than 3,000 years old, and this meridian fruit. Other auxiliary materials are not difficult to find. As long as he finds a 3rd-level alchemist, he can start the furnace to forge the Jiang pill. Perhaps, this thing can attract Chu Xingbo to place a heavy bet. Thank you 201906081016535565 Dao for your 200-point reward support. I am very grateful. Vote for the monthly ticket. If you can get 100 tickets today, how about another chapter? Currently 70 tickets. Chapter 141 Chu Xingbo's shock. Has the Su family become so strong? One more monthly ticket request. Uncle 19, before you came back, the Wang family of Red Crab Forest had received the news and evacuated in advance. It was said that it was the newly promoted Purple Mansion cultivator of the Five Beast sect, Honghu San Ren, who was ordered to stay in Taoguang. The Wang family of Red Crab Forest and the whole family are like-minded. Without you and the Qinghe patriarch, my Su family can only let them leave as a whole family. They have already passed the Earth Mountain. Before arriving at Yandang Fang, Su Yuming received another voice transmission. I have arrived at Yandang Fang. You come to Xianshu Pavilion, receive the 2nd level upper grade sword or evil slaying formation, lead 108 disciples of the clan, quickly occupy Red Crab Forest, and quickly receive the mortals of Red Crab Town who have not completely evacuated. In addition, dispatch disciples to patrol the 800 Li Swamp. From now on, the 1000 Li Yandang Mountain, the 800 Li Swamp, and the 600 Li Red Crab Forest will all belong to my Su family. Yes, Uncle 19. As he spoke, Su Yuming had maintained the appearance of a young cultivator in his 20s and walked into the crowded Yandang Fang. It seems that because of the trip to the 10,000 Snake Valley in the Sword Domain, the Blackstone Ancient Domain, and the Mountain and Sea Domain, many independent cultivators from the Blackstone Ancient Domain have flocked to the Mountain and Sea Domain within Taoguan, and there are even more cultivators who have settled in Tao County. There are thousands of cultivators passing through Yandang Fang alone, which is several times more than usual. Maybe we can start to set up the Su family's guest department and recruit independent cultivators to join our Su family, especially the alchemist. Su Yuming has been coveting it for a long time. Walking into Xianshu Pavilion, Su Yuming saw Chu Lixi who had greeted him before. He hadn't seen him for half a year, and this kid has reached the 3rd level of Qi Refining. It seems that he has received a reward from the clan. Fellow Taoist, may I know what brings you to my Xianshu Pavilion? A female cultivator next to him just greeted with a smile when she was stopped by Chu Lixi. He bowed to Su Yuming and said, Senior, please come upstairs. The ancestor has been waiting for a long time, thank you. Sui Yulong followed him up the pavilion and suddenly turned around to look at the golden dragon fish bag hanging around Qi Refinement's waist. I heard that the Qi family was a noble family in our Shanghai country in the early years, and they have served as officials for generations. This golden dragon fish bag is a symbol of the first-rank official. After the establishment of the Immortal clan, it will be distributed to the next head of the family. Congratulations. After that, Sui Yulong handed over a bottle of elixir as congratulations. Qi Refinement didn't dare to accept it, and immediately bowed. Senior, you are too kind. I am just good at talking, but I don't deserve the title of head of the family. Since Senior Xingbo has chosen you, the position of head of the family is yours. As for this gift, I married the daughter of the Qi family, so I am also your relative. I cannot refuse the gift from the elder. Yes, thank you, Senior. Qi Refinement sent Sui Yulong all the way to the VIP room upstairs, and then he left. Before going downstairs, he unscrewed the bottle and took a look, and then his face was shocked. It turned out to be a bottle of top-grade Yuan Qi pill, which is known as a small top-grade pill in the Qi refining stage, second only to Juqi powder. This Senior Chen is really generous. Inside the house, Sui Yulong sat opposite the incense table. Qi Xingbo's broken arm had been connected, and he also found an opportunity in the secret realm. Now he has reached the peak of the foundation building stage. I haven't congratulated Senior Qi for reaching the peak of the foundation building realm yet. After saying that, Sui Yulong flipped his hand and took out a 1,000-year-old 7-leaf flower and handed it over. This thing can help Qi Xingbo's spiritual consciousness reach the great perfection of the foundation building first. As for cultivation, after cooperating with his Sui family, he can naturally catch up. At Qi Xingbo's age, he still has at least 60 to 70 years to impact the Purple Mansion realm, which should not be difficult. I can't accept this gift. Fellow Taoist Sui, please tell me your purpose first. Now my cultivation has been caught up by fellow Taoist Sui. Xianshu Pavilion can't help much. In the future, I will have to trouble my in-laws to support me. Qi Xingbo didn't take the gift, but his face was pleasant, also because of the friendship between the two sides who had experienced the Fox Demon War. The Qi family has been running Xianshu Pavilion for many years, and their social network is all over the mountains and seas. Even after this time, you are connected to the Sword Domain and the Blackstone Ancient Domain. Qi Xingbo's eyelids fluttered slightly. Fellow Taoist Sui, is there anything that is inconvenient to sell? This old man can help, but the price must be lower than the market price. Sui Yulong flipped his hand and took out 100,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Ancestor Xingbo, can you eat this? Qi Xingbo couldn't help but stand up. 100,000-year-old spiritual herbs? This is not cabbage. You must know that the main material for refining foundation building pills is only 100-year-old spiritual medicine. 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine is equivalent to 100 low-grade foundation building pills, right? Well, and it's not a beast pill with side effects, it must be a plant foundation building pill. He was so generous that he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just these spiritual herbs? If they are sold in batches, they can be sold to various places within half a year. How about I give you 3.5 million spiritual stones? Can you really eat it? Sui Yulong felt relieved and took out a middle-grade spiritual weapon Yanqinding and put it on the table. How about this? The middle-grade spiritual weapon Yanqinding. This is the natal spiritual weapon of Chen Zuanshen, the foundation-building cultivator of the Chen family in Yandang Mountain. How come it is in the hands of fellow Taoist Sui? Qi Xingbo's face changed. I heard that the Chen family in Yandang Mountain is in big trouble. Now several other major forces in Yandang Mountain have entered Yandang Mountain to divide up the cultivation resources. Hundreds of cultivators of the Chen family in Yandang Mountain who are in the middle stage of Qi training and the late stage of foundation building, led by the head of the Chen family, Chen Zuanling, have disappeared without a trace, including 7 foundation building cultivators and a dozen or so Qi training 9th level cultivators. Could this matter be related to fellow Taoist Sui? No matter where the goods come from, fellow Taoist Sui is obsessed. Sui Yulong picked up the teapot on the table and filled himself a cup of summoning tea. This item is in the name of inviting away evil gods. It is a second-grade spiritual tea, worth 100 spirit stones for 1 coin. Only wealthy families can enjoy it, and it tastes very good. If it is just a spiritual weapon, then my Qi family will take it. This Yanqinding is quite powerful and is also a top-grade alchemy cauldron. It is not a problem to sell it for more than 300,000 spiritual stones. But if there is more, fellow Taoist Su, you'd better give me a reassurance. What he meant was that I took such a big risk to sell these dirty goods for your Su family. You have to tell me the truth and treat me as your own. Su Yuming said nothing, and took out the 3 middle-grade spiritual weapons, the Mica Bell, the White Cloud Bell, and the Zhaoying Flag, and the 11 low-grade spiritual weapons, the Knife Tip, the Stick, the Jade Pendant, the Jade Hairpin, the Heart Armor, and Su was just returning to the family at night, and accidentally encountered a fleeing second-level Great Perfection Fox Demon. I fought with her and luckily took back these treasures. When I was about to kill her, I was frightened away by a third-level demon consciousness. Because the Chen family of Yandang Mountain was robbed, I couldn't take them out openly, so I prepared to come to Xianshu Pavilion to exchange treasures. The fox demon wiped out the entire Chen family of Yandang Mountain? Chu Xingbo chuckled and shook his head. He was already over 100 years old, so how could he not guess that this was the work of the Su family? As for why Su Yuming took action, the fact that Chen Zhidao was killed by a third-level physical cultivator in the secret realm was also a hot topic. If it weren't for the fact that many cultivators didn't have the means to break the Yandang Mountains mountain protection formation, I'm afraid that the Chen family would also be robbed by some half-step purple mansion cultivators. After all, it is a fake pill inheritance force, and there is also a top-grade spiritual stone vein. Who wouldn't be tempted? It's a pity to only exchange spiritual stones for so many good things. Why don't we go to other states and counties to exchange them? Chu Xingbo asked after thinking for a while. This water-dividing pendant and embroidered heart armor are used to trade these spiritual medicines. Su Yuming flipped his hand and took out a list, which recorded the 99 and 81 spiritual medicines over 300 years old required to refine the purple sun pill. I can find 80% of the above, and the rest can be exchanged with the 5-beast sect and the sects in the outer domain, but the price will be higher. Chu Xingbo pointed, counting this low-grade spiritual weapon dragon-tooth sword, it should be about the same. Su Yuming nodded, and Chu Xingbo estimated the value of the last 3 medium-grade spiritual weapons and 8 low-grade spiritual weapons at 1.3 million spiritual stones. The low-grade spiritual weapon was priced at 62,000 each, and the 3 medium-grade spiritual stones were 800,000, which was a bit of a bargain, but this was normal. People had to calculate the loss of sending it to the outer domain, and these dirty things had to be dealt with by other means, such as selling them to casual cultivators, or even trading them to auction houses of other forces, which would definitely be a bargain. My Xianshu Pavilion is willing to settle the 1.6 million spiritual stones first, which is the proceeds from the spiritual weapon exchange. How does fellow Taoist Su plan to settle? Chu Xingbo asked in a serious tone. There are more than 30 kinds of elixirs needed for the Qi refining stage, such as Qi refining pills, Qi condensing powder, and Qi refining pills. I want them all. In addition, I need a second-grade superior equipment refiner manual, and there are elixirs for the foundation establishment stage. If you only have more than 10 kinds, I'll take them all. Chu Xingbo nodded slightly, indicating that it would take 3 months for all these elixirs to be delivered. At that time, someone would be sent directly to Zujia town to hand them over to the Su family cultivators. In addition, there was a surplus of 1.15 million spirit stones, which he directly asked someone to fetch and hand over to Su Yuming. Before leaving, Chu Xingbo held back and called out. I heard that the Black Cloud Wanderer of the Chen family is a third-step sword cultivator. If Brother Su can get his Black Cloud Sword Cannon and the top-grade spiritual weapon Black Cloud Sleeve Sword, my Chu family is willing to exchange them for precious treasures. Su Yuming couldn't help but stop when he heard this. That is a top-grade spiritual weapon. It is worth no less than 800,000 or 900,000 spiritual stones on the market. It can even be sold for 1 million yuan at an auction house. What can you exchange for it? Chu Xingbo flipped his hand and took out a piece of finger bone from the storage ring and threw it to him. This is what I found in the secret realm of Watch Valley. It should be a piece of finger bone left by a 5th-level physical cultivator. The strength is definitely comparable to that of a magic weapon. In addition, my son Chu Zhao, a 2nd-level middle-grade alchemist of Xianshu Pavilion, obtained a volume of 3rd-level top-grade alchemist inheritance in the secret realm. I am willing to let him engrave it and give a copy to the Su family. Seeing Su Yuming turned his head to look at him, he remained silent. Chu Xingbo gritted his teeth. Their Xianshu Pavilion only has 456 years of history, which is not as good as the Su family. Is Su Yuming too arrogant now? When did the Su family become so powerful? These are not enough to exchange. King Lun is already a first-class peak alchemist. My Chu family is willing to provide materials and let her refine the foundation-building pill until she learns it. How about it? Su Yuming's eyes lit up when he heard this. Thank you, Senior Xingbo. Thank you for the 100-point reward support from fellow Taoist Zuas. Thank you. Chapter 142 Returning to Yandang Mountain. My wife, I have learned a new trick of immortal guidance. 2 more monthly tickets required. The foundation building pill is a second-level pill. As long as Chu Qinglun can make it, even if the success rate is very low, it means that the Su family can have 1 more second-level alchemist. Moreover, Su Yuming and Chu Xingbo bargained and finally asked the remaining alchemists of the Su family to come and learn for a period of time. Fellow Taoist Su, you need these spiritual medicines to make the purple sun pill. If you can't find an alchemist in the future, perhaps I can introduce you to a way. Let's talk about it later. Do you need to introduce a way to make the purple sun pill? People who refine the foundation building pills charge tens of thousands of spiritual stones. To refine the 3rd-level purple sun pill, these scheming alchemists must charge 1 or 200,000 spiritual stones? Su Yuming moved across the long street in 1 step, relying on the Earth Dragon movement technique, and appeared directly in the backyard of the Su family's talisman shop. The front yard was bustling with people. Obviously, the inheritance he left in the clan has completely supported the talisman-making industry in the clan. Now in Yandang, it is also quite popular. Uncle 19, inside the house, Su Yuding had been waiting here for a long time. What's the situation in the clan? Su Yuming couldn't help asking. Uncle 19, Su Yuzhen, the chief steward of the God of War Hall, and Su Yumeng, the chief steward of the library, have already established their foundations. Su Yufang and Su Yusong are still in seclusion to break through. Second aunt has sent a message that these 2 should not have any problems. Su Yuming nodded slightly. In this way, my Su family will have 4 more foundation-building cultivators. You go to the Red Crab Forest to take charge, and I will dispatch Su Yuzhen to accompany you. Also, send a message to the clan and announce the news of recruiting guest officials so that the entire Jizhao will know. Foundation-building cultivators can become guest elders of my Su family and enjoy an annual salary of 10,000 spirit stones and a bottle of 2nd-grade elixir. Cultivators at the 9th level of Qi Refining can become guest deacons of my Su family and enjoy an annual salary of 1,000 spirit stones and a bottle of 1st-grade high-quality elixir. Cultivators at the middle stage of Qi Refining or above can become non-Su family cultivators and settle in Zujia town, become a member of my Su family, and enjoy the treatment of non-Su family children. In addition, we are recruiting alchemists, talisman makers, formation masters, and weapon refiners. The salary will be doubled according to the level of their cultivation. If they feel that the requirements are not enough, they can have a talk with me. As long as they have outstanding abilities, the salary can be tripled or even 5 times higher. My Su family can afford it. By the way, as for the number of these guests, we have to check their backgrounds. Those with unknown origins and those with bad conduct will not be accepted. The more the better. Yes, Su Yudan couldn't help but smack his lips secretly. How many good things did his 19th uncle get in the secret realm? He was so generous. If he really accepted 10 or 8 foundation-building guests, then they would do nothing every year, and their Su family would have to spend 100,000 spirit stones to support them. How many spirit stones did they earn in a year from the talisman-making industry? Uncle 19, there are now 3 top-grade talisman makers, 21 middle-grade talisman makers, and more than 50 low-grade talisman makers in this talisman shop in Yandang Mountain. Almost half of them come here because of your reputation. I heard that you are already a 2nd-grade top-grade talisman maker. Many talisman masters want to become your disciples. By the way, my second aunt has already entered the realm of a 2nd-grade talisman maker, all thanks to the talisman-making manual you sent back. With your copy, our Su family's lost talisman-making inheritance is all gone. Su Yuming nodded slightly. That's not enough. You can spread the word that I can recruit talisman-making disciples. If there are any talented ones, they can come and have a try. If there is a 2nd-grade talisman maker willing to join my Su family, I, Su Yuming, am willing to teach him to practice my Su family's foundation-building spells and refine the golden light god-slashing talisman. Yes, Su Yudeng was overjoyed. With a guarantee from his uncle, he could definitely catch all the scattered talisman masters in Jizhao. After all, There were almost no people in Jizhao who were better at making talismans than Su Yuming. There were only 2 or 3 people at his level. If such a master wanted to recruit disciples, the team would be lined up from Yandang Mountain to Taoguan. Uncle 19, where are you going? Seeing Su Yuming leave, Su Yudan couldn't help asking. Returning to the clan. I've been away for too long. Your Aunt 19 is already 7 months pregnant. If I don't go home, your second aunt will blame me again. After Su Yuming finished speaking, he had already moved away from the market. Su Yuding was a foundation-building cultivator after all. He released his spiritual consciousness 20 miles away, but he couldn't catch the shadow of Su Yuming leaving. He was immediately shocked. Moving over 20 miles in an instant, Uncle 19's current ability is probably unrivaled by anyone below the Purple Mansion. The flying speed of the Purple Mansion realm is about 1,300 miles per hour, and even if Su Yuming is flying with a sword, with a blessing of the second step of sword intent, the flying speed is more than twice as fast. As for flying at full speed, the speed is comparable to that of a giant and cultivator who can fly 5,000 miles per hour. Returning from the market to Yandang Mountain, Su Yuming used the Earth Dragon moving technique with all his strength. In just a few breaths, he had already landed in front of the Sanju cave. At this time, Shui Lian, who had already entered the 4th level of Qi Refining, was accompanying Shui Yulong to look after the 10 acres of medicinal fields in front of the door. The soil of the medicinal fields was red, and it was obviously a batch brought out from the secret realm. Yulong, Su Yuming looked at her bulging abdomen, squatted forward, and put his head close to her husband. The sudden appearance of the figure startled Shui Yulong. She was now at the 5th level of Qi Refining. She gathered a ball of water arrows in her palm, which was quite fast. But after seeing Su Yuming's appearance, she smiled and the water arrows in her hand turned into a pool of water and fell directly to the ground. I'm sorry that you've been away for several months, and you've suffered. Su Yuming helped her up and took her to the front of a mountain not far away. With a wave of his hand, the ground shook and a stone platform appeared on the ground. It was wrapped in rocks and was very clean. Su Yuming spread the fur coat seized in the fight on it, and the two sat side by side in the mountain. Greetings, my lord. Not far away, Shu Shen, Shu Lian, Su Si and Su Wu all landed one after another and saluted Su Yuming. Su Yuming casually threw out more than a dozen bottles of pills. Your cultivation is too low, so these pills are given to you. Shu Sheng Shu Lian, please serve me and raise your cultivation to the late stage of Qi Refining as soon as possible. Su Si and Su Wu, enter the middle stage of Qi Refining as soon as possible. In addition, Su Si will immediately go to various places in the clan and gather all the clan members above the late stage of Qi Refining to the meeting hall to participate in the clan meeting. Yes, Su Wu, summon all the family alchemists, weapon refiners, talisman makers, and array masters to the meeting hall to listen to orders. Yes, Su Si and Su Wu immediately took the order and left. My husband is back, but I have to be busy again. Leaning on Su Yuming's shoulder, Shui Yulong's face was sweet at this time, and her eyes were full of tenderness. Pregnant female cultivators are no different from ordinary women. They are all weak and want to find a shoulder to lean on. Yes, Su Yuming flipped his hand and took out two puppets, bent his fingers and put a finger into the mouth of the jade puppet. What is this? Shui Yulong couldn't help asking in surprise. After returning from this trip to the secret realm, my cultivation has skyrocketed. These two puppets will not be of much use to me. So in the upcoming tough battle, this piece of finger may come in handy. Shui Yulong's eyes showed some worry. She could guess the hidden danger of the beast-life fellow cultivator's method. Since her husband had made great progress in cultivation, he would definitely have to face the Red Guard Wanderer, who was a Purple Mansion cultivator. Su Yuming stayed with her until dusk, then picked up the sleeping Shui Yulong, put her back on the soft couch in the cave, covered her with a quilt, and then left. After a short rest, when Shui Yulong turned over, she did not feel the big hand beside the bed. She opened her eyes with some disappointment, and saw Shui Lian sitting next to her and saying with a smile, "And the master said that you don't have to worry about the things in your heart. Now that he is back, everything can be solved." Shui Yulong opened her lips slightly, her eyes full of surprise. In the eyes of her husband, such a strong man as Honghu Sanren can also be dealt with. Swoosh! In front of Yandang Mountain, dozens of streamers rose into the sky and flew towards the main peak. I heard that the head of the family is back. When the head of the family was competing for a place in the 10,000 Snake Valley in Taoguan, He killed many second-order great perfection demon cultivators and showed his great power. I heard that the head of the family's cultivation has reached the peak of foundation building. It's a cause for celebration. My Yandang Mountains Su family has been in a period of transition since the ancestor Qi. Now the head of the family has reached the peak of foundation building, and the ancestor Yuan has entered the middle stage of foundation building. Even the previous ancestor Luning has been in seclusion. If he can also break through, my Su family will have another middle stage foundation building cultivator. There are also signs over at the Five Beast sect. Yanbing has been selected as a true disciple of the Five Beast sect, and his cultivation has also entered the 9th level of Qi Refining. The clan originally wanted to prepare a foundation building pill for him, but he wanted to explore the second order spiritual consciousness and spiritual energy liquid by himself, and enter the realm of Qi Refining great perfection before breaking through. This kid is quite courageous. Yu Tang returned earlier and brought back a lot of good things. He exchanged 4 foundation building pills for the family in one go. I wonder if it will be our turn this time. In a blink of an eye, dozens of people arrived in front of the Su family's meeting hall. This is also the reason why Su Yuming saw that all the monks of the Lu and Yu generations who were in the death retreat had come out. Including the younger generation, he thought that the 4 people who had just entered the 9th level of Qi Refining would build their foundations one after another, and the 9th level of Qi Refining monks in the family would be discontinued. Unexpectedly, there would be some more unexpected surprises. The previous family's Suluning ranked 8th. Among the white-haired old men who came out now, there were at least 4 Lu generation 9th level Qi Refining old men, but their Qi and blood were really declining. They were all over 80 years old. Su Yuming didn't expect that they could survive after years of seclusion. As for the people of the Yu generation, in his vague memory, he seemed to be able to see the shadow of his youth from these old faces. 5th brother, 16th brother, 17th brother, 21st brother, 22nd brother, so you are all still alive. It's ridiculous that when he was seeking death, he thought that only he, Su Yuan and Shui Yulong were left in the Yu generation. His Yu generation was very prosperous. When he was 40 years old, the Yu generation had grown to more than 80 people. Excluding those who had died of illness, old age or war, there were also minors, nearly 20 of whom had walked out. Those who have not been active for many years, those who have been in seclusion or have not returned from going out, will be defined as dead. From now on, we will still count them by the soul lamps. Su Yuming felt that he had become the head of the family, and it was only today that he could see the details of the family. Among these people, if 30% can become foundation building cultivators, my Su family will usher in a truly prosperous era. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Clan Meeting, Su Family starts 5-year plan, 3 more monthly tickets requested. Ding. As the bronze bell hanging outside the meeting hall was struck, the 60 or 70 people who entered fell silent. When they looked up, they found that a middle-aged figure had appeared on the throne. We meet the head of the family. Almost everyone bowed to Su Yuming. Su Yuming, who had come back to life, was crucial to the Su family's ability to get to where they are today, despite the threat from the Red Crab Forest Wong family. Su Yuming looked up and saw Su Yuan, who was in the middle stage of foundation building, and Su Yudang, who was in the early stage of foundation building, sitting on his left and right. In addition to the second elder Su Lao Xiang and the third elder Su Lao Te who had broken through before, there were also Su Yuzhen and Su Yumeng who had just broken through in the early stage of foundation building. In addition, the Su family also had the previous family leader Su Laoning, as well as Su Yufeng and Su Yuzong, who had already transformed their spiritual energy into liquid and were stabilizing their realm. Not counting the Qi ancestor who had already entered the Purple Mansion, including Su Yumeng, 10 people in the Su family had broken through in foundation building. Everyone, today I have returned from my trip to the secret realm with a great harvest. I intend to put 3 million spirit stones into the family treasury, and put at least more than 300 techniques and secret manuals into the library. From today on, the second elder Su Lao Xiang will serve as the elder of the treasury and sit in the family treasury. The third elder Su Lao Te will serve as the elder of the library and sit in the family library. Su Yuan, a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, will serve as the first elder of the Su family. Shui Yulong, a cultivator at the peak of the early stage of foundation building, will serve as the second elder of the Su family. Shui Yulong, the chief steward of the God of War Hall, has been promoted to the elder of the God of War Hall and concurrently serves as the third elder of the family. Shui Yulong, the former chief steward of the library, has been appointed as the elder of the Red Crab Forest and concurrently the fourth elder of the family. Shui Yufeng, the former chief steward of the Foreign Affairs Hall, has served as the fifth elder of the family and concurrently the elder of the swamp after entering the foundation building stage. Shui Yusong, the former chief steward of the Law Enforcement Hall, will continue to serve as the elder of the law enforcement and the sixth elder of the family. In addition, the Qi patriarch is in seclusion seeking to break through to the next great realm and will serve as the family's supreme elder. Also, my eighth uncle Su Liaoning, who is in seclusion, will become the elder of the family's guest hall and take charge of the family's guest hall as long as he enters the middle stage of foundation building. Shui Yulong issued the appointment of 10 foundation building warriors in the family in one breath, and the cultivators present were in an uproar for a while. Master, although the second and third elders are old, they have already entered the foundation building realm and their lifespans have increased to 200 years. Isn't it too fast to retreat behind the scenes? The younger generation of the family is still growing, and many major events still need these old generation strong men to take the helm. The first one to stand up was Su Yuan, who was the third strongest man in the Su family. Shui Yulong calmly took a sip of the tea beside him, and casually threw out a list. You can circulate the list of exercises above, and then discuss this matter: the Golden Snake's words, the Water Lung Sutra, the Turtle Breathing Exercise, 7 foundation building exercises, the Snake, Dragon and Python Technique. Is this the method of transforming the spiritual consciousness of the Purple Mansion? With this method, the spiritual consciousness can be doubled after practicing one level. How amazing is this technique? My God, more than 300 Qi refining stage spells, and most of them are snake control techniques. If my Su family uses these techniques to raise snakes for 100 years, not to mention becoming a Yuanying sect like the 10,000 Snake Valley, I'm afraid it can easily produce 1 or 2 Purple Mansion powerhouses and continue the family's glory for another 500 years. Then, they saw the second and third level ores at the bottom, as well as dozens of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. As for the 100-year-old spiritual herbs, the number was surprisingly more than 1,000. This was only 1/10 of what Shui Yulong harvested from his trip to the secret realm. The mission of the library is very important. I will not fail in my mission and will defend this place to the death. Su Laote was so excited that he danced with joy. He stood up and bowed to Shui Yulong. The head of the family is far-sighted. You don't need to say more. For the long-term plan of the family, I am willing to sit in the family treasure house. In addition, I also ask the head of the family to grant me a formation. Now that the Qi ancestor is gone, the only formation to protect the family is a second-level upper-grade sword or evil-slaying formation. I am afraid it will be difficult to protect the family treasure. Su Laoxiang also stood up. This is a simple matter. The Great Elder will go to the 5 Beasts X Mountain Gate in person and purchase a third-grade top-grade formation. He will take what he needs from the spiritual stones I sent to the treasury. Yes, sir. Su Yuan stood up, with a complex and excited look in her eyes towards Shui Yulong. She didn't expect that this 19th brother, with just a few words, would settle the 2 stubborn old men in the family. The second and third elders gave in and volunteered to sit in the family treasury and library. This was nothing more than a way for their direct descendants to better exchange these treasures, and also meant to contribute to the long-term development of the family. This move of his was to please them. Second Elder Su Yudang dispatched the disciples of the clan as soon as possible, and post documents in various places in Jizhou to recruit independent cultivators and small forces to join our Su family's guest hall, recruit people as soon as possible, and support the guest hall. Yes, Su Yudan clasped his fists in a serious manner. In addition, I found a lot of snake eggs in the secret realm, a total of more than 20,000. Everyone present here will receive 2 second-level potential snake eggs. As long as the disciples in the Qi refining stage of the clan enter the Qi refining stage, they can obtain 1 of the snake eggs. The remaining snake eggs will be hatched by my Taoist partner Shui Yulong and then sent to the swamp. From now on, the place where the family raises snakes will be the 800-mile swamp. Yufeng, this matter is left to you. Su Yufeng stood up and responded, yes, sir. In addition, Although the red crab monster is gone in the red crab forest, a second-level superior spiritual vein there is still there, as well as many mineral deposits of the Wong family. Although they were blown up by magic before they evacuated, they can be excavated again, and some spiritual medicines that like shade and humidity are most suitable for excavation there. We can also cultivate a treasure land like the red crab forest into a spiritual field for my Su family. After finishing speaking, Su Yumeng waved his hand and took out 1,000 acres of red soil and threw it to Su Yumeng. Yumeng, you will stay here from now on. The Great Elder will go to the Five Beast sect and will help you buy a third-level inferior formation to protect the medicine field. Yes, sir. Swish. Su Yulong suddenly stepped in front of the door. I am late. Please forgive me, the head of the family and the elders. Seventh brother, you came at the right time. Su Yumeng looked at him with a smile. You continue to serve as the family's weapon refining elder, and refine the many ores I brought back. Now, in addition to the ancestor Kyonghae and me, my Su family still has 10 people who have established their foundation. I must prepare a lower-grade attack spiritual weapon and a defensive spiritual weapon for them. The required materials can be directly exchanged from the treasure house. Yes, Su Yulong nodded seriously. This matter will take at least a few years. It doesn't matter. The Wong family of Red Crab Forest has joined Red Guard Wanderer and wants to avoid the edge of my Su family. My Su family doesn't need to pay attention to them. In the next 5 years, my Su family members only need to move around in the Yandang Mountains, Yandang Mountains, and the Five Beast sect. First, cultivate snake monsters. More than half of the more than 20,000 snake eggs I brought back must be hatched, and the cultivators who receive the snake eggs must cultivate them carefully. The family will provide them with the necessary cultivation resources for 5 years. Second, practice magic. From the techniques I brought back, cultivators in the foundation establishment stage can choose 2, and cultivators in the Qi refining stage can choose 1. They can continue to exchange for others with contributions within the family, but they must be thorough in what they learn and not bite off more than they can chew. Third, we will open up new sources of income. I will start recruiting a large number of talisman makers and strive to increase the annual talisman revenue to 300,000 spirit stones within 5 years. The weapon refining elders will train weapon refiners. After completing the clan's 2 magic weapons, one for attack and one for defense, the weapon refining peak will start selling magic weapons and spirit weapons to the outside world. The pill refining peak will recruit independent cultivators and train a second-level pill refiner as soon as possible. Fourth, from now on, we will establish a foundation-building training plan. Within 5 years, any clan member who enters the late stage of Qi refining will receive a bottle of high-quality nourishing spirit pill. Those who break through a level in the late stage of Qi refining will receive a bottle of top-quality spirit-raising pill. Those who enter the peak of Qi refining will receive a foundation-building pill and a foundation-building opportunity. Those who break through the foundation-building stage on their own will receive personal guidance from the clan's strong men. Fifth, order my Su clan members to start training the younger generation. After reaching adulthood, unless they are cultivators who have special skills that require them to strengthen their essence and nourish their vital energy, they must marry and have children. Cultivators who marry and have children must train a second child. If the clan wants to marry someone from outside, the family treasury will issue betrothal gifts, and the wedding ceremony for mortals will also be presided over by the Immortal Master. If a child is born without spiritual roots, he will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. If a child has spiritual roots, his parents will be rewarded with 10 spiritual stones, and his child will be directly handed over to the family to raise until he reaches adulthood. Within 5 years, I will see at least 150,000 members of my Su family and tens of thousands of newborns. Wow! When these 5 rules were announced, the cultivators in the late stage of Qi refining sitting in the back all looked strange. May I ask the head of the family, what should I do if there is a hidden disease and I can't give birth? The person who spoke was Su Yufang, the daughter of the third brother Su Yulong. This is a trivial matter. My Su family has reached a strategic alliance with the Chu family of Shianshu Pavilion. Chu Zhao, a second-level middle-grade alchemist, will be the master of all the alchemists in our alchemy peak. You can go to him to ask for a pill. Thank you, Uncle 19. Su Yufang was overjoyed. May I ask the head of the family, if the young cultivators in the family do not have a favorite female cultivator at present, what should they do? The one who asked the question was Silaochen, a cultivator of the previous generation. He was the sixth in the previous generation and older than Su Liaoning. So it's Uncle 6, Su Yuming nodded slightly at him. Adult clan members can wait to marry with independent cultivators, or be assigned by the clan to marry with the Chu family of Xianshu Pavilion. For this, my Taoist partner Chu Qinglun will help you with the arrangements. Patriarch, the old man who has been in seclusion, came out only for the opportunity to build a foundation. Dare I ask if I can also get a foundation building opportunity and a foundation building pill? The person who asked the question was somewhat similar to Su Yuming, but it was his fifth brother Su Yuxiang, who was from the same lineage as him. As soon as these words came out, more than 20 old men at the scene looked up. That's right, but you need to replenish your qi and blood first before you dare to try to build a foundation. Otherwise, the success rate of building a foundation will not exceed 10%, which is a way to die suddenly. Su Yuming still had 2 top-grade foundation building pills, 17 mid-grade foundation building pills, and 31 low-grade foundation building pills in his pocket, so he had enough money to give them to the clan members to try. But this matter cannot be rushed. After all, these old men are in their 70s and 80s, and the youngest is 50 years old. If they are pushed to the limit and 10 of them die, Su Yuming will also be blamed. Go. Where are the monthly tickets? Subscribe them all. The follow-up subscriptions are collapsing. The average subscription has increased by dozens in 2 days, and the follow-up subscriptions are still falling? Chapter 144, New Metabolism. Why do people in the Su family die every day? One more, please subscribe. Thank you for your concern, Patriarch. We are willing to give it a try. More than 20 figures stood up in unison and appeared in front of Su Yuming. The last old guys of the Lu and Yu generations were unwilling to die in silence. Even if they had to die, they had to fight hard to reach the foundation building realm they dreamed of. Even if they were torn to pieces and bleeding from all 7 orifices, it would be a worthy death and no regrets. Su Yuming sighed. They were all uncles and brothers, and they had all been through hardships. If it weren't for their poor aptitude, he would have asked them to go all out, but you all have weak blood and qi, and half of your feet are buried in the ground. 21st brother, Patriarch, Su Yuchen, the son of Su Laochen, stood up. He was the 21st in the Yu generation. He had accompanied his father to sit in the death gate before. Both of them were at the 9th level of Qi refining. What was different from the past was that Su Laochen was 89 years old and had been at the 9th level of Qi refining for more than 30 years. Su Yuchen and Su Yuming were the same age. This year he was 54 years old and had been at the 9th level of Qi refining for 10 years. Su Laochen was also an elder in the clan in his early years. He had tried to build a foundation with a low-grade beast pill but failed. Su Yuchen, because of his 4 low-grade spiritual roots, had no chance to obtain the foundation building pills that the clan had spent resources to buy. Please help count our uncles and uncles of the Lu generation, and brothers of the Yu generation. How many of them have taken foundation building pills and have made a breakthrough to the foundation building stage? How many of them have lost their blood and qi? How much lifespan they have left? And, if there is a foundation building opportunity, those with high-grade spiritual roots or 2 series middle-grade spiritual roots will be given priority. Yes, not long after, Su Yuchen came closer. 19th brother, the 4 of the Lu generation have basically made a breakthrough to the foundation building stage more than once, and my father made a breakthrough once. In order to wait for the opportunity in the clan, he took the initiative to retreat in order to stabilize his blood and qi. And he also bought a bottle of high-grade blood replenishing pills out of his own pocket, just to use it at the critical moment. In addition, Uncle 11, Uncle 14, and Uncle 17 have all made breakthroughs to the foundation building stage twice, especially Uncle 11, who has a dual series middle-grade spiritual root of water and fire, so his talent should be better. As for my Yu generation, basically everyone has also made an effort to reach the foundation building stage once. However, my 5th brother's qi and blood have declined seriously, even worse than those of the Lu generation. My 16th, 17th, 22nd, 24th, and 27th brothers, as well as 8 brothers from the side branches, have basically been working hard for the family business in Shanghai capital, Tao County, and other counties in Jizhou over the years. Especially my 16th brother, after entering the 7th level of Qi refining. He has been in charge of a small spiritual stone vein of the family next to the stone forest. He has been in charge for more than 20 years and has never embezzled a single spiritual stone. The most talented among them should be Suhu from the side branch. He has a medium-grade spiritual root of both gold and earth. Shui Yulong nodded. How many of them can pay for the opportunity to build a foundation out of their own pockets? 19th brother, among those 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines you brought back, Huanglongzi and Twin Lotus can be combined with 7 or 8 kinds of medicinal materials to make a pot of nourishing soul soup. The effect of this thing is not inferior to Juki powder, and it can be shared by at least a dozen people. If it is shared, each person will need to hand in more than 10,000 spirit stones at most, which is also within their affordability. Oh? Where did you find the recipe for this nourishing soul soup? I have never heard of it. Shui Yulong was a little surprised. What is the success rate of foundation building? About 10%. The recipe was handed in by Suhu this morning. Last month, he and several friends explored a secret realm in Hejian County. It was left by a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of foundation building. There was a second-level alchemist inheritance, which he did not get, but he copied a copy of the nourishing soul soup. Shui Yulong nodded slightly. Since it can be refined, let my Taoist partner take action and refine a dose for the clan. Yes, 19th brother. On that day, Chu Zunzhao from Xianshu Pavilion appeared on the alchemy peak as promised. The first-level peak alchemist Chu Qinglun, the top-level alchemists Su Yulong and Chang Leichen, and a dozen or so members of the Su family who were beginners in alchemy and had excellent fire spirit roots, followed him to learn. Oh? I didn't expect that your Su family still had so many spiritual medicines. This soul-replenishing soup is not bad. If you allow me to copy a copy of the recipe, I can help you make a dose. The Qi gathering powder can increase the chance of building a foundation by half. The recipe is a secret that cannot be passed on. It can be sold for tens of thousands of spirit stones. This soul-replenishing soup is even better. I wonder how much you, Xianshu Pavilion, are willing to pay for it. Outside the door, Su Liaoning stepped in. After he successfully broke through the middle stage of the foundation building, he was responsible for the study of the alchemy peak. Now Chu Qinglun's breakthrough to the second-level alchemist is the top priority of the clan. How about 100,000 spirit stones? Our two families are relatives by marriage. If the nobles are willing, I am willing to refine the elixir for you once, without any charge. This spirit-replenishing soup can be regarded as a small top-grade elixir for refining Qi. In the past, the Qi gathering powder was the first. Now that there is a spirit-replenishing soup, Chu Zunzhao has no time to care about the Qi gathering powder. In the future, the Chu family of Xianshu Pavilion will have him in charge. As long as the materials are sufficient, they can continuously refine such foundation building opportunities, and they will definitely rise in a short period of time. 100,000 spirit stones is fine. The head of the family said that you have to accept my Su family disciples as your apprentices. Chu Zunzhao hesitated. In the world of cultivating immortals, accepting apprentices is not casual. It's okay to be a registered disciple. If you just give him a book of exercises, you may not give him any instructions for decades. But Su Yulong clearly wanted him to accept a personal disciple. Such a disciple must be brought by his side to teach his real skills, otherwise he will lose face in the future when he walks in the world, which will be a loss of his face. Well, then, your Su family, find a cultivator with both wood and fire spiritual roots, and I will make an exception this time. For Xianshu Pavilion, Chu Zunzhao was willing to risk his life. Under his guidance, the soul-replenishing soup was successfully refined. Chu Qinglun, who mastered this medicinal diet, was overjoyed. She was now infinitely close to the second level. As long as she could refine a few second-level pills, she might be able to break through on the battlefield. A total of 12 medicinal diets consumed 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs and 600-year-old spiritual herbs, with a loss of about 150,000 spiritual stones. The clan only charged 12,000 spiritual stones to the 12 cultivators who took the medicinal diet. In addition, Shui Yulong also took out diluted 100-year-old fox wine and gave it to the 12 people for retreat and breakthrough. Their relatives, more or less, all expressed their opinions. Shui Yulong knew that Su Yuchen alone spent a lot of money to buy a top-grade blood and Qi pill, which was to prevent the body from dying directly due to insufficient blood and Qi when building the foundation. Half a month passed in a flash. Chu Zunzhao, who lived in the alchemy peak of Yandang Mountain these days, frowned a little. The Su family held a funeral every 3 to 5 days. This was already the fourth one. Yu Fang, who died again, the disciple he accepted was Su Yufang, who was ranked 35th in the Yu generation. He was only 15 years old, the youngest of the group. He had both wood and fire spiritual roots. Although they were both middle grade, his talent as an alchemist was initially full, and he was also very smart. He was the tallest among the short people, so he was chosen by Chu Zunzhao. Su Yufeng was crying, and she was still sobbing after hearing the question. It should be Uncle Wu. He is the fifth of the Jade generation, and he has been in seclusion since his early years. I'm afraid he has passed away now, is that so? There have been quite a few deaths in your Su family recently. Could it be that you are opening the secret rooms along the mountain one by one to find out the life and death of those old monks? Su Yufeng shook her head. I don't know, but some uncles, I haven't seen them for a long time. I never thought they were still alive. At this point, Chu Zunzhao stopped abruptly, and his mind became clearer. That night, after finishing the class, he flipped his hand and took out a sound transmission mirror. Dad, your guess is right. The Su family is indeed making a big move. They are investigating the old monks in seclusion, and most of them have provided them with a large number of foundation-building pills. It seems that they have gained a lot of benefits in the secret realm. In addition, many monks in the Su family are practicing magic that we have never seen. The Su family also invited me to be a guest elder in the Su family. In this way, I can go and exchange for the skills with my contribution to alchemy soon. Chu Xingbo, who was far away at the Xianshu Pavilion headquarters, was alarmed. Zunzhao, now among the 6 mountains of Yandang, only the Su family of Yandang Mountain is thriving. Fortunately, I married King Lun to Su Yuming last year, and I have a favor for helping him. We can be closer to the Su family in the future. Why don't you accept the identity of a guest elder and go to the Su family's library to see what good things they have? By the way, Su Yuming is likely to bring back a lot of high-year spiritual medicines from the secret realm. Don't you also want to break through the alchemist realm? When you make contributions to the Su family, they will probably not be able to refuse to lend you a hand after reading the reply. Chu Zunzhao frowned. Why did he feel that his father had some ideas of turning his elbow outward? What kind of background does the Su family have that can touch his father? He recalled the unfamiliar faces that came and went in the clan before he left Xianshu Pavilion. Most of them were old friends from other states, and they were all black market secret agents. They were also mobilized. Could it be that Xianshu Pavilion and the Su clan had some special deal? He wanted to say, I am at least a identified second-grade intermediate alchemist, and you sold me out like this. I'm afraid it's not a good idea. Buzz, until late at night, he saw 3 groups of spiritual energy clouds emanating at the same time, and he couldn't help but be surprised. 3 people are building their foundation at the same time. The Su family is flourishing. These days, he has seen as many as 6 or 7 people from the Su family building their foundation. Now with these 3 more people, doesn't it mean that the number of foundation-building cultivators in the Su family has surpassed the sum of 2 or 3 families in the 6 mountains of Yandang? Something big is going to happen. After the Su family forced the Wang family of Red Crab Forest to leave, they tried to win over the Chu family of Xianshu Pavilion. Their next step, wouldn't it be to attack one of the families of Skull Mountain, Dayan Peak, or Xianwang sect? Chu Zunzhao used his spiritual sense to observe a notice posted in front of the gate of Zujia town. Guest elders, annual salary of 10,000 spirit stones, plus a bottle of second-level elixir. Alchemists, talisman makers, array masters, and weapon refiners can double it. My heart is pounding. Thank you to fellow Taoist Sunflower 2012 for the 500-point reward. I am so grateful. Chapter 145, Establishment of the Worship Hall, the discovery of top-grade spiritual roots, 2 more subscriptions required. Uncle 19, the ones who broke through last night were 6th Grandfather Su Laochen, 21st Uncle Su Yuchen, and Su Hu from the side branch. The next morning, Su Yuming got the status of 3 people who broke through. The Su family had 3 more foundation-building cultivators at once, which was a cause for celebration. However, their status was automatically promoted to elders of the clan, and the power of the Su family would inevitably be divided to them. They had to think about where they should go. Su Hu has a dual middle-grade spiritual root of gold and fire, and he is also 48 years old. He should be considered as my Jade character peer. So, since he has entered the foundation-building stage, let him enter the ancestral hall cabinet and be of the upper generation. Yes, Su Yudang nodded. The Su family did have a rule that when a side branch entered the foundation-building stage, it could be promoted to the main branch. This rule alone was enough for the children of the side branch to fight for their whole lives, just so that their descendants could get better care from the clan. In addition, news has come from Hejian County, Changshan County, Shongshan County, Julu County, Bohai County, Wei County, and Tao County that my Sioux family is recruiting guest officials, and the response has been overwhelming. Now there are more than 3,000 registered Qi refining cultivators, and there are as many as 12 foundation building cultivators. They are now rushing to Zujia town. Su Yuming clapped his hands and smiled. It's expected, so people should pay close attention. If there are any good seedlings, keep an eye out. By the way, tell all the cultivators below that they must be polite when receiving these guests. Pick all the 100-year-old spiritual fruits grown in the clan, and put all the spiritual wine on the table. Don't let down the face of my Yandang Mountains Sioux family, and don't offend any seemingly unknown casual cultivator. If there's anything you are unsure about, you can introduce it to me. Yes, by the way, Uncle 19, not long after you gave the order, many Taoist couples and mortal couples in our clan have begun to respond to the birth plan. However, my grandfather who manages the treasury said, if we carry out the birth plan and the guest official plan together, the annual expenditure of our Sioux family will probably skyrocket to 1 million spirit stones. By then, the 3 million spirit stones you deposited into the treasury will not last long. Don't worry, the family is strong now, so there are naturally many ways to increase revenue. By the way, are there any talisman makers who come here because of your reputation? I may be able to meet one or two recently. During the day, Su Yuming accompanied Shui Yulong in taking steps to nourish the fetus, and at night he practiced the Deboyu exercise with Chu Qingluan. Chu Qingluan's stomach didn't respond, but his weight did increase a lot. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. 3218, 5000, a flash of inspiration. 2718, 5000, Zhuanyang body, 10/10, many children, many blessings, not activated. A flash of inspiration can break through the shackles, and Zhuanyang body can break through all methods. Fortunately, he has encountered difficulties in his cultivation recently, so he can first step into the realm of minor success in the snake, dragon and python art. After using the Zhuanyang body to charge, Su Yuming felt refreshed. If the previous third-level initial spiritual consciousness realm could only detect 500 miles around, now I'm afraid it can detect 650 miles. If the spiritual consciousness is attached to the sea of clouds, it can be more than 1,000 miles, and I can know a little bit. If I use the golden eagle breaking illusion technique again, the cultivators who have just entered the purple mansion may not be able to withstand it. The black python swallowing heaven technique can hurt a purple mansion in the middle stage. Su Yuming thought to himself, his 7 dances of the spirit snake. He simply crossed the 7 poisons of the spirit snake. The first and second dances have been practiced one after another. As for the third dance, it is a bit troublesome. Maybe we can directly offer a reward? He asked Su Si to let the family's shops in various places go to the market to offer a reward for the fangs of the rare python monster. 1,000 spirit stones per pair. Such a high price can almost buy a small top-grade medium-grade magic weapon. There should be people tempted. A few days passed, and the entire Yandang Mountains had become lively. Especially the Zujia town at the foot of the mountain. Every day it had to receive thousands of cultivators from all over the country who came to take the test. However, most of them were low-level Qi refining cultivators who wanted to try their luck. So far, Su Yuming has not seen a single one that he likes. Even for the foundation building cultivators, their Sioux family also recruited 2 in one go. One was Cheng Zihun, a second-level lower-grade weapon refiner. Now he went to the weapon refinement peak to refine spiritual weapons with Su Yang. After seeing the mountains of second-level materials piled up in the Sioux family, he immediately felt that he had come to the right place and was obsessed with weapon refinement. The other is Yi Hongmei, whose name is a bit old-fashioned. She is an unattractive female cultivator. She has the same 3 spiritual roots of gold, fire and earth as Su Yang, and she is also a second-level lower-grade talisman maker. The purpose of coming here is to learn talisman making. Su Yuming immediately spread the foundation building cultivation of the 2 people, and deliberately leaked the fact that the first second-level talisman maker came to him and followed him to learn the art. You have mastered a divine fire-flying crow talisman. Next is the earth-heavy armor talisman. This kind of talisman requires the mastery of gravity. I will use gravity to create a gravity field in the cave for 7 days. Please feel it carefully. Yes, teacher. As Su Yuming's disciple of the Way of Talismans, Yi Hongmei was very respectful to him. Although she was a disciple with skills and was also in the foundation establishment stage, as she and Su Yuming continued to contact, she found that the realm of this teacher was simply unfathomable, whether in cultivation or knowledge of the way of talismans. Uncle 19, a stream of light fell in front of the main peak and turned into the figure of Su Yudang. We found a top-grade earth spirit root at the foot of the mountain, a little girl in her teens. Oh, Su Yuming's eyes lit up. Can you bring her up the mountain? The cultivators from the other families are all here, and the foundation building cultivators in their clans are all coming. This girl is the offspring of a small immortal cultivation force in Hejian County, and they need to weigh their options before becoming his disciple. Are you looking for a rare treasure? You are short-sighted and don't even think about it. How can they manipulate a cultivator with top-grade spirit roots at will? After Su Yuming finished speaking, he had already sacrificed the Earth Dragon boat, which disappeared 100 miles in an instant. In one more step, it had crossed the foot of the mountain and appeared steadily above Zujia town. At this time in Zujia town, the foundation-building puppet monster ancestor of Skull Mountain, the foundation-building spirit medicine ancestor of Xianwang sect, the foundation-building double sword ancestor of Dayan Peak, and the head of the Chu family of Xianshu Pavilion, Chu Zunshan, had all arrived. In addition to the War God Hall Elder Su Yuzhen, the Su family foundation building cultivators present also included the law enforcement Elder Su Yusong. Surrounded in the middle were a couple at the 3rd level of Qi Refining, an old man at the 6th level of Qi Refining, and a little girl about 11 years old, who were curiously staring with wide eyes, looking around, with a very spiritual look. Seniors, I am Lin Wenzhong, and I have brought my daughter-in-law and granddaughter from Hejian County to here. This is my first time traveling far away. However, my granddaughter is quite smart and cute. If you want to take her as a disciple, please show your sincerity. There are many forces in Hejian County. We are willing to come to the Yandang Mountains to try our luck in the Su family. After hearing what the old man said, Su Yuming knew that he wanted the whole family to join the Su family. It seemed that it was not easy to survive in Hejian County. You don't have to worry about this. Skull Mountain, am willing to give her the secret technique of foundation building puppets and the foundation building exercises, and I will personally accept her as my disciple. I will prepare all the elixirs from the early stage of Qi Refining to the foundation building stage for her. As for the several cultivators in your Lin family and more than 100 clansmen, they will all be under the command of my Skull Mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, the puppet demon ancestor took the initiative to step forward. Old puppet monster, aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue away? You are just in the early stage of foundation building. How can you be qualified to accept a disciple with top-grade spiritual roots? The Double Swords Patriarch of Dayan Peak stepped out and looked at Lin Xiaoyun with a smile. Little kid, I am the ancestor of the Judeo sect of Dayan Peak. The Judeo Patriarch of the late stage of foundation building will accept you as his disciple. If you are willing, you will be the true disciple of my Judeo sect in the future, and the first true disciple. We will train you at all costs and even prepare a mid-grade foundation building pill for you. What's a mid-grade foundation building pill? Little kid, you have a top-grade fire spiritual root. My Xianwang sect is good at growing and refining medicine. If you are willing to become my disciple, you can use any century-old spiritual medicine. I can also help you become an alchemist, so that your parents and grandfather can live 100 years. When it comes to scheming, the spiritual medicine ancestor of the Xianwang sect is not to be underestimated. Moreover, this guy is a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, so his words are obviously more convincing. You are snatching people from my Zujia town. Don't you take my Yandang Mountains Su family seriously? Su Yuzhen snorted coldly and swept his eyes. Chu Zunshan, the head of the Chu family opposite him, was about to say something, but he was embarrassed to speak after being glared at by him. Lin Wenzhong, you also know the conditions for recruiting guest officials of our Su family. If your granddaughter Lin Xiaoyun is willing to join my Su family, she can let the elder, the head of the family, and even the secluded Qinghe patriarch accept her as a disciple. This is already a great blessing. Don't be ungrateful. Haha. As soon as the voice fell, the puppet demon ancestor stood up. I say Su Yuzhen, what are you, a junior, shouting here? If your Su family wants people to join you sincerely, you have to come up with conditions. If they are not as generous as our families, they will come to Zujia town with more than 100 people from far away. Wouldn't they be teased and perfunctory by you? Su Yuzhen narrowed his eyes and was about to take a step forward to confront each other. Above the sky, A majestic spiritual pressure suddenly descended. Bang! The puppet demon ancestor suddenly couldn't move on the spot, and then his throat felt sweet, and a mouthful of angry blood gushed out directly. Lin Wenzhong's family, who were in the Qi refining stage, had never seen such a scene before, and they were immediately shocked. Puppet demon, right? Even the cold-faced ancestor dared not act rashly in front of me. Who do you think you are? How dare you come to my Su family to rob people? Su Yuming fell from the air and threw his sleeves behind his back. The whole person was full of momentum, and the several foundation-building masters on the opposite side did not dare to take it head-on, and could only retreat a few steps. Listen, everyone in the Su family, if there is another cultivator coming to my Su family's sphere of influence to rob people, just kill him first and report later. No matter who he is, even if the Purple Mansion comes forward, I will block him. Yes, Su Yuzhen and Su Yusong, who were standing behind him, were overjoyed. With the head of the family coming forward, they had a backbone. On the other hand, even if the puppet demon ancestor on the opposite side vomited blood and had a resentful look in his eyes, he did not dare to say a word of rebuttal. This Su Yuming in front of me was as powerful as a god of war when he was in Taoguang. In the new week, everyone clicks to subscribe and vote for the monthly ticket. Thank you. Chapter 146, The Ancestors of all families gathered together. Su Yuming wanted to fight 3 alone, 3 more monthly tickets requested. Ancestor Sanju, even if you have killed a few demon cultivators who have reached the great perfection of foundation building, there is no need to be so aggressive and bully others. We are all of the same blood in the Yandang Mountains. These young people come to join us, but it depends on fate and their own choice. Right, behind the demon puppet ancestor, stepping on a white-boned spider puppet, was the cold-faced ancestor. This guy's aura has improved a bit, and he is probably not far from the peak of foundation building. Su Yuming looked at the knife light falling from the sky, and his eyes were fixed on the absolute knife ancestor. Does Taoist Judaism think so too? Yes, a cultivator with top-grade spiritual roots. I haven't seen one in the 6 mountains of Yandang for 100 years. How could this old man miss this opportunity? The ancestor of Judaism spoke cheerfully, but he was still quite wary of Su Yuming, because on the latest mountain and sea area foundation building list, Su Yuming was ranked 7th, only behind Meng Batao, Wang Jiansong, Yu Fenglao, and the 3 chief disciples of the 5 Beast sect. In other words, he actually beat many of the 5 Beast sect's true disciples and crushed all the casual cultivators. He was almost a shining star among the casual cultivators. Such a guy, as long as he didn't die, would almost certainly become a Purple Mansion. He didn't want to offend Su Yuming to death. Taoist Su, long time no see. I never thought that Taoist Ju would take the lead in stepping into the peak of foundation building. Not far away, the ancestor of Shenshu, riding a medicine hoe, also rushed over through the air. After landing, he was also at the peak of foundation building. It looks like I'm late. Chu Xingbo also flew over, his cultivation level radiating out. He was also at the peak of foundation building. It looked like he should have kept some of the 100,000-year-old spiritual herbs for himself and used them to refine pills to break through the realm. Not too late, not too late, Brother Chu. I heard that you have been very close to the Su family recently. Could it be that the Chu family of Xianshu Pavilion is going to join Yandang Mountain with a whole family? I heard that your 2 families have been very active recently, and even Chu Zunzhao, the 2nd-level middle-grade alchemist of your family, has become a guest of the Su family. The cold-faced ancestor spoke hoarsely, with a gleam in his eyes. My Chu family of Xianshu Pavilion and the Su family of Yandang Mountain are related by marriage, so it is natural for us to visit each other often. As for why Zunzhao joined the Su family, it was because the conditions they offered were attractive enough. Besides, are we the only ones who are making frequent moves? I believe that your several major forces have also gained a lot of benefits from this trip to the Blackstone Ancient Domain. I heard that your Skull Mountain alone has 2 more foundation-building monks. Chu Xingbo has been strategizing for many years, so he is naturally not afraid of the cold-faced old ancestor's temptations and ridicule. The cold-faced old ancestor tilted his head and ignored Chu Xingbo, who was arguing with him. Instead, his eyes fell on Su Yuming. Friend Su, the 6 mountains of Yandang are of the same blood. Now the Wang family of Red Crab Forest followed Senior Red Gourd Wanderer to Taoguang. But how come the 600 miles of Red Crab Forest and 800 miles of swampland were all taken over by your Su family and became your own territory? Your hands are a bit too long. Recently, Many casual cultivators in Yandang Fang have complained about you. Shui not far away, Su Laoning brought Su Yufang and Su Yumeng down, and not far away, 3 streams of light broke through the air and landed on the ground, turning into Su Laochen, Su Yuchen, and Su Yuhu who had just established their foundation. For a time, the Su family added 6 foundation builders to the scene. Counting Su Yuming, Su Yazan, and Su Yusong, there were already 9 foundation builders sitting in Zujia town, landing on the roofs of each house, and actually half-surrounded the 4 major forces. The cold-faced old ancestor's face changed and he smiled sinisterly. It is said that the Su family of Yandang Mountain made a fortune this year. I didn't expect the number of foundation-building cultivators to triple. Where are the old ghost of Kaiyonghe and Su Yuan? Since they are not here, are you young descendants allowed to come forward? Those who don't know, looking at the posture of your Su family, it seems that you are going to go to war with their major forces. Why must you be so aggressive, fellow Taoist, cold-faced? If you are dissatisfied with my Su family of Yandang Mountain, just draw a line and have a battle. As for showing off your tongue in front of Zujia town, I'm afraid you are not qualified. Su Laoning has been the head of the family for many years after all, so his eloquence is naturally not inferior. Okay, the cold-faced ancestor glanced around and said, fellow Taoist Judeo, fellow Taoist Shunshu, you all tell me, could it be that the red crab forest and the swamp will just belong to the Su family? If you don't say a word, the Wang family will be driven away today, and we may be the next one. The ancestor Judeo pondered for a moment. Since the Wang family of the red crab forest was defeated in the Battle of Yandang Mountain, their territory belongs to the Su family, and I have nothing to say. But the 800-mile swamp is a place for independent cultivators to practice. Excuse me for being blunt, but the Su family should not occupy it by force. Well, the Su family did something wrong in this matter. Fellow Taoist Su, as the person in charge of Yandang Mountain, can you explain this to us? The ancestor Shenchu also looked at Su Yuming curiously. Su Yuming put his hands behind his back, his expression calm. I, Su Yuming, have no need to explain my life to others. My Yandang Mountain Su family has been passed down for more than 600 years. At most, the Yandang Mountains belong to me. If you have any objections to taking away a mere swamp, then ask the sword in my hand. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the inheritance spiritual weapon 8 directions divine slash appeared in the air, and he caught it with his bare hands. This is the inheritance spiritual weapon 8 directions divine slash. The cold-faced old ancestor was shocked. Daoyasu is really good. In addition to the Yandang soul falling bell, the Su family in Yandang Mountain actually has a second inheritance spiritual weapon, and it is also a treasure on the 72 inheritance list. No wonder they are so confident that they can bully our 4 sects. In the next breath, his aura began to burst out. And he instantly climbed to the peak of the foundation building realm. But it's just a spiritual weapon that has been passed down. It shouldn't be able to stop us 4 peak foundation building cultivators, right? Fellow Taoist Su, confidence is a good thing, but if you are too confident, you will ruin the family business of Yandang Mountain for 600 years. For a moment, the ancestors Judeo and Shen Chu, who were on par with the cold-faced ancestor, had already stood on their own sides. When they looked at Chu Xingbo took the initiative to step aside. Brother Chu, what do you mean? The Su family is now powerful. If you don't join forces with us and gather the strength of the 3 of us, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it. The cold-faced ancestor looked back and saw Chu Xingbo cupping his fists towards him. The Chu family of Xianshu Pavilion has reached a strategic alliance with the Su family of Yandang Mountain. Don't blame me, fellow Taoists. If the 3 of you want to go to war with the Su family, then my Xianshu Pavilion can only stand opposite you. If the 3 of you want to compete with fellow Taoist Su, then I will watch you decide the winner. After all, we have been friends for decades, and we can't hurt the relationship. There is no way. Su Yuming gave too much? 1 against 3. After all, we are old. Well, then I will come to see the strength of the 7th on the Mountain and Sea Area Foundation Establishment list. The Absolute Sword Patriarch sighed, and a surge of sword intent burst out from his body, as if he had surpassed the sword energy like a rainbow and stepped into the 3rd step of sword intent. It seems that after experiencing the defeat in the preliminary election of Wanch Valley, he has also made a great progress. Rankings are nothing, fellow Taoist Su. You and I have fought side by side. If it weren't for the survival of our family, I really wouldn't want to be your enemy. Today's fight is just for learning. How about we stop at this point? The expression of the old ancestor Shen Shu was a little complicated. His grandson Liu Heng had a good relationship with Su Yuming, and he also likes Su Yuming. If it wasn't Su Yuming who took action at Rotten Peach Mountain that day, I'm afraid they would have fallen. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to tear his face and become an enemy with Su Yuming. Okay, Su Yuming nodded, and signaled Su Liaoning beside him to invite the Lin family of Hejian County to settle down in the town. How about we fight above the swamp? Yes. As the voice fell, 4 streams of light broke through the air and rose up, quickly flying towards the swamp 100 miles away. The foundation building cultivators behind them also followed from a distance, but always kept a distance of 50 miles from the battlefield. Especially the foundation building cultivators of the Su family. Although none of them had seen Su Yuming's performance in Taoguan and Wanch Valley, they knew from Su Yudang's words that the current head of the family could deal with a cultivator of the great perfection of foundation building with ease. In Zujia town, Lin Wenzhong glanced at his son and daughter-in-law. What do you think of this Su family, Dad? We came here because we saw the news that the Su family was recruiting guest officials. I heard that this senior Sanzhou ancestor is the 7th-ranked Xianjiao on the Mountain and Sea Domain Foundation building list. There is a great chance that he will become a Purple Mansion Sanren in the future. Moreover, the Su family has so many foundation building cultivators. Isn't it a great choice for us to join them? Lin Huan answered immediately. Lin Wenzhong shook his head. His silly son, you don't know how popular your daughter's talent of the top-grade fire spirit root is. If she is sent to the Five Beast sect, there will be elders vying for her, and even Purple Mansion cultivators will come forward to accept her as a disciple. Dad, since you want to bring the family with you, I heard that the Taoist partner of the Sanzhou patriarch is the descendant of the Shui family of Yandang Ranch that was destroyed before. More than 800 members of their family are now living in the town, which is enough to show that the Su family is tolerant. If casual cultivators like us can also obtain the status of guest officials, it can be regarded as finally gaining a foothold in this world of cultivation. The wife Wu Yi should be more reasonable. Yes, after all, I can't bear to let Nuanun leave us too far. Lin Wenzhong finally made a decision, squatted down in front of Lin Xiaonan, and stretched out his hand to gently tease her little face. Nuanun, do you want to stay in the Su family? Lin Xiaonan was only 11 years old, so she had no idea about this. She jumped up excitedly and pointed to the distance. Grandpa, what a beautiful fire, what a hot fire, huh? The 5-gauge peacock fire, which covered an area of dozens of miles, instantly swept across the swamp. The cold-faced ancestor, the absolute sword ancestor, and the divine Ho ancestor who faced Su Yuming were almost swallowed up by the raging sea of fire at the same time. Su Yuming, who stood with his hands behind his back, just opened his mouth and spit out a flame. His face was not red, he was not out of breath, and he didn't even lift a corner of his clothes. The winner was immediately determined. Lin Wenzhong was ecstatic about his correct decision. He bowed to Su Yazan, who had received him before, and said, Senior, our Hejian Lin family is willing to move our entire family to Yandang Mountain and become a vassal of the Su family. Chapter 147 Xianji Sanren changed the ranking overnight and ranked second in the Shanhai Domain Foundation building. One more monthly ticket request. Zhu Shen, with a sharp sword, relying on his own sword technique, Judeo Patriarch split the 100-foot-long fire wave with one sword and appeared in front of Su Yuming in an instant. However, in an instant, 8 flying swords had already enveloped him. 8-phase flying sword, cut, a 300-foot-long sword light burst out with a bang. Even if Judeo Patriarch reacted, it was too late. Second step sword intent. The moment his face changed drastically, the whole person was blown away by the sword and fell into the mud in the distance, stirring up dozens of feet of water. The whole person leaned against a mud pit, his robe was pierced by the sword energy, leaving bloody wounds all over his body. He gasped for breath and stared at the sky with unwillingness. He was killed in 2 moves? At this time last year, he was still the strongest person in the Yandang 6 mountains. He was a second-step sword cultivator plus the peak of foundation building. Even if he had reached the great perfection of foundation building, he could fight. How could he lose like this? He was terrified when he thought about it. With such a sword formation in hand, even if the 3 of us join forces today, we will be defeated. The Su family in Yandang Mountain has a dragon. Fellow Taoist Shen Shu, be careful of the sword formation. The cold-faced ancestor warned while driving the second stage mid-stage spider puppet to block all the flames with spider webs, and urged hundreds of wolf demon puppets to fly towards Shui Yulong. The spiritual consciousness controls the puppet. This trick is not bad. I didn't expect that your cold-faced ancestor's spiritual consciousness has already entered the second stage great perfection realm in advance, and the third stage is expected, Shui Yulong chuckled, and as he waved his sleeves, rolling clouds and mist surged out, instantly replacing the sea of fire covering the sky above the swamp, creating a thick fog area where you can't see your hand in front of you. Cry, a crane cried, and a white crane spread its wings. In just a moment, the 100 wolf demon puppets fell to the ground like dumplings. Even the second stage spider puppet was instantly pierced through the spirit stone core, which made the cold-faced ancestor who had injected the soul-splitting look gloomy. The next breath, his whole head was spinning. After falling into the mud, although only half of his body sank, his head was still above the water, but the way he tilted his head and foamed at the mouth made it hard for people not to suspect that he had become an idiot. Wow! Shui Yulong dodged the attack of the medicine hoe and found that the swamp behind him had collapsed 10 miles away. He couldn't help but show some surprise in his eyes. Senior Divine Ho is really still strong despite his old age. I never thought that your Yandang sect had a top-grade spiritual weapon. The old ancestor of the Divine Ho swung it dozens of times in a row, but Shui Yulong easily dodged it in the mist. Finally, he waved his hand, panting, I am old, not as strong as you in your prime. This hole was left by the ancestor who established the sect hundreds of years ago. The younger disciples are incompetent, and they can't beat you with the spiritual weapon of the ancestors. Well, I won't get involved in the recent events. After saying that, he had already led the cultivators of the Yandang sect away. Before leaving, Shui Yulong's lips moved slightly, and a passage of words was sent to his ears through the secret voice transmission. Yandang sect is good at farming. I heard that all the disciples who entered the sect are spiritual plant masters. I wonder if the senior is interested in the 10,000 acres of purple soil, the old body of the old ancestor of the Divine Ho, who had already escaped dozens of miles away, paused slightly. Purple soil? The purple soil is said to increase the growth rate of spiritual medicine by 5 times. If the secret technique of the Yandang sect is used, it means that if you plant spiritual medicine for 1 year, you will have the medicinal properties for 10 years. What exactly does Shui Yulong want to do? 10,000 acres of purple soil. You said you happened to dig up dozens of acres in the 10,000 Snake Valley. I can barely believe you and make a deal with you. 10,000 acres of purple soil? Even the 5 Beast sect doesn't have such a big harvest. In this secret realm, hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the 2 clans divided up 1,000,000 acres of medicinal wasteland. The outer area is all red soil, and only the inner area is purple soil. After hesitating again and again, the ancestor Shanshu, who returned to the sect, almost immediately dragged a useless weapon refiner from the cave. You have Shui Yulong's sound transmission sound in your hand, right? Make an appointment with him. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. I will meet him at the Bakeo Hall of the Yandang sect. Yes, Liu Heng, who was worried that his grandfather would break in and blame him for being obsessed with playing with things, was relieved. It turned out that he was looking for Shui Yulong. It was really strange. Didn't his grandfather just come back from Zhujiao town? Wouldn't it be more convenient to go up the mountain to find him? In the swamp, the puppet demon ancestor stepped on the water and fell into the swamp. He reached out and picked up the cold-faced ancestor, who was unconscious and foaming at the mouth. He couldn't keep calm at all. 3 peak foundation building cultivators, 1 second step sword cultivator, 1 holding a top-grade spiritual weapon, and 1 controlling hundreds of demon puppets, were all defeated in a few moves. What kind of magical power is this? Shui Yulong's current strength has definitely surpassed the ordinary foundation building perfection. Half a step to the purple mansion? The puppet demon ancestor guessed that he even has the strength to deal with the purple mansion. I'm grateful for your advice, fellow Taoist Su. Not far away, the absolute blade ancestor bowed to Shui Yulong and turned away. There was also a voice transmission in his ear. Fellow Taoist absolute blade, my Su family intends to integrate the 6 mountains of Yandang. I wonder if the absolute blade sect of Dayan Peak is interested in becoming a vassal force of my Su family. The treatment given by my Su family will definitely satisfy you. The expression of the absolute blade ancestor was a little strange. These pure sword cultivators had nothing to pursue in their lives except the way of swords and the creation of sword-shaped magic tools. Could it be that Su Yuming could transform the 8-phase flying sword technique just now into an 8-blade formation and give it to the Absolute Blade sect? In addition, even if Su Yuming was so strong, the Su family could not swallow up the 4 major forces present in one go. Even though the Chu family of Xianshu Pavilion had formed an alliance with them, if the Su family wanted to annex them, the old guy Chu Xingbo would not agree. Wait, when it was Skull Mountain's turn, Su Yuming stopped the puppet demon ancestor. Just now you spoke rudely to my Yandang Mountains Su family and provoked the relationship between my Su family and several other families. Puppet monster, are you just going to leave like this? The pupils of the puppet monster ancestor shrank slightly. Although he was frightened, his face remained calm. Su Yuming, what are you going to do? Do you want to attack me? But a powerful spiritual pressure made him kneel on the ground, and the cold-faced ancestor in his arms was thrown away and rolled to the ground. You should stay. The Qi refining cultivators in Skull Mountain can go back and pass the message, and let Bonefire come to pick them up. After saying that, Su Yusong behind him had already brought several Qi refining cultivators to take away the 2 foundation building cultivators who were stunned by the spiritual consciousness. Chu Xingbo, who was standing not far away, secretly smacked his lips. Why did Su Yuming become so domineering after returning from a trip to the 10,000 Snake Valley? He originally thought that Su Yuming just wanted to dominate the Yandang Mountains, but he never thought that he was going to make drastic moves and swallow up the remaining 4 major forces in one go. Would that make his Xianshu Pavilion embarrassed? After today, the other 3 families will think that their Xianshu Pavilion is on Su Yuming's side. If Su Yuming proposed to him that his Xianshu Pavilion Chu family merge into the Yandang Mountains Su family, what should he do? The business has just started, and he can't see through Su Yuming's potential. There is also Su Kaiyonghe who has never appeared. Wanch Valley has never seen him. Could it be that the Su family has got some great opportunity again, and Su Kaiyonghe went to break through the Purple Mansion? The Purple Mansion force and the Foundation building family are very different. If the Su family has a Purple Mansion sitting in the Su family, it is not impossible for their Xianshu Pavilion Chu family to be a vassal. After all, doing business with a Beibao Chamber of Commerce, with a Purple Mansion Sanrin as a backer, the deterrence to the outside world will undoubtedly be stronger. They can move their business from underground to the open. At least in this mountain and sea area, except for the 5 Beast sect, other forces will give them face. It's really tempting. Su Yuming is already at the peak of foundation building. Just now, he stunned the cold-faced ancestor who had reached the great perfection of foundation building with a spiritual consciousness secret technique. At least his spiritual consciousness realm is comparable to his. Within 20 years, he will definitely enter the Purple Mansion. In this way, the potential of the Su family is huge. It's shameful to join the foundation building forces that have existed side by side for hundreds of years. Joining the forces of the 2 Purple Mansions is like a good bird breaking a tree to perch on. Senior Xingbo, thinking of this, Chu Xingbo almost immediately responded when he heard Su Yuming's call. Master Su, my Xianshu Pavilion has considered everything. If our 2 forces are to merge, you have to guarantee that the Xianshu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce will be handed over to my Chu family members for disposal. Su Yuming was stunned. Good guy, how can this be learned without a teacher? Okay, since you are interested, then follow me back to the peak. You should first explain to me the family background of the Chu family and the forces with which we do business. If possible, our next step is to expand Yandang Fang and incorporate the original site into the Xianshu Pavilion auction house. If we want to merge, we must do it in a big way. Chu Xingbo's eyes were shocked. The Yandang Fang, which is dozens of miles long, was completely converted into the Xianshu Pavilion auction house. How many cultivators could enter at the same time? Do their Su family have so many good things to auction? And this is Tao County, and there are 5 Purple Mansion sects above that are eyeing it covetously. If your Su family wants to become big, can they withstand the pressure they bring? Taoguan, the retreating 5 Beast sect cultivator army has retreated here to set up camp, but for a while, they can't withdraw. Brother Xianji, even that guy Hong who has formed his own forces. Are you really not interested in the 5 territories of the Blackstone Ancient Domain? Yubingjiao was playing with a spear, standing on the top of the city and asking Xianji Sanren next to him. The Blackstone Holy Mountain is afraid of the Yuanchi Sword Palace and my 5 Beast sect. They are just pretending to be nice and accumulating strength. Do you really think they are afraid of us? Just wait and see. Once these 5 territories are stationed, they will replace Taoguan and become the buffer zone between my 5-beast sect and the Blackstone Holy Mountain. Taoguan is still the frontier fortress, and these 5 forces are cannon fodder to resist the tide of the demon race. Gugu. After saying that, he casually moved a spirit pigeon into his palm. He tied a bamboo tube from his ankle and opened it to take a look. It's interesting, junior sister Yu, the younger generation of the Su family in Yandang Mountain that you like, fought 1 against 3, and defeated 3 peak foundation building cultivators in a few moves, and they were all the heads of foundation building forces. With his strength, I underestimated him. Taking advantage of Wang Jiansong's defeat to Ning Jiang and his plummeting reputation, what do you think about me putting him behind Meng Bateo? To Yu Bingjiao's surprise, Xianji Sanren was relisted on the foundation building list, and Su Yuming, the 3 best ancestors of Yandang Mountain, ranked 2nd. Thank you for the 500-point reward support from fellow Taoist Kale, thank you. Chapter 148, Merge Xianshu Pavilion, 5 Beasts Fengtian Pioneering Order, 2 more monthly tickets requested. At the main peak of Yandang Mountain, Su Yuming and Chu Xingbo sat at the same table. In addition to me, who is at the peak of the foundation building stage, there are also Chu Hongxiu, who is at the late stage of the foundation building, Chu Zunzhao, who is at the middle stage of the foundation building, Chu Zunshan, who is at the early stage of the foundation building, Chu Hongzhen, who is at the early stage of the foundation building, Chu Honggang, who is at the early stage of the foundation building, and Su Wenchen, who is the guest elder of the early stage of the foundation building. There are a total of 7 foundation building cultivators. There are also 317 Qi refining cultivators of our clan, 1,033 independent cultivators and nominal guests. In addition, there are more than 310,000 residents in Xianshu town where 3 rivers converge. Su Yuming couldn't help but marvel. As expected of a force that has traveled far and wide, Xianshu Pavilion has opened to major states and counties in the mountain and sea areas, and the number of Qi refining cultivators is really not small. How many other resources are there? I'm asking about shops, mineral resources, and alchemists, weapon refiners, array masters, and talisman makers. Not asking about spirit stones means that Su Yuming is not going to take away the Chu family's property. Chu Xingbo remained calm. As for shops, we currently have business dealings with basically all the 105 counties in the 13 states of Shanghai country, and there are 57 major shops. Of course, most of them are not doing well. You know, if you want to gain a foothold in those markets, you need at least 1 foundation building cultivator to take charge, and my Xianshu Pavilion does not have enough foundation building cultivators. In addition, my Xianshu Pavilion owns 1 medium-sized spirit stone mine, 3 small spirit stone mines, 400-year-old mines, 1 second-level spirit plant, 1 second-level spirit tea tree, and more than 3,000 first-level spirit plants and spirit medicines, alchemists. In addition to Sunzhou, a second-level middle-grade alchemist, there is also a second-level lower-grade alchemist guest Su Wenchen, and more than 60 first-level alchemists. The weapon refiners have the connections of the Earth-Fire weapon sect and the weapon refinery sects in other states. Ordinary spirit weapons can be refined as long as spirit stones are paid. There are only more than 20 first-level weapon refiners in the clan, there are only more than 20 first-level talisman makers, and there are only more than 10 disciples who are responsible for maintaining the family's protective formation. They are not proficient in formations, but can only be said to have a preliminary grasp of formation patterns, and can barely be considered first-level low-grade formation masters. After listening to Chu Xingbo's narration, Su Yuming looked up calmly. Senior Xingbo, what do you want? Just as you said, we want to make great plans. My Xianshu Pavilion will do business in every state and county in the mountain and sea region, and even in every county town, as well as in outer regions such as the Sword region and the Blackstone Ancient region. In addition, please do not change the status and treatment of the foundation building cultivators and elders in our clan. As for the assets in our clan, please keep most of them for us. After all, we need to provide for the disciples in the clan. If there are elite disciples, they can be sent to practice or take charge of the clan land after the merger of our 2 families. As he spoke, 2 groups of spiritual clouds rose up from the back mountain. Watching the grand scene of foundation building, Chu Xingbo sighed. Master Su, your Su family is really profound. There were more than 10 people who built the foundation before, and now there are 2 more. I am really happy about the prospects after the merger of the 2 families. Shui. A sound transmission jade slip appeared in front of Su Yuming. He picked it up casually, and immediately heard the voice of Su Yudang, 19th uncle. The one who successfully built the foundation is the 16th uncle Su Yushi and the collateral branch Su Shan. This kid is only 28 years old. The family wants to give him the character Yan generation. I have no objection. After the reply, Su Yuming looked at Chu Xingbo. All the foundation building cultivators of the Chu family will enjoy the status of elders. My opinion is that after the situation stabilizes, we will start with the surrounding prefectures and counties. First, 8 foundation building cultivators will be dispatched to the 7 counties of Jizhao, namely Hejian County, Changshan County, Shongshan County, Julu County, Bohai County, Wei County, and Tao County, as well as Jizhao City. 8 places will be occupied by 8 foundation building cultivators to open 8 shops. If we include my Yandang Fang auction house, that will be 9. We will take over the counties of Jizhao first. What do you think? Chu Xingbo tapped the edge of the teacup with one finger. My Chu family is more familiar with alchemy, overall coordination, and buying and selling resources. Your Su family is good at making talismans, but you only have 2 decent secondary professions. 9 large shops like this require a lot of resources to maintain profitability. Su Yuming's fingertips moved, and he had already relied on the earth element's spiritual power to condense into a chess piece and fall down. My Su family's weapon refining peak currently has 2 second-level lower-grade weapon refiners and a second-level talisman maker including me, a total of 3 people. Counting the 2 second-level alchemists from your Chu family, it is no problem to maintain the supply of several shops. In addition, I brought back a lot of spiritual oil from the secret realm of Wanch Valley, and I can start planting. I plan to talk to the Xianhong sect if they are willing to merge with us. I will use the Yandang Mountains to establish a sect, merge the power of my 3 families, and first break the deadlock with alchemy and talisman making. Sect, Chu Xingbo frowned, but if that's the case, the 5 sects of Tao County will inevitably put pressure on us, and may even attack us. Can we withstand so many strong people joining forces? There are only 2 or 3 purple mansion cultivators and a group of foundation building masters. If they dare to come, we will fight them. Seeing Su Yuming so confident, Chu Xingbo confirmed again that Su Kaiyunhe might have already entered the next great realm. These shops all need treasures to sit in front of them, just like the Xianshu Pavilion in Yandang Fang in the past, which only had some top-grade magic tools. If we want to gain a foothold in these county towns, we must at least have foundation building cultivators carrying 3rd-level formations to sit in front of them. And I have treasures of the highest grade spiritual tools to dominate the scene. Su Yuming flipped his hand and placed 10 3,000-year-old purple blood ginsengs on the table. Are these enough? Yes, but we dare not take them out casually, otherwise even a Jindan's Henren would be tempted when he sees them. Having said that, Su Yuming pointed at these shops. What I mean is to dispatch Su Yushi and Su Yanshan, who have just established their foundations, as well as Chu Zunshan, Chu Hongzhen, and Chu Hongyang from your Chu family, to sit in front of the shops in Hejian County, Changshan County, Shongshan County, Julu County, and Bohai County respectively. I see that your Xianshu Pavilion's clan protection formation, the Xianshu Yixin Hongbo formation, is a 3rd-grade lower-grade formation, which is relatively easy to imitate. It is better to draw a batch of spiritual stones from the treasury in one go and build a few first. Chu Xingbo nodded slightly. You can let Hong Xiu, or this old man, take turns to be in charge of the Xianshu Pavilion in Yandang Fang. Then who will be in charge of the other 3 shops? My Su family has 12 foundation building cultivators this time. 4 have died so far, 5 have successfully built their foundations, and if the remaining 3 can succeed, they can fill the vacancies. If not, we can continue to recruit independent cultivators. Oh? Is the head of the family planning to let independent cultivators manage these shops in the future? Facing Chu Xingbo's doubts, Su Yuming spread his hands. If it weren't for the participation of your Xianshu Pavilion, I would only plan to set up a worship hall and use guest officials to conquer the 4 directions. But now that I have you, I can let the guest officials, collateral descendants, and newly promoted foundation building cultivators train in these shops. The inner disciples of the 5 Beasts sect, those newly promoted foundation building cultivators, have to be sent to other states and counties to serve as outer sect deacons. Our trick is also similar, however. Your alchemists, weapon refiners, and talisman makers must all move into my Su family's alchemy peak and weapon refining peak. I will use the Earth Dragon moving mountain technique to erect several hundred-foot peaks to form the talisman-making peak. After the two families merge, Hongxi will become the second great elder of my Su family. And Senior Xingbo, as long as you enter the great perfection of foundation building, you can become a supreme elder. Well, why should I care about these empty titles? Chu Xingbo waved his hands. Although he was humble on the surface, he was still happy in his heart. After all, the Su family now has only one supreme elder, and that is Su Qionghe, who is suspected to have entered the Purple Mansion. He, Chu Xingbo, is secretly happy to be qualified to be on par with him. What I mean is that we should postpone the establishment of the sect and definitely not be the first to come forward. My Xiangshu Pavilion Shu family can be a vassal of your Su family, and continue to act in the name of the Yandang Mountains Su family. Su Yuming nodded. It does not sound as loud as two foundation-building families joining forces to establish the Purple Mansion sect. It is indeed the best strategy to hide first. These old guys are very cunning. Seeing Chu Xingbo's departure, Su Yuming was not worried that he would regret it. The reason why he could persuade this old guy was nothing more than to give him a purple yang pill after the successful refining. This is a Purple Mansion opportunity. He is also 100 years old, so he will definitely be tempted. Compared with the Purple Mansion Avenue, the family power is also inferior. Shua on Su Yuming's side, the sound transmission sound lit up again. He saw a touch of purple on it, and his face suddenly showed some surprise. It turned out to be Yan Bing's voice transmission. Su Yanbing is now a true disciple of the Five Beasts sect. If there is no major event, he will not contact the family. He needs to concentrate on his practice and impact the Five Beasts sect's true disciple rankings. At least he must get the last place in his lineage to get the attention and appreciation of the Five Beasts sect's top leaders. Uncle, the sect has made a big move recently. It seems that it is going to issue a development order for the Blackstone Ancient Domain, selecting Wolf King Valley, Rotten Peach Mountain, Wubu River, Miasma Forest, and Kaianhu Island as the territory of the Purple Mansion sect, and selecting the powerful sect forces under its jurisdiction to move in and take charge. Just this one thing made Su Yuming stand up. I wonder why the old fellow Honghu Sanren would choose to stay in Taoguan. The Five Beast sect's cultivator army has not withdrawn for a while. I didn't expect that it was this attack on the Blackstone Ancient Domain that made the demons of the Blackstone Holy Mountain give in. They actually gave up 3 golden core Beast King territories with 3 third-level upper-grade spiritual veins in one breath. It's really a big deal. Su Yuming's face changed. If the Su family could get the Rotten Peach Mountain and manage it for 100 years, even if it didn't become a golden core force, it would definitely be the top one among the Purple Mansion forces. But these 5 territories are too close to the Blackstone Holy Mountain. It seems to be full of temptations, like a ripe young woman. But in fact, isn't it a tiger with a bloody mouth, drooling, staring at these 5 plates of cakes? Wait and see which forces are tempted at any time, and my Su family can take the opportunity to act. After the reply, Su Yuming stepped on the ground and quickly flew towards Yandangfang. He wanted to deal with the Xianong sect as soon as possible. The attitude of the ancestor Judeo was uncertain. The Skull Mountain was not on good terms with their Su family, but for the sake of Guhou, Su Yuming decided to give them a chance to choose. If they could give in on their own and leave behind the mountain's spiritual veins and minerals, he would let them leave. Chapter 149, Xianong Sect, Only Farming is Cultivation, 3 more monthly tickets requested. Huh? Su Yuming stepped on the sword rainbow and broke into the sky above Yandangfang in almost an instant. The next breath he had landed in Baikeodang. This is the territory of Xianong Sect, covering an area of more than 10 miles, with a strong aroma of medicine and rice. Xianong Sect, which mainly deals in medicinal materials, elixirs, spiritual rice, and spiritual wine, is undoubtedly a real wealthy family in the 6 mountains of Yandang. After Su Yuming entered this place, in addition to the Peak Foundation building cultivator Shenchu Laozu, there was another person. If Su Yuming was not mistaken, it should be the 5 Grains Laozu who had already established a foundation 50 years ago. He was also in the late stage of foundation building. Is the 5 Grains nourishing Qiju of the Xianong sect really so powerful? Without going out, just farming to nourish the 5 grains in the chest can also rise step by step? Fellow Taoist Su, may I ask where is the 10,000 mu of purple soil you mentioned? As soon as he sat down, the 5 Grains patriarch couldn't help but ask. If he hadn't come here for the purple soil, he wouldn't want to come out. Wouldn't it be nice to go to the fields and weed? There's not 10,000 mu, but there are 1,000 mu. After saying that, Shui Yulong waved his hand and threw a storage bag on the table. The 5 grains patriarch quickly got up and took it. He scanned it with his spiritual sense and found 1,000 mu of intact purple soil. He was overjoyed and looked back at the divine hope patriarch. Second brother, it is indeed 10,000 years of purple soil. With this 1,000 mu of purple soil, my Liu family will definitely be able to rely on the 5 grains nourishing Qi Sutra to cultivate a purple mansion cultivator. This has been the long-cherished wish of my Liu family for many years. After the divine hope patriarch confirmed it with his spiritual sense, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Fellow Taoist Su, you have indeed grasped the key point of my Xianong sect, but if you want my Xianong sect to be as submissive as the Chu family and join your Su family in Yandang Mountain, I am afraid that no one in my Xianong sect will agree. Shui Yulong calmly picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. There was actually a fragrance of morning light. Fellow Taoist Shu, do you want to know the conditions for fellow Taoist Chu Xingbo of Xianshu Pavilion to join? Ancestor Shenchu and Ancestor Wu Yu looked at each other, with some interest in their eyes. I would like to hear the details. Help them Xianshu Pavilion fulfill their long-cherished wish, expand Xianshu Pavilion's business to all parts of the mountain and sea regions, and expand to the outside world. A Jiang pill. Let Senior Xingbo enter the Purple Mansion realm. Where did your Su family get the Jiang pill? The hot-tempered Ancestor Wu Yu couldn't help but exclaimed. Shui Yulong flipped his hand and took out a 2,000-year-old meridian fruit, a 3,000-year-old Jiang grass, and many auxiliary materials. Xianshu Pavilion is helping me collect materials now. I think within half a year, we will be able to gather enough materials for a furnace of Jiang pills. A furnace of Jiang pills will produce at least 3 pills. If Xianong sect is willing to join us, one of them will belong to you. Jiang pills are 3rd-level pills, not the kind of imitations sold in the market. Where can you find a 3rd-level alchemist to make such a rare pill? Even the 5 Beast sect may not be able to make a furnace of such a rare pill in decades. If an alchemist wants to take one away, I'm afraid it will be unevenly distributed, the 5 grains patriarch asked after a moment of silence. As long as the Xianong sect joins, your Xianong Liu family will definitely have one, Shui Yulong assured with confidence. Can these 1,000 acres of purple soil belong to my Liu family to cultivate? The 5 grains patriarch asked again. Of course. Looking at the entire mountain and sea area, who can surpass your Liu family in the field of spiritual plant masters? I heard that your Xianong sect has more than 10 second-level spiritual plant masters. If you don't let you cultivate this 10,000-year purple soil, it would be a waste of heaven's gift. The 5 grains patriarch nodded slightly to the divine hope patriarch, indicating that the Su family was very sincere, and you should talk to him, second brother. The divine hope patriarch pondered for a moment, took out a list of names and handed it to Shui Yulong. With my Xianong sect joining, the Su family will establish a sect, right? We have to wait until the Jiang pill is refined. If there's only one Zifu, we can't withstand the pressure from other sects. Hearing this, the divine hope patriarch couldn't help but look up at Shui Yulong. Sure enough, did the old ghost of Kaonghe break through? No wonder Shui Yulong in front of him was so ambitious that he wanted to swallow up the Yandang Mountains in one bite. The power of a Zifu Sanren is indeed something that other families cannot resist. My Xianong sect's Liu family now has this old man, a cultivator at the peak of the foundation building stage, 2 cultivators in the late foundation building stage, namely the 5 grains ancestor and Liu Heng, as well as the spiritual medicine ancestor who is in the middle stage of the foundation building stage, the 100 medicine ancestor, the 100 flowers ancestor, and the medicine refining ancestor, a total of 7 foundation building cultivators. However, there are as many as 29 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi Refining. There are nearly 200 cultivators in the late stage of Qi Refining. The Qi Refining cultivators together have more than 980 people. There are 350,000 mortal people in Xianong town. My Xianong sect's Liu family is good at farming and is not contentious with the world. They develop themselves behind closed doors and have good relations with many forces. They also have 100,000 acres of top-grade spiritual fields, 1,000 acres of top-grade spiritual fields, and even 1 acre of black soil. There are 23 second-grade spiritual plants. The highest grade one is the second-grade top-grade morning dew spirit tea tree, a second-grade top-grade 1 mother plant, and a second-grade top-grade Lao Sangmu. There are more than 5,000 first-level spiritual plants, and many rare medicinal herbs. You don't have to look for the remaining spiritual herbs for the purple sun pill. My Xianwang sect can make up for it. In addition, there is a high-quality spiritual stone mine and more than a dozen century-old mines. The area around my Yandang Mountains is only tens of thousands of miles in size, so where can I get 100,000 acres of fertile land? Su Yuming couldn't help asking. The wasteland around the Earthfire Mountain and the 100 Flowers Valley where the sword-washing sect is located are all contracted by my Xianwang sect. The spiritual stones handed over to these two sects every year are not much, but the pills, medicinal materials, and spiritual grains they need on a daily basis are all provided by my Xianwang sect. Su Yuming nodded. If he incorporated the Xianwang sect, he would have an extra granary. My opinion is that all the foundation-building cultivators of Xianwang sect will become elders of my Su family, and will be automatically promoted after the establishment of the sect. The Xianwang sect will be responsible for farming, Shu Pavilion will be responsible for sales, and my Su family will be responsible for overall planning and guarding the farmland, medicinal fields, and auction shops. In just 10 or 20 years, the sect established by our three families will surely become the leader among the many purple mansion forces in the mountains and seas. Even if it becomes a golden elixir sect in the future, it will have great potential. Ancestor Shentru nodded slightly. Here in my Xianwang sect, there is also a guest cliff, on which live 3 second-level alchemists who live in seclusion and need my Xianwang sect's medicinal soup to prolong their lives. One of them is a second-level top-grade alchemist. In addition, there are 2 spiritual plant masters, a total of 5 foundation-building cultivators, but they are all old and weak, and their combat power is really not good. They have rarely made any moves even for alchemy in recent years. There are more than 600 spiritual plant masters in our clan, including 11 second-level spiritual plant masters. Even if they are not in the second level, they can become second-level spiritual plant masters by relying on the best magic to make clouds and rain. This is the magical part. I have the highest grade and am currently a second-level peak spiritual plant master. By using secret techniques, I can probably make the purple soil grow at twice the rate, but once we establish our sect, I'm afraid that the 30,000 acres of high-quality farmland in the Behu Valley of the Zhejian sect and the 45,000 acres of high-quality farmland in the Dahoki sect that we leased will be taken back by them. In addition to the 10,000 acres of spiritual farmland cultivated by our 2,000 miles Yandang sect, there are another 15,000 acres leased from the Cloud Ranch of Bayun 5 Mountains, the third-grade Fu sect, and the Pineden building. Then we will open up good farmland. I've calculated that if the 3 major rivers of Xianshu Town, Zujia Town, and Xianwang Town are connected in the Yandang Mountains with a radius of 10,000 miles, the fertile soil of the rivers can be used to cultivate 10,000 acres of good farmland. I have a lot of black soil and red soil here. With your means, it should not be difficult to transform it into 10,000 acres of 1,000-year-old black soil. With the help of secret techniques, the fertility of the soil can be increased several times. There is a lot of potential for our sect. The ancestor of the divine Chu stood up. He guessed that Su Yuming's purple soil was not from a legitimate source. Where is the 1,000 acres of purple soil hidden? My Su family naturally has a secret realm, but it is tens of thousands of miles away from here. We need to directly dispatch at least half of the cultivators of your Xianwang sect to cultivate it. The supreme elder of my Su family is also stationed here for a long time. Secret realm? The ancestor of the divine Chu was shocked. Everyone has a family power of hundreds of years. Your Su family also has this thing? It's really too lucky. The ancestor of the 5 grains was eager to get the purple soil right now and carry the old ox in his family to plow a few acres of land. When he heard this, he stood up and said, "Since the distance is so far, will our long journey attract attention? I have a treasure of Earth Escape, which can travel 100,000 miles a day and go back and forth within a day, and can carry 100 people. No one below the Golden Core can detect my whereabouts." The ancestor of the divine Chu frowned, "But in this case, won't it be inconvenient for us to trade?" Then, he saw the countless spiritual medicine seeds that Su Yuming took out. After counting carefully, there were at least thousands of them, and many of them were spiritual medicines that had been lost for a long time. This was shaken out from the purple soil and black soil. Most of them are spiritual medicines that have withered and died in the medicinal wasteland over thousands of years, leaving behind seeds. Among them are the main ingredients for the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Purple Yang Pill, as well as the main ingredients for the Soul Replenishing Soup and the Qi Gathering Powder. Old ancestor Shen Shu forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart. Master Su, I have one last question, please speak. Senior Shen Shu, Su Yuming was quite patient with this humble old guy. If my Xianong sect becomes a vassal of the Su family, how should the cultivation resources of the disciples in the clan, as well as the competition for the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Purple Yang Pill, be calculated in the future? Of course it is based on the contribution of the sect originally. The Chu family of Xianshu Pavilion was going to support the disciples in the clan on their own, but now with your Xianong sect, you have more than 900 Qi refining cultivators and more than 600 spiritual plant masters, which is enough to support the Qi refining cultivators of our three families. Next, our top priority is to train a third-level alchemist, a third-level talisman maker, a second-level top-grade weapon refiner, and at least one second-level formation master. In addition, I would like to invite Patriarch Wu Gu and Patriarch Qi Ju to serve as the great elders of my Su family. As for Senior Shen Shu, please sit in the Xianong sect's medicine field in person. As for the Teoqiu secret realm, it will be led by Patriarch Wu Gu and half of the Liu family's disciples. Patriarch Shen Shu nodded slightly. That's good. I'll listen to the arrangements of the Patriarch. For those honest and hard-working spiritual plant masters who only like farming and cultivating immortals, these long-lost spiritual medicine seeds, as well as thousands of acres of purple soil and tens of thousands of acres of black soil, are enough to make them give up everything and follow. Chapter 150, Meeting a Few Old Friends. Su family's foundation building broke through 1 more monthly ticket request. Whoosh in the dark night, 100-foot-long skull wrapped in a ball of white ghost fire flew through the sky, directly passed through Yandang Fang, and appeared above Zujia town. Su Yuming, come out to see me. Gu Ho was full of anger. Although his friendship with Su Yuming was not as good as Liu Hang and Chu Hongxiu, they were at least fellow drinkers who sat together. This guy actually captured the cold-faced ancestor and puppet demon ancestor of Skull Mountain, which was a slap in the face of Skull Mountain in public. If he couldn't beat him, he really wanted to fight Su Yuming hard to see who was better. Brother Gu, since you are here, come down and have a talk. If you scare the children in the town by making such a big fuss, you have to pay compensation. Su Yuming sat on the roof of the tallest Su's restaurant in Zujia town, holding 2 jars of fox wine in his hands. This was already 100 years old, and if he drank any more, it would be gone. Shu, after retracting the skull and ghost fire, Bonefire stepped in front of Su Yuming. Seeing his lazy appearance, he was immediately angry. Where's my grandfather? The Skull Mountain Foundation building is at the entrance of the town. You can take it away before you leave. Su Yuming didn't even look at him, and directly threw a jar of fox wine to him. I heard that you have already won over Xianshu Pavilion and Xianong sect. Are you going to Dayan Peak to talk to the Absolute Blade Ancestor next? Why, do you look down on my Skull Mountain and don't want to win over us cultivators who control skeletons and corpses? Do you think we are demon cultivators? Bonefire hid under the black robe, just opened the sealing paper, and took a big sip. He has transformed himself into a corpse puppet, and I don't know if this kid can taste the slightest bit of wine. Okay, nowadays, among the 5 Bayun Mountains, the strongest Chen family has been wiped out by the Fox Demon. Among the other 4 families, the strength of Cloud Ranch has been greatly reduced without Yang Bei money. Why don't you, Skull Mountain, make an all-out effort to destroy Cloud Ranch? With a depth of 5,000 miles, the geographical area is comparable to the Earth Fire Weapon sect. Gu Ho put down the wine jar. You mean, we, Skull Mountain, will become your Su family's hidden pawns, and also a knife for you to use? The cold-faced ancestor and the puppet demon ancestor don't get along well with my Su family. Brother Gu can't force them to join us. With the strength of our 3 families, there are more than 20 foundation building cultivators alone. If you, Skull Mountain, want to be our enemy, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Didn't I find a good place for you? Gu Ho's eyes were dim, and his pupils flickered. Among the 4 sons of Yandang in our previous generation, Liu Hang is very good at dealing with people, Chu Hongxiu has a strong temper, and I am too gloomy. As for you, Su Yuming, you are the most shameless. Let Skull Mountain destroy Yandang Ranch, but you don't know that behind Yandang Ranch stands the sword-washing sect in the northeast. Do you think we can stand firm after destroying Yandang Ranch? Su Yuming picked up the wine jar in his hand and clinked it with him. If the sword-washing sect attacks you, Skull Mountain, I will definitely come to help. You are the only one. And if there are more than 20 foundation building cultivators from 3 families, it will be difficult to protect my Skull Mountain. No, Guho said, and drank all the fox wine in the wine jar and threw it out. Crack! The broken wine jar exploded into dozens of pieces on the long street. Su Yusong and Su Yuzhen, 2 foundation building cultivators who were guarding nearby, looked at each other. Su Yuming thought for a moment, took out a scroll from his arms and handed it over. Guho's doubts fell into silence as the scroll unfolded. The secret puppetry of heaven can be used to refine third-order puppets, but there's only the first volume here. Destroy the Cloud Ranch and I'll give you the second volume. Su Yuming put away the wine jar, leaned against the roof, and looked at the stars in the sky. In the 10,000 Snake Valley, you have hidden a lot of strength. Just thinking of stealing some corpses. Su Yuming looked back at him, and this look made Guho a little flustered. If it weren't for the spiritual consciousness breaking through the 3rd level, Su Yuming would not have been able to find Guho hiding in a cave and collecting thousands of corpses of water and wasteland monsters. This guy is simply a corpse-picking maniac. Judging from the fact that a cold-faced ancestor can control hundreds of wolves, their Skull Mountain must have hidden a purple mansion technique that can train spiritual consciousness, and even a not-so-weak purple mansion, or even golden elixir puppetry. As for this secret puppetry of heaven, because the method of controlling puppets by wire is too real and has no upper limit, it should be a perfect match for their technique of controlling group puppets, so Guho in front of him is so tempted. Shu Guho stood up and wanted to leave, but suddenly stopped and looked back. Aren't you afraid that I will take the skills and run away? The situation in the mountain and sea region is not peaceful now. We didn't gain much from the expedition to the Blackstone Ancient region this time, but in the 10,000 Snake Valley, many forces picked up a lot of good things. The families that originally had 2 or 3 foundation building clans can at least increase to 5 or 6 foundation building clans as long as someone can come back alive. A force with only 1 purple mansion may be able to double. There's only a small gap between your Skull Mountain and my Su family, not a mortal feud, and you, Guho, will be in charge of Skull Mountain next time. Do you still want to be an enemy of my old friend? As for you not wanting to be inferior to others, we are in a cooperative relationship now. Guho pondered for a moment, then the 5 White Cloud Mountains can't belong to me. The Cloud Ranch is compatible with my Su family's skills, so I am necessary. As for the rest of the places, it depends on your methods. Bonefire nodded slightly, stepped a little, and when he landed on the street, he was carried by a skeleton horse. The hooves of the skeleton horse made a breeze, and in a blink of an eye, he disappeared at the end of the horizon. When Bonefire completely disappeared, Su Yuzhen and Su Yusong appeared on the roof. Uncle 19, why don't you leave this person? His potential is very terrifying. He can spot me from 20 miles away. I estimate that a spiritual awareness realm has probably entered the late stage of foundation building. Su Yuzhen's eyes flashed with a bit of vigilance. It doesn't matter. I know this person of Bonefire. Besides, what's the use of us going to kill Skeleton Mountain? How many people do you think have the real foundation building combat power when my Su family's foundation building has expanded so much? I'm afraid many people can't beat those 2nd level wolf demon puppets. Yes, those old generation cultivators of the Su family have just entered the foundation building. In addition to stabilizing their realm, they also need to practice foundation building spells and top-grade spells, obtain top-grade magic tools and foundation building spiritual tools, before they are qualified to fight with foundation building cultivators from other forces. Back in the mountain, Su Yuming was left with only Su Yusong. Yusong, is there any news from the Yanbing? An hour ago, the Yanbing sent a message that the 5 Beast sect seemed to be interested in letting the major forces under its command sign up to go to the 5 major territories to take charge. The forces that participate in this must be the Purple Mansion forces, and as long as they participate, the 5 Beast sect will give them a golden elixir opportunity in the future. If no one can cultivate to the Purple Mansion great perfection within 100 years, then another Purple Mansion opportunity will be given. Really willing to give? Su Yuming was a little surprised. This is a golden elixir opportunity. Although it can only be obtained in 100 years, it is enough to call out some old Purple Mansion monsters who have been cultivating for many years. He originally had some thoughts about Rotten Peach Mountain, but now it seems that it is basically impossible. Once the golden elixir opportunity comes out, those old Purple Mansion forces will definitely not be able to sit still. What about the mountain gates of these forces? Just give up. I don't know about that. As they were talking, The two stopped in midair, because 3 clouds of spiritual energy floated up from the back mountain. It was obvious that the 3 old monks who were still in seclusion had also successfully entered the foundation building period. Uncle 19, the latest breakthrough is Su Yang from the side branch. He is already a first-class top-grade talisman maker. Not long ago, he just refined 3,000 cloud and mist incarnation talismans. He is 50 years old and should be considered the Jade generation. In addition, there is Uncle Lu Kun, who is ranked 12th in the Lu generation, and Uncle Su Yufei, who is ranked 28th in the Jade generation. He is only 45 years old now. Su Yuming nodded slightly, with a smile on his face. Now the number of foundation building monks in the Su family has exceeded 20, reaching 21. When he returned to the main peak, he had a list of the foundation building monks and the clan in his hand. Peak of foundation building, Su Yuming middle stage of foundation building, Su Yuan, Su Laoning early and middle stage of foundation building Lu generation, Su Laoxiang, Su Laote, Su Laochen, Su Laocan Yu generation, Su Yuang, Su Yushi, Su Yuchen, Su Yuhu, Su Yuang, Su Yufei Yu generation, Su Yudang, Su Yuzhen, Su Yumeng, Su Yufeng, Su Yusongyan generation, Su Yanshan guest officials of foundation building, Cheng Zihuan, Yi Hongmani. After reading the list, Su Yuming's face was not happy at all. Because among these people, no more than half can be pulled out on the event of a war, and the 2 casual cultivators are also weak chickens who focus on secondary occupations. Su Yuan needs to stay in the family, and the middle stage of foundation building is still too weak. Su Laoning is a ruthless person, and perhaps his cultivation realm can be improved. As for the 4 Lu generation, they still rely on their own resources to enter the foundation building at an old age. They can just be peacemakers in the family, which is also considered to be loyal to the family. The Yu generation can serve as the backbone, and after the Yu generation rises, they can be responsible for external development. As for the Yan generation, there is only Su Yanshan now. Su Yanbing may soon make a breakthrough, but if he wants to develop in the 5 Beast sect, the family cannot rely on him for a while. Su Yuming raised his foot and fell towards the weapon refining peak. Originally, there were only 2 second-level lower-grade refiners, Su Yuang and Cheng Zihuan, but now there is an additional second-level upper-grade Liu Heng. The 3rd-level snake demon corpse in his hand and even the 3rd-level peak branch vines of Tenglong can be used. The top-grade magic tools and lower-grade spiritual tools in my hand can also be eliminated and handed over to the clan members. In addition, before I enter the retreat, I have to prepare at least a few talismans for them. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. When Su Yuming arrived at the weapon refining peak, he saw a cultivator with a smiling face sitting on the edge of the cliff waiting for him. I knew you were coming. How is it? Is that guy Guhuo's temper like a stone in the toilet? Su Yuming landed in front of Liu Heng. I came to you for something important. I want to replace a batch of spiritual weapons for all the foundation building cultivators under my command. I need your help. Want to hear my opinion? Liu Heng glanced at the spiritual cloud that had not yet dissipated in the back mountain of the Su family. A few foundation building breakthroughs can't change the overall situation. We want to establish the Zifu sect, and we are fighting against those old forces. Not to mention those far away. Which of the 5 sects in Tao County doesn't have dozens of foundation building people? At least there are more than 5 or 6 people in the late stage of foundation building, and there are more than 1 or 2 people in the great perfection of foundation building. I want to find another way in spiritual weapons. I would like to hear the details. Su Yuming's eyes suddenly lit up. This guy is a genius in refining weapons. Could it be that he has some new ideas again? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.